The Hideaway Cafe. A Hideaway Lake novel. Book 2. By Terri, Lorah. Chapter 1. Olivia's hand slid from her hip as she looked around the small cafe. A long sigh erupted. She closed her eyes, cautiously reminding herself she was taking a break from rich businessmen, famous stars, and billionaire clients that she had crossed paths with for the past 8 years. During the time she spent working at the Traveling Chef, an elite company that caters to discretionary clients, Olivia thought she had seen it all. Then, when her grandmother died, it hadn't taken much for her to come home, leaving the world she knew behind. There were so many reasons why she decided to leave New York City and start over. Frankly, the main reason was that she was burnt out living in the fast lane. And maybe one other reason she didn't want to think about right now. Home sweet home, where the lush country hills surrounded Hideaway Lake and the peace in the valley refreshed the soul. It was like living in a world so far away from the bright lights and fast-paced crazy life. This was what she needed right now, and with Olivia back home, it would be good for her mother, who was making her own changes after the ridiculous divorce her parents went through. The soft hum of an engine caught her attention as an older model golf cart pulled up to the glass doors of Olivia's new cafe. Her brother hopped from the cart in one swift move and pulled open the door with a huge smile across his face. The sound of children's laughter and shouts as they spent their time playing on the sandy beach by the lake drifted inside. Olivia grinned. "My oh my, aren't you peachy today? What's going on, little brother?" Olivia raised her hands to her hips again, realizing all of a sudden that she did it more often than not. Lorah often did the same thing. Was she becoming her mother? Cole shrugged and tilted his head. "Are you ready to open up yet? It's been like 2 weeks since the inspection. Everyone is asking when the cafe will open up." I knew that question was coming. Grand opening is in a few days, but that is not what I asked you, little bro. Why the grin? What have you been up to? She slid onto the wooden bar stool at the counter. I just poured myself a cup of coffee. Grab a cup from the counter over there and sit with me. Cole picked up the cream-colored porcelain cup, holding it out as he slid in beside his sister. She filled his cup from the carafe on the counter and began to load up her own with an overflowing spoonful of sugar and fresh cream. "Olivia? That's not a cup of coffee, you're making a dessert." He looked totally disgusted and took a gulp from his own, which was free from any condiments. She laughed. "It's exactly what I need right now. A little indulgence isn't going to hurt me." Olivia tucked a hand under her chin as she stared at him. There was something different about Cole. He seemed more calm than usual. At peace. Happy. Not as nervous as he was when he first came home. "It's your health going to hell in a handbasket," he warned. "You're 3 years younger than me, and sometimes you act like the oldest." He grinned. "I've always known I was more mature than you, sis." She laughed. "So, tell me, bro, how are you really doing since the episode with that poor, misguided woman?" "You mean Sherri? She's far from poor, sis. Actually, she's been getting treatment and dealing with her mental health." Olivia still worried. "It's a shame, really. I know she thought she was in love with you, but hopefully in treatment they'll make her realize you didn't have the same feelings that she did. I'd hate to see her come back here and stir things up again. Our little town is peaceful and serene, the perfect place to hide from the world." Was that what Olivia was doing here? Hiding from the world? Or just the part of a world she had been involved in for the last 8 years? Cole shook his head. From what the counselor said, Sherri's been messed up since she lost her parents, and her uncle is the cause of most of her issues. I hear he's trying to make it right. She's getting good care. I'll be honest with you, sis. I'm glad it all came out. I feel like I can finally breathe and move on with my life. Olivia gave him a hug. "It's okay, bro. We all make bad choices at times." "All except you, Olivia. I've never seen you do anything except make good choices to forge ahead. Look at you, a big chef who worked with some of the smartest businessmen in the industry. You've cooked for senators and maybe even the president for all we know." Olivia tousled his hair like she would a 3-year-old. "You will never know, bro. I can't disclose who I worked for or what they were doing and who they were doing it with," she added. "I signed a disclaimer." Cole laughed. "Not even to your own little brother?" Olivia shook her head and stood, stretching her long legs. Especially my little bro? Some secrets will have to stay with me until the end of time. He sighed. It's fine. I have other things to keep my mind occupied with. Olivia laughed out loud. You mean Madison? You know it. Unlike you, sis, who has every available man in Hideaway Lake pining over you, I found one girl who seems really nice. I think things may get serious before too long. We've all watched things unfold, Cole. I'm happy for you. As for me, I'm working on me. Not even interested in any man right now. He stood, downing the coffee in one gulp. Men pining over you certainly won't hurt your business. They'll all be hoarding over you, coming to the cafe, hanging out here all day long, waiting for you to notice one of them. You paint a horrible picture, Cole. A little flirting never hurt anyone, but I'm not interested in a man right now. I'm opening in 2 days, and I need to finish training my employees. Cole looked around and shrugged. I don't see any employees here. She ruffled the top of his hair again. Olivia had been doing that since they were little. They'll be here in a half hour. Meanwhile, if you would, how about helping me carry those Adirondack chairs to our private beach? Cole followed her outside where an Amish man had delivered 5 acacia wood chairs earlier. Even though she had some small bistro tables outside on the patio, the private beach in front of the cafe was the perfect spot for them. Olivia had already placed a fire pit there earlier. Cole picked up 2 chairs, one in each hand. Olivia grabbed one and began to lug it to the beach area, which wasn't far from the patio. They both tried to reach the intended space before the other. Olivia got there first since Cole had a heavier load. After shaking his head and mumbling something she didn't understand because she beat him, he went back for the last 2 chairs as Olivia arranged them around the fire pit in a quaint, cozy circle. Cole plopped down on one of them. You are so competitive. I was actually going to offer to set up all the chairs so you didn't have to, but I know how you are. She leaned back, ignoring his words, and stared at the water. This is nice, isn't it? It sure is. Cole stared at her. Olivia? She sighed. He was forever interrupting her train of thought. But his voice sounded pretty serious. What, Cole? I get the feeling that you are running from something. Look, I don't think it is any of. He held up a hand. Don't speak. Let me say this while it's on my mind. I just want you to know that whatever it is, I'll always be here if you need me. No matter what. His kind brotherly words almost brought Olivia to tears. He knew her better than anyone. They were only 3 years apart, and sometimes she thought they were more like twins. Thanks, bro. I knew when I picked you up on my way here that day we came home for Grandma's funeral, that something was going on in your life, too. I guess we must have sibling intuition or something. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I know. You always are. Cole squeezed her hand, then stood and stretched before walking towards his golf cart. I'll be here for the grand opening. You better be, she shot back. Olivia sat on the Adirondack chair, staring at the crystal water, following the slight waves as children frolicked at the public swimming area just down from her private beach. The dark secret she held in her heart and soul was starting to eat her up inside. If only things had been different, but they weren't. She had worked so hard at the traveling chef, and it had paid off for years. Now here she was, in a rural town in a small cafe that she could run with her eyes closed. This month was already starting to get busy for the whole area, as guests rented the many cottages by the lake. Her mother's bed and breakfast was filled to capacity. It was a different type of challenge, one that Olivia hoped would keep her mind occupied so she didn't have to think at all. The truth was, it hurt way more than she wanted to admit. Olivia was glad to be free from the world that she knew, and yet sometimes her heart ached to be back there. But this was good for her. Being away from the ungrateful guests, and from the filthy rich men who cheated on their wives at conventions and private parties, had taken a toll on her. Not only that, but Olivia had also done the one thing that she swore and was warned never to do. Fall for a client. She'd take that secret to her grave. You will have patrons sitting outside on the covered front porch. I've placed 5 small tables there. On the back patio, there are 6 bistro tables and chairs with umbrellas. For those who want to enjoy the shade, make sure you send them to the front. Olivia didn't mention the Adirondack chairs by the fire pit to her staff. She wasn't sure yet what she'd use that area for. Even though she had a cute little balcony upstairs that faced the water, the thought of her bare feet in the sand while sitting closer to the lake seemed much more intriguing and relaxing. The staff nodded in understanding. "Any questions?" she asked, wanting to make sure they were paying attention. 5 pairs of eyes stared at her, waiting for her to speak. She was used to running things. A staff of 5 was much easier than 20. She felt at ease and motioned for everyone to sit. They all chose the wooden bar stools with comfortable backs at the counter. She plopped down on the empty stool. "Okay, so I've trained all of you individually and got to know each one of you. I've held up the grand opening long enough, but learning to work together is too important to miss the steps I took the past 2 weeks. Now, I want each of you to introduce yourself to your coworkers. This cafe will be run like a well-oiled machine, so it's a good idea to get to know one another. Who wants to go first?" The staff looked surprised, but it didn't deter Olivia. She knew they had to get to know each other in order to work together. It was her strategy in working and training each staff member alone. Olivia didn't play games when it came to working. She had been trained by the best and expected hard work from every individual. "I'll go first," the oldest of the crew announced. "I'm Melissa Jenkins. I'll be working as the evening cook." Olivia interrupted. "Chef, don't degrade yourself. You trained as a chef." Melissa nodded. "Okay. I'm Chef Melissa, but everyone can all call me Chef Missy. I'm 35 and divorced, and living back home with my widowed mother who needs assistance with her daily living. I'm taking the evening shift from 5 to 9 in order to be there for her during the day." "Thank you, Chef Missy." What she didn't tell the rest of you is that she went through culinary school and at one time worked in a prestigious boutique hotel in Pittsburgh. I would like the same respect shown for her as you've all shown me. Heads nodded in agreement. Missy's cheeks were bright red. She was a quiet woman, tall and thin, with dark brown hair pulled back tight in a ponytail. Her eyes were sad, yet Olivia noticed a sturdiness and tenacity in the woman's spirit. She needed more confidence, but that would come in time. Olivia would make sure of it. No one else spoke up. Olivia raised an eyebrow, sitting quietly while waiting for the next person to speak. It wasn't long before another voice rent the air. "Hello, I'm Chloe Case. I'm an unwanted child of parents who never married, and my mother never told me or my father of my existence until I graduated this year. I thought he had died. What a surprise to know he hadn't. If you want to know, my father owns Case Security in town. I haven't reached out to him yet. I suppose he's heard by now that I am here, but I'm not getting too excited that anything will change in my life. I'm going to be the chef's assistant on both shifts, to be used when I am needed. Kind of like my life." Olivia shook her head as the other staff members stared at the girl. That was quite the introduction. "Do you want us to feel sorry that you came from a broken home? We are a team that will work together through all of our issues and problems, and when you are working, you will keep those issues under the covers." "Yes, Chef Olivia. I will. But you did ask us to introduce ourselves." Olivia grinned, admitting to herself that she liked the girl's spunk. Chloe was going to be surprised to learn that her father was anxious to meet her. It was a wonder he hadn't tried to hunt her down, but Shar had talked him out of it. Shar and Ryan had been dating for a while now. Since Shar was a local attorney who dealt primarily in divorce and custody cases, he listened to her words and made the decision to let Chloe be the first to make a move when she was ready. Olivia didn't see Ryan as the kind of man who waited long or listened to anyone's advice but his own. Only time would tell. For Chloe's sake, Olivia hoped it would be soon. The girl was lost. Hopefully, the cafe would be a good distraction for her. "Hi everyone. I'm Alexis Harper. You can call me Lexi. My parents are local artists that travel all over the world to shows. I'm left here alone most of the time, but the good news is I want to go to art school after taking a year off. So here I am, the next famous artist of Hideaway Lake." Olivia clapped. She gave Lexi a bow. "You've added to our little group nicely. You omitted what you will be doing here." "Oh," she giggled at her own mistake. "I'm the daytime server who is hoping to make lots of tips." The others gave her a welcoming smile. She was full of energy and would be a positive influence to the others. Except Olivia sensed there was an underlying sadness that Lexi hid quite well. I'm Kayla Sawyer. I may as well tell you how old I am because every time I mention I have a 3-year-old, people round their eyes and can't believe it. I had Harper when I was 15. I know it was young and I made a bad decision, but now I'd never change it for the world. So, if you want to judge me for being a young single mom, then do it behind my back. I live for my daughter, and everything I earn here goes to provide for her. So, if you don't like it, stuff it because I'm not going anywhere. I need this job. Olivia laughed out loud. There you have it, folks. A single mom with an attitude. I liked you from the moment I met you, Kayla. Don't change for anyone. Olivia turned to the last girl. Hello, I'm Mia, the evening server. I don't need the money. Life sucks and I can't stand being at home, so here I am. Anything more you want to know about me, look it up. My parents are always in the news. You can't miss the entertainment they provide to the world. My parents are famous musicians. The reason Olivia hired Mia was not for her skills. She lacked a pleasant attitude and her eyes were dark and angry. But she also had a fighting spirit that fed fuel to a burning fire that Olivia didn't want to see put out. The girl needed a family. Badly. It was Olivia's hope that some good would come out of hiring her. Hopefully, Olivia hadn't made a mistake. We all have some sort of personal issues. Olivia began her speech, wanting to make it clear there would be no foul play during work hours. Instead, Mia had the whole team laughing hysterically. Why do you call this place Olivia's Cafe? It should be called the Misfit Cafe. Look at us and hear our stories. We're doomed. She hit the nail on the head. Every single person was hunched over laughing. Olivia glanced out the window, and the first thing she saw were 5 chairs around the fire pit. She knew at that moment what she'd use that area for. Everyone, turn around and look at the beach. Do you see the Adirondack chairs and fire pit on the beach? After several nods and grunts, she continued. That's our space. Our team. While you are in this building working, I want you to give me your best. If you need to walk away or have a few minutes to yourself, go there. It will be our space. I'll have an employee-only sign put up. Olivia knew in that moment that space was going to become much more than it appeared to be. Maybe this cafe was filled with misfits, but she was starting to realize that maybe this small cafe idea wasn't so bad after all. It may provide the healing her heart needed as well. Let's run over the plan for opening day one more time. I'd rather sit out there, Mia complained. Olivia smiled. When we're done. Mom, where are you? Olivia closed the screen door after running across the street and up the slight hill to the Hideaway Inn. She had promised to show her mother how to make steak with drunken mushrooms, one of her mother's favorites. Olivia had made it for a family meal when the bed and breakfast had first opened, and now her mother wanted to serve it for a special meal tonight. In the kitchen, Lorah called out. Olivia made her way through the empty parlor and dining room and entered through the kitchen door. It stood slightly ajar, probably so her mom would hear when someone came through the front door. Even though it was private and closed off to the guests, several times Olivia discovered her mother had invited a guest or two in her private space to have coffee or dessert in the kitchen instead of the dining area. That was her mom. She'd always make others feel as if they were at home. It may be a bed and breakfast to some, but her mother wanted the inn to feel like a place where her guests and visitors felt safe and comfortable. And they did. The reviews were phenomenal, and the place was always full. Hi, Mom. I'm here, finally. Lorah turned and smiled at her only daughter. I hate to take you away from prepping for your grand opening, but I'm stuck. Olivia stared at the mess on the stove and counter. She walked to the back door, pulled an apron from the hook on the wall, and tightened the ponytail on her head. Okay, Mom? You can't make drunken mushrooms like that. Did you follow the recipe I wrote down for you? Lorah blushed. She didn't answer, and Olivia didn't even have to look up to know her mother had not even glanced at the recipe. I was trying to remember how you made it. You did tell me. Olivia closed her eyes and shook her head. How much are you planning to make? Do you plan to feed everyone? The bed and breakfast was filled to capacity. Then it occurred to Olivia that her mother didn't serve supper, only breakfast and sometimes lunch. What was going on? Lorah Myers was standing with both hands on her hips. Olivia cringed. She was starting to realize how much she was like her mom, now that she was living so close to home again. Then she noticed her mom was biting her bottom lip. What? Her mother was a very confident woman, and this was not like her at all. Olivia went to her and gave her a hug. Okay, what is it? Lorah sighed. We know each other so well, don't we? We do. She took her mom's hands in hers. What are you afraid of, Mom? Lorah let go of her hands and turned to the window. She stood still for a moment while Olivia surveyed the mess she'd have to clean up. Olivia knew her mom needed a moment. Lorah turned and with worried eyes confessed. I'm making dinner for Joe and I tonight. The inn will be empty, since everyone is going to the opening of the amphitheater tonight. Free tickets were sent over earlier. Joe and I decided not to go, so I thought I'd make him a nice meal. Olivia knew her mother was good at cooking and should not have had so much difficulty with this rather simple meal. That's a nice gesture, Mom. Why did you call me then? Lorah shook her head. I'm a wreck. The inn has been running at full capacity for the last few weeks, and I haven't had a moment to myself. Not that I mind or am complaining, but when does one find time to date? Olivia smiled. You are supposed to go out to eat, Mother. Not spend the day cooking and making such a fuss. Am I the daughter here? Because I swear I should be the mother. Lorah laughed and moved across the room to embrace Olivia. You are so right. Except Joe has been working so hard on the plans for the mansion on the hill that he's had nothing but back-to-back meetings for the past few weeks. We haven't seen each other in so long, and when I asked him if he was taking care of himself, he admitted he'd been buying food at the local grocery store in the deli section or at the drive-thru. Pre-made food. So I offered to cook a good meal. And he wants to spend time with you alone. I get it, but men forget it takes time to prepare a good meal. Lorah shook her head. I started out well, but I'm overwhelmed today. I want it to be nice for him. It's really important. Olivia held up her hands. Never fear, Mom. I'm here now and can whip this up like nobody's business. Get out of the kitchen. Go to your space and take a relaxing bath. You deserve some time to yourself. I can't do that, Olivia. Of course you can, and you will. She began to move her mother towards the door that led into her private quarters. Go on. I insist. But what about your cafe? I'm sure you have tons of work to do for tomorrow's grand opening. Nope. Everything is finished. I whipped my team in shape, and we're ready to open. Now, if you will leave, Mother, I can get this done. Go on. Lorah slid through the door with a relieved look on her face. Olivia glanced over to the door a few times, thinking she'd try to come help, but to her relief, Lorah stayed put. Cooking always gave Olivia joy. This she can fix. A messy counter was easily cleaned up, and in no time she'd start over. Even the attempt at cooking was fixable, with a few tweaks. If only she could fix what had happened to her before she came home. If it were only that easy. Chapter 2. Lorah, you've outdone yourself, Joe told her, moving in for a kiss. He grazed her cheek with his own, and it felt so nice. When she turned to look at him, it gave her goosebumps as his eyes delved into her own. The passion she saw there was real. He dipped his head and found her mouth, giving her a sweet long kiss that surprised her. Then he folded her into his arms. I've missed you so much, he told her. They stood in an embrace for a few moments, not saying a word, just sharing the moment together. Lorah wrapped her arms around Joe and held him closer. I missed you too, Joe. We should sit and eat. The dining room table was set for two, with the lights low and a candle burning in the center. Even though a guest may walk in at any moment, Lorah had insisted they eat at a formal table. Olivia had wanted to set up a small bistro table from the covered porch in her own private quarters, but Lorah didn't think that would be appropriate. She liked Joe a lot, but doing something as bold as that, well, she wasn't ready for that kind of intimacy yet. Joe seemed reluctant to let go, as his arms reached to pull out a chair for Lorah. He was such a gentleman. Thank you, Joe. He sat down and gave her a huge smile. This smells so good. Steak with drunken mushrooms? I smelled it the moment I walked over the threshold. She took his plate and began to fill it from the covered platters. I know how you raved about it last time. You can thank Olivia for the meal. She told me never to admit it wasn't myself that did the cooking, but I am not taking the credit for this masterpiece. Ah, you twisted the chef's arm to cook for us tonight. I think you are brilliant, Lorah. I'm sure you are very busy with the inn. It appears to be at full capacity. Lorah smiled, setting a full plate in front of Joe. It is full, and usually it's quite chaotic this time of the evening. I was happy to accept the free tickets to the amphitheater for everyone. This will give us a chance to catch up. How have you been? He took her hand and lowered his head. In a moment, he told her. Joe gave a quick thanks and dug in with his fork. Closing his eyes, he leaned his head back, and Lorah watched in fascination. Olivia's food was superb, and the reaction to her cooking was always like this. Lorah took a bite and let it melt in her mouth. Olivia has outdone herself tonight. This is even better than before, Lorah announced. When she opened her eyes, Joe was nodding. I agree. Do you think Olivia will be happy running a small cafe? Lorah was worried about that too. I honestly don't know. Olivia was happy with her position at the traveling chef. Something had to have happened to make her leave a job like that, but she's not talking. Eventually, she'll open up. I'm just happy to have her close by. When she tires of the cafe, trust me, she'll let me know, but at least it will give me time to find someone to lease the space since I own the building. I didn't want to mention it, but with food like this, she'd be an asset to the mansion's dining services. Lorah giggled. Sir, are you trying to steal my chef? He leaned in a little closer, a huge grin on his handsome face. Yes, I think I am. Lorah and Joe dug into their meal as if they were famished. It wasn't long before the plates were empty. You will have to come to the grand opening tomorrow at the cafe. Perhaps I can convince you that she's an asset to the cafe for now, and not your well-to-do mansion on the hill. Joe frowned, and at first Lorah thought her teasing about the well-to-do mansion offended him. I wish I could come, but I have to meet up with an important individual. He may become my new business partner. Lorah was disappointed, but she understood. The mansion was Joe's baby right now. He had told her how he was going to slow down his life after it was built. She had a hard time believing any man at the moment, no matter how wonderful they seemed. She did have a tiny bit of faith that he was telling the truth, since he was having private quarters built in part of the old mansion and planned to stay in one place instead of jetting all over. At least that was his intention for the future. But Lorah didn't want to count on anything a man told her. Not yet. She was not ready. The mansion would bring more tourists here and provide jobs for a lot of residents in the area. They hadn't had anything new in Hideaway Lake for a long time. Most of the shops were mom-and-pop private shops that weren't really hiring. This mansion would provide another way to ramp up tourism in the winter too, when everything died off. A huge mansion like that would draw wealthy tourists here for a luxury spa weekend in the mountains. Joe's plans had been well thought out and would offer locals year-round work. She laid a hand over his, realizing she had to address him. I understand, even though I'll be terribly lonely without you by my side. Joe grinned. I promise to make it up to you. Although you've been quite busy yourself. I've called several times and your cell goes right to voicemail. You have? I'm sorry. I only check my cell phone for bookings. He laughed. It sounds like I have to book a room to get your attention these days. I'll have Madison put a special ring on my phone, then I'll know it's you calling. He placed a hand over hers. This is nice. I'm glad we didn't go to the theater tonight. I have coffee. Would you like to sit on the porch? Joe pushed back his chair. You don't have to ask me twice. Let me help you clean up. Lorah drew the line. No way, Joe. March on out to the porch. I'll have our coffee shortly. Lorah, let me help. If you don't go now, I'm locking up and sending you home. Yes, ma'am. He swung around and headed for the front door. Lorah laughed. It wasn't often she handed out orders, but she wanted Joe to relax. He had been working so hard, it was time to just sit back and enjoy the evening. She left the table as it was, and got 2 cups of coffee ready, along with a slice of Boston cream pie she bought at the local bakery. It wasn't hers, but she found that sometimes buying from other businesses helped to bring in business to her own place. Plus, having a variety of goods was essential in providing her guests the best this town had to offer. Letting the screen door slam, Lorah handed Joe his coffee just the way he liked it and surprised him with the pie. "I should have known you would have dessert. Thank you, darling." She froze for a moment when he called her that. Lorah didn't know why. Were they getting too comfortable with each other? She didn't want to be someone's darling. Nor did she want to take care of a man any longer. Look what happened with her marriage. All those years she stuck by him while her husband entertained his clients. She had behaved like a good wife as he expected her to, and then Kurt had replaced her without a thought. Not that she was comparing Joe to Kurt. He was nothing like her ex. Joe was kind and thoughtful and respectful of her feelings. He knew she was newly divorced and didn't push for anything more. At times they shared deep kisses and she saw he wanted more, but he never crossed a line that made her nervous. Until now. He must have noticed. After she sat down beside him on the settee, he turned to her. "Forgive me. I realize calling you darling is an endearment, but maybe you are not ready to hear that. It slipped out before I realized, if I'm to be honest." She closed her eyes for a second and nodded. "I'll admit it took me by surprise. I'm nervous about a relationship, even though I know in my heart you would not try to hurt me, Joe." He set his cup of coffee and plate on the small glass-top wicker table in front of the settee and turned to her. Taking her hands in his, Lorah felt the warmth eluding from his skin, giving her all of his attention, which made her feel like the most important person to him. "Lorah, I would never try to hurt you. I value our relationship, but sometimes I just want to kiss you and hold you and not stop." Lorah pulled away from his warm hands and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him close. "I feel the same way. I'm sorry to be such a problem." He held her in his arms. "You are never a problem to me, sorry." "Lorah, see how it slips out?" She sighed. "I guess there is nothing I can do about that. It actually sounds nice if I'm honest with myself and you. I'm sorry that such a simple word took me by surprise. I have a lot of stuff to work out. I hope you can be patient with me." Joe nuzzled her neck. "I'm a businessman. I know how to patiently wait for the right moment." "Before you go in for the kill," she teased. Lorah was so over it now, and she was okay with him calling her darling. Yet even as she told herself that, there was still a reluctance she was well aware of. Only time would make it better, she was sure. Joe tilted his head and smiled. "I care about you, Lorah. More than I've ever cared for anyone." "I know, Joe. You are so good for me." "Then let's have fun and take it one day at a time. Deal?" "Sounds like the deal of the century." He laughed, then pulled her in for a sweet kiss. "If I don't eat that slice of Boston cream pie, I'll never forgive myself." She sat back, content to sit alongside him while he enjoyed the dessert. Joe was her rock. He was tough, yet understanding, handsome, and seemed to accept her children even with all of their flaws. Lorah sighed. She got lucky. Even through all the turmoil of a divorce after all these years, she was blessed to have Joe come into her life. What did it matter if he called her darling? She was truly a lucky woman. Cole sat beside Madison, a blanket between them and the ground. They were sitting under a shade tree, away from the public beach area. It was far enough away for privacy, and yet close enough to watch the big screen playing on the beach. Madagascar was keeping the kids enthralled as they were all stretched out on blankets on the sand. Parents' cell phones were lit up like little fireflies buzzing in the darkness. It was a relaxing atmosphere this evening. During the summer months, Hideaway Lake had free movie night on the beach every week. Cole had been so pleased when Madison suggested they attend. Madison looked at him and smiled. Cole knew in that instant he was in love with her. It had happened so fast it made his head spin. She was everything he'd ever want in a woman. Where Sherri had been too clingy, Madison worked for herself as an assistant in her own business and also at the Historical Society. Her passion for history showed in her eyes when she spoke of the area. Cole found old homes and their past fascinating. He was even thinking about making a purchase near the lake. Some of the architecture of the historical homes in Hideaway Lake were exactly what he loved. When he realized Madison was into the same thing as he was, it made it easier to relate to her. At first, he was reluctant to date because of his past experience with Sherri. But now, he wanted to be with Madison more than he ever wanted to be with any other woman. He knew his mom would allow him to continue to stay at the cabin he was currently living in, but eventually, he wanted his own place. His days of working on the road were over. Cole knew Hideaway Lake was where he was going to settle down. Hopefully, it was with Madison by his side. Except, it was way too early in their relationship to mention that. Not yet. Not until he knew Sherri was able to handle life on the outside. He felt somewhat guilty when she walked into the river, trying to drown herself. He hadn't known she'd do such a thing. Sure, he knew how unstable she was, but walking into the lake had taken everyone by surprise. In some way, he felt as if he had strung her along. Not being honest from the beginning was troubling his soul. She kept talking about their future together, while they had only dated a few times. He had let her talk on, thinking she would settle down and realize he wasn't that serious. Little did he realize just how serious she had been. He may not be able to forgive himself for his part in her misery, but at least he'd be able to make sure she was fixed. So, before he would ask Madison for any long-term commitment, he had to be able to correct the past and let it go. Deep in thought, her sweet voice sung out over the loudspeakers in the distance. He leaned closer and bumped shoulders. Yeah, I was thinking about you and me. Her eyes lit up at his words. She didn't hide that she was interested in him. At first she had been shy, but now she was bold and outspoken. What exactly were you thinking about that would interrupt a Madagascar movie? Cole grinned. How beautiful you are, that's what I was thinking about. She probably blushed, but he couldn't tell since it was dark, and she had turned her head away. Oh Cole, you are a charmer. Want some popcorn? He dug in, pulling a handful from the container they got at the snack stand when they arrived. Chin up, he popped a kernel in the air, catching each one with his mouth. Thanks for suggesting this movie tonight, Madison. I'm enjoying sitting here with you. Me too. He wanted to kiss her, but she kept turning away as if she knew he wanted to kiss her. Why did she do that? Was she really that shy, or was she keeping her distance for a reason? He wanted her to know how much she meant to him, and being this close to her, it was hard not to touch her or kiss her. The question was, did she? Madison? She slowly turned her head. What? She asked, her voice low and soft. It made him lean in a little closer. I want to kiss you. She giggled. You have a mouth full of popcorn. Do you normally kiss like that? He never swallowed his popcorn so fast in his life. Picking up the soda by his side, he took a long slug and set it back down, moving closer. He was going to kiss her now. Right now, and nothing was going to stop him. Except a kernel of popcorn got lodged in his throat at that very moment. Cole began to cough so loud, some of the kids began to grumble as parents looked his way. Cole, what's wrong? Madison stared at him with huge eyes and realized at once that he was choking on popcorn. She stood, then began to pound on his back. It was such an unladylike move, and yet the power behind her swing immediately unlodged the stuck kernel of popcorn. I'm okay now, he grunted, noticing how no one in the near distance was staring at the screen, but watching him. He lifted a hand and waved. I'm fine. Back to the movie. Luckily, everyone forgot about the almost drastic moment right away and went back to the screen. He sighed. I'm sorry to draw all that attention, but thank you for saving me. Madison sat back down, a little closer than before. I was ready to do the Heimlich maneuver next. What happened? He grinned. Promise not to laugh? She nodded. I wanted to kiss you so badly that I tried to swallow the popcorn too fast, and it sure backfired on me. Madison didn't say anything at first. Cole was starting to feel really stupid. Who does that? Then a slow smile curled her lips and she laughed out loud. Oh Cole, you are one adorable man. Her arms went around him and she pulled him closer. She drew him in and placed a kiss on his mouth in one swift move. Cole was quite surprised and pleased. They broke apart a few minutes later. Cole could see the blush quite clearly across her cheeks. He pushed her hair back and leaned his forehead against hers. I sure do like you a lot, Madison. Ditto. Thoughts of Sherri and helping her were long forgotten when he looked into this woman's eyes. This was where he wanted to be. Right beside Madison. Cole had tried to keep it quiet, but now he wanted to shout to the rooftops that he was in love with Madison. Yet it was too soon, wasn't it? She liked him, he knew, because she just said so. And yet he couldn't form the words. He didn't want her running off faster than a coyote chasing a rabbit. He'd wait for the perfect moment to tell her how he felt. Cole would not take the chance of losing her. Lorah lit a citronella candle and leaned back to relax for a while longer. Noises from the amphitheater echoed in the evening as couples strolled past the inn. A few guests came back from the theater, ready to retire for the evening after spending a few moments chatting on the porch with her. Joe had gone back to the Americana, one of Lorah's cottages she owned. He was leasing it for the time being, at least until he was ready to move into the mansion when it was completed. There was still a ton of work to be done, according to Joe, and he didn't want to get in their way by moving in too soon. He had paid for the cottage until the end of the year, which was a big help to Lorah. Probably more than he realized. Lorah had always been used to a healthy savings account when she was married, but that was long gone, along with Kurt. Still, she'd rather have a paltry savings than be married to someone who cheated on her with a younger woman who was their accountant. Lorah was still not over the burn of being made a fool of, and it hurt deeply. But time was a great healer, and she was slowly feeling like it didn't matter quite so much. With Joe around, it hurt even less. Two shadows were coming down the street, a bit too far to see who it was, taking up the middle of the road. Then Lorah smiled to herself. They were heading her way. "Get out of the road, you two." "We're taking advantage of the empty roads," Sherri told her. "Everyone is at the theater. The place is packed. I brought wine." "Come on up," Lorah told them. She wondered how much was left in the bottle. Holly and Sherri both looked like they had their fill. Holly sat in the wicker chair beside the settee while Sherri plopped down beside Lorah, where Joe had been previously. She handed the bottle to Lorah, who declined. "What? No wine? Are you pregnant?" Lorah laughed. "I had some chamomile and lavender tea, so I don't want anything that will ruin my relaxed state." Holly shrugged and held out her hand for the bottle. Sherri complied. "Fine with us, Lorah. We're buzzed, so we won't mind if you don't want to share this moment with us." "What moment?" "Well, Sherri has declared herself in love." Lorah grinned. She knew Sherri and Ryan had a thing going and was hoping Sherri would settle down with him. "Congrats are in order then?" Sherri shook her head. "I am not in love, as Holly put it. I'm in love with having a man kind of love. I refuse to fall in love." Lorah and Holly looked at each other and rolled their eyes at the same time. The light from the candle flickered across their faces. While Sherri tried to deny being in love with Ryan, it was clear to them she fell hard and fast. "There's no sense in trying to tell a lawyer something she doesn't want to hear," she told Holly, who agreed wholeheartedly. "Wait just a minute, you two. The reason I went to the theater tonight was to get away from Ryan, who wanted to come along. As a matter of fact, I ditched him tonight to be with Holly." "You didn't tell Lorah why you ditched him, and then informed me you were falling for him." Lorah was trying hard to follow the conversation. She shook her head. "Sherri, why would you ditch him? I thought the two of you were a good thing." Sherri sighed and leaned back, placing her head against Lorah's shoulder. "We are an awesome thing. He's wonderful to me and so much fun. So much fun. But he can't just come out of the blue like he did earlier." "What happened?" Holly spoke up. "He stopped by on his way home from work while Sherri was on the phone with a big client. They were on speakerphone and he walked into her office with a huge bouquet of flowers, set them on her desk, pulled her into his arms, and gave her a wild, ravaging kiss while her client was on the other line." Lorah's eyes popped open. That had to be horrible for Sherri, who wanted her clients to take her seriously. Sherri always said it was harder for a woman to be believed than a man, and she fought that every day. Even in today's world. Lorah placed a hand over her mouth in case she'd burst out laughing. Poor Sherri, but she knew that wasn't all of it since Sherri never drank on a Thursday night, especially when she had court the next day. Right now, Lorah was betting she'd walk into court in the morning with a hangover the size of the state of Pennsylvania. "Tell her the rest, Sherri." Holly pulled the bottle from Sherri's hands without an argument. "He told me he loved me." The fear in Sherri's voice was obvious for those who knew her. By day, she was a tough attorney who made sure she won every case possible. Now she was 3 sheets to the wind because a man told her he loved her. "What did you tell him?" Lorah asked gently. Love was not a subject that Sherri spoke of well. Her husband had died a few years prior. He had died of heart trouble, and Sherri still blamed herself for not being there the day he fell over in their home. Sherri had made a vow to the world that she'd never fall in love because it was too painful and there was too much guilt that went along with being in love. "I told him to get out." "Did he go?" She let out a big sigh. "He did, but not before he picked me up and kissed me so hard that I thought I'd faint. I'll never forget the look in his eyes when he told me." Sherri hesitated. "Told you what?" Sherri spit it out. "He told me that I loved him too, and when I realized it, he'd be back." Lorah was impressed. "He sure knows how to handle you. I always liked Ryan." "I'm done. He can't do this to me," Sherri announced. "Sometimes it doesn't matter what we want," Lorah told her. Holly nodded. "Agree. Sometimes you have to do what is right in your heart, no matter the consequences." Sherri sat up and took the bottle from Holly's hand. "That doesn't make sense, Holly. Why would I do that? I'm fine just the way things stand. Ryan was a fun guy. He made me laugh, but when he starts that love business, it's time to part ways. He told you he'd be back if you change your mind." "I won't," Sherri vowed. "You may think differently in the morning without the booze to make you so brave." Lorah had to agree. "Sherri, I agree with Holly. Why give him up if you really like him? Give yourself some time and enjoy your life. It's been good to you." Sherri shook her head so hard she raised a hand to her head. "That hurts. I better get home." "I'll walk you home," Holly offered. Her shop and second-floor apartment weren't far away. "I'll walk along with the two of you," Lorah told them, getting up first to help Sherri from the settee. It was good she did, since Sherri was about ready to topple back down. Lorah and Holly held Sherri up as they went down the trail towards her home, nearest to the lake. There was a long trail that led right past her house, and Holly admitted she was glad Lorah came along. "Otherwise, I may have just crashed at Sherri's place. There are eyes in the woods." Lorah didn't doubt that. She'd seen deer peeking from around trunks of trees and even wolves at times from her front porch. They were pretty deep in the wooded area. At least the trail was lit up every so often. Someone had thought of adding LED lights along the trail. After they tucked in Sherri and she reached the bed and breakfast, Lorah stared at her new home before going inside. This wasn't exactly the life she chose, but maybe it had chosen her. She was content and happy so far, even if it was quite madness at times. The chaos kept her mind from thinking too much. It had been a long day. She took one last look at the lake as the moon shimmered over the top of the water. Darkness surrounded her, even while faraway voices from the amphitheater echoed through the air. She loved this place and was glad her friend Sherri had fought so hard for her to keep it. Lorah hoped that Rebecca May was looking down and proud of what she'd accomplished so far. Chapter 3. Olivia gave a last-minute check around the dining area. Everything looked perfect. The napkin holders, along with salt and pepper shakers, were in their place, along with a jukebox on every booth against the wall. Even though it was a casual dining room, Olivia wanted the whole room to look well-organized and clean. She was determined to make it the best cafe in Hideaway Lake. Well, actually it was the only cafe in the lake area. Even so, Olivia did nothing halfway. The dining room was left intact from origin, with the same metal tables and chairs from yesterday's era that were refurbished by a local business. The booths against one wall gave the ambiance of a 50s diner. When a customer came in, she wanted everyone to feel at home, just like in her mother's bed and breakfast. That kind of atmosphere was most important to the experience she wanted each person crossing the threshold to have. "Okay, everyone, gather around. It's almost time to open the doors." She had her full staff come in early, offering a bonus to those staff members who would stay longer. "I'm so nervous," Kayla, the single mom, mentioned. Olivia tried to reassure her that everything would be fine. "The customers who come in here are looking for food and a pleasant experience. The regulars will be watching you closely, but smile and they will smile back, I promise. If you get overwhelmed, go to the kitchen, regroup, and get back to it. No one is perfect, but you better give it all you got, girl. You ready?" The rest of the team clapped and nodded their heads. Olivia saw the nervousness in their eyes, but once she opened the doors, they'd get so busy no one would remember how awful they felt at first. Customers were already lined up outside, making her staff even more nervous now that they saw just how many people would be coming in at once. Chef Missy stepped out from the back with a spatula in her hand. "Remember, kids, if we have a spectacular shift, we will end the day at the fire pit with something delicious made just for you." Everyone seemed pleased. Olivia nodded to her chef. She had approved the request earlier, liking the fact Missy wanted to give the staff incentives to do a good job. Missy was going to be a good influence for this group. Olivia wasn't nervous at all. This was mild compared to the hundreds of meals she made for high-end clients. Maybe Olivia was immune to it all, except for that one client that she tried hard to push to the back of her mind. She had to force herself to forget about that time in her life. It kept coming back to her, causing her heart to ache and pound so hard she was sure someone walking by would hear it. Olivia sighed. This was not the time to delve into the past. She walked to the front door, flipping the closed sign to open, and turned the brass lock. "Everyone ready?" she asked her team one last time. The door flung open, and the customers didn't hesitate to come inside. Before they knew what had occurred, the cafe's tables and the stools at the counter were all filled. Olivia was going to have to take orders and keep the crowd happy. For those of you who have not been seated yet, there are a few tables on the front porch if you'd like to dine there. 4 young couples went through the door. "Mia, can you take care of the front porch dining?" For the next 3 hours, the place was crammed with customers. Olivia knew it would not be this way on a daily basis, but even if it was, she'd welcome the business. When the crowd slowly thinned out, Olivia made her way to the kitchen to give her chef a break. "Chef Missy, go take 15. "Well deserved," she added before Missy had a chance to refuse. "Yes, Chef Olivia." They had a conversation about this before the cafe opened. Olivia had made it clear to her that she did not want Missy to work straight through her shift, since that's when mistakes were made. Olivia did everything for a reason, and that was to make the cafe the best in the area. She intended to give the cafe the best reputation of its kind. Olivia threw another apron over her head, tied it around her waist, and checked the orders, her skilled hands setting up the grill for a large order that just came in. Mia peeked her head around the doorway. "Your mother sent over a large group from the Hideaway Inn. They all want the same thing, mushroom burgers with your special sauce and baskets of French fries." "Perfect. My mother is wonderful. I hope she shows up." Olivia knew her mom bragged up the burgers to make it easier on the cooking today. Olivia set about getting the order ready and helped take out the plates herself. There was a large group of 8 sitting together on the porch, 2 tables pushed side by side. She handed out the burgers and placed 2 large baskets of fries in the center for sharing. "Thank you, dear." One woman spoke up. "You're welcome. Are you enjoying your stay at Hideaway Lake?" "Yes, and call me Helen." She went around the table introducing the others as well. "We are staying at the Hideaway Inn, which I understand your mother owns. When she told us that we get a discount if we come here, we were all in. Weren't we, ladies?" The others nodded their heads and began to eat, ignoring Helen. Moans drifted in between taking bites. "This is delicious," one of the ladies mentioned. "It is magnificent." "Ooh la la, just fabulous," a tiny woman sporting a feathered hat said. Helen took over the conversation as the others went back to their food. "We appear to be a regular group of little old ladies, don't we?" Olivia was amused. She nodded. "Well, we are officially the ladies of the night." "The what?" "I still don't like to be called that," one of the ladies at the table mumbled. "It's not the proper term. Why can't we be the ladies with red hats or something like that?" "Because we don't wear red hats," the woman who was introduced as Catherine called out, a huge wad of food in her cheek. Helen blinked. "Besides, there is a group by that name." She turned back to Olivia. "We actually appear to be ladies just traveling together as tourists, but we all have one common thread." "And what is that?" Olivia asked, nodding to Mia to fill up their empty cups with the full pot of coffee she was holding. "We hunt for paranormal activity." Olivia raised a brow. "You are ghost hunters?" Helen let out a deep sigh. I'm not sure if you want to call us ghost hunters, since that term is quite worn. We like to be something different. We look for phenomena that is quite beyond the norm, something that even science cannot explain. Olivia was not going to laugh. Helen was a sweet, serious lady, and if they wanted to spend their time ghost hunting, then she shouldn't try to hide it. I think what you are doing is wonderful. The small lady that was smashed in between two others piped up. We drink wine too. Lots of wine. The others laughed at her admission, a few of them sporting red cheeks. They were certainly from a different generation. You may want to check in with Madison from the Historical Society. She can tell you if any of the places in the area have been known to spot paranormal activity. Plus, she can also recommend a few wine tasting tours in the area. Oh, that would be nice. Thank you, dear. Helen turned from Olivia and bit into her sandwich, causing others at the table to stare when she moaned. This is wonderful. Olivia excused herself and hurried back to the kitchen. Those little ladies were quite a handful. She had a feeling they would be here for another meal from the looks of things, which made Olivia more than happy. Business from the Hideaway Inn would be steady, so she had that to count on since everyone loved a discount. Locals would stop by for coffee and breakfast in the morning, and there would be drifters from the beach during the day. In the evening, tourists and regulars would be here for dinner. She had plenty of specials for that time slot. Things would hopefully run like clockwork. Olivia prayed she wouldn't become bored with the routine until she reminded herself why she was here in the first place. The life you led before was filled with heartache and pain. Let it go. This is exactly what you need right now. Did you say something? Chef Missy asked. Olivia hadn't realized she spoke out loud. She was concentrating so hard on making her thoughts disappear, she never saw Missy return from break. I was talking to myself, she admitted. I can take over, Chef Olivia. Thanks, I do think I need a break. I saw your mother on the front porch with the little ladies just a moment ago, Missy told her. I'll have some lunch with her. Olivia made them each a grilled chicken salad and carried the 2 plates to the front porch. She sat them down at a table for 2 in the far corner, where it was more private. Lorah Myers let out a long sigh and sat down across from Olivia. How is the grand opening going, love? It's busy, Mom. I'm loving it so much. Thank you for this. Offering to give discounts to my guests helps a lot. I was doing more cooking than I had wanted to. Now I can get back to running the inn and not spending all day in the kitchen. All you have to do is put out a small spread in the morning with coffee and beverages. Send them to me for lunch and dinner. I wonder where my brother is. He said he'd be here today. Cole went to see if Madison can get some time off to have lunch here, and Joe is bringing me for supper tonight. I can't wait. They dug into their salad and spent the time talking away. That will be nice. I sense a glow about you when you speak of Joe. Has it gotten serious between you two? No, not yet. We're taking it one step at a time. It's too soon for anything more. Some people may think it is too soon to have another relationship, but if Joe makes you happy, then you should be happy. After all the heartache Dad caused, I can't imagine what you are truly feeling. Thanks, dear. I'll be just fine. My life has taken a different turn, but right now this is all I need or want. Joe is a great guy. We like each other a lot, and if anything else happens, I'll let you know. Maybe, she teased. Mother, I don't want to know anything about your love life. Only if you are happy. Lorah laughed. Olivia let out a sharp breath. I heard that Tammy closed up her accounting firm and left town. Lorah's fork froze right before she stabbed a slice of chicken. She left Kurt? It appears so. Tammy's staff at the accounting firm was not too happy since all their jobs were lost. She packed up and left with the guy from Philly. The rich guy from Philly. It was money she wanted all along. A huge smile crossed Lorah's face. Thank you. You just made my day. Olivia smiled too. She still loved her dad, even though she was always angry with him. But payback was well-deserved in this case, and didn't he know the rules? When you cheat, it usually comes back to haunt you, Olivia told her mother. In this case, it sure has. Karma bites hard. Olivia sat with her staff around the fire pit. She flipped off her shoes and ran her bare feet through the sand, kicking back in one of the wooden Adirondack chairs. Her full staff was here except for Kayla, who had to pick up her daughter Harper before it got too late. "We did a great job tonight, team," Olivia told them. The bonus was Chef Missy's New York-style cherry cheesecake. "I mean, my belly is so full of the sweet deliciousness, I can't move." Mia rubbed her stomach for good measure. "Thank you, Mia. I have to admit, Chef Olivia showed me how to make it. There's a fine trick to getting it so creamy." "Whatever. It was so good." Mia leaned back and closed her eyes. Olivia wondered if the girl ever had attention like this before. Mia mentioned earlier she didn't want to go home, which was understandable when two parents constantly fought. Olivia would take a look at giving her some extra hours. Lexi stood. "I'm going to head over to my house. You can come with if you want, Mia. My parents are in Los Angeles at some show for the next week, and it is pretty quiet there most of the time. We have a hot tub too." "You sure?" Mia stood up. "I'd have to let my parents know. I can walk home with you to tell them and get clothes. It's not that far, is it?" Olivia hadn't realized most of her staff lived so close. But growing up in the area, she never really paid attention to who her grandmother's neighbors were. All Olivia had wanted to do back then was leave the area to become a famous chef. Her grandmother had always encouraged her, helping her make dishes when she spent the night there. It brought a smile to her face at the memories. "See you both in the morning." The two walked off, leaving Missy, Chloe, and Olivia sitting around the fire. Its flame was starting to die out until Chloe picked up another piece of wood and threw it in. An instant whoosh caused the fire to flicker and rise up, lighting up the area. "Chloe, where are you living?" "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to," Olivia mentioned. She wasn't sure why, but Chloe was very fragile right now. Olivia didn't want her to flee without meeting her father and getting to know him. Chloe took a pointy stick and stirred some ashes along the edge of the pit. She motioned towards the bed and breakfast. "I'm in one of the cottages behind your mother's place. My aunt has a summer cottage there she hardly goes to anymore, so she let me move in for now." "We are glad you are here," Olivia added. Chloe stared hard. "Are you wanting to know when I'm going to see my father?" "Because everyone else wants to know. I get a call every day from my mom, and I'm at the point where I don't want to answer." Olivia wanted to lie to her, but that was not her style. "I'm curious, yes. On the other hand, it's none of my business. The fact is, Chloe, I like you and hope you stick around long enough to get to know Ryan. He's a pretty good guy, in my opinion." "Thanks, but I'll be the judge of that." Olivia heard the anger in her voice. She didn't blame Chloe. Olivia leaned front. "Look, I know it's not any business of mine, but I have a sister that was adopted. She's about ready to go looking for her biological parents. I'm sure she knows how you feel, even though it's a bit different. She'll be here soon, so if you need someone to talk to, don't be afraid to reach out. Her name is Bailey, and you will see her around." Chloe nodded, but didn't acknowledge if she'd take the advice. Olivia didn't want to push her anymore. She was known to run when under pressure. "I better get home and check in on my mother." Chef Missy got up and brushed off her skirt. "It's been a long day, but I think we did an excellent job." "I agree. Is your cousin still going to be able to help you tomorrow? I'd love it if you can come in again at the same time." "Yes, we planned for Cousin Melanie to be here all week. She's leaving on Saturday, but I can stay all day for the rest of the week." Olivia nodded. "Wonderful. Thank you for a job well done. I'll walk with you, Chef Missy. I live a street up from your house." The two walked home, leaving Olivia sitting by the fire, her head leaning back as she stared at the water. There was only a half moon tonight, so the darkness across the lake engulfed the area. Olivia loved to spend time watching the water. It soothed her soul for some reason. A slow tear fell down her cheek. She swiped it away and frowned. What made her think of that time in her life again was beyond reason. Why wasn't she able to forget? She took in a deep breath and stood. It was time to extinguish the fire and go inside. Tomorrow will be another busy day. This was her life, and she was going to enjoy and embrace every single moment of it, no matter what. "Lorah?" The voice she knew and despised so well echoed through the parlor. She was in the kitchen, clearing up the dishes from this morning. A few guests who slept in came down and had some of her coffee and bagels. There were only a few plates this morning, thanks to the cafe being the alternate place to go for a hearty breakfast. Offering her guests a nice discount saved Lorah from setting out a large amount of food. Now all she had to do was set out beverages, bagels, oatmeal, and some fresh fruit. She threw off her apron and hurried out to the parlor. There was no way he was allowed to walk through her house. Not now, not ever. She met him at the entrance to the parlor. "Kurt, what are you doing here?" Lorah knew her voice was not friendly, but it was not her fault. He stood at the entrance on an antique braided rug, his hands deep in his pockets. His shoulders were stooped and he looked up when she spoke. "Hi, Lorah. What do you want, Kurt?" She had no intention of socializing with the man who destroyed their life after 30 years. Forgiveness was not in the picture yet. Why should it be? He shifted from one foot to the other. "I know that tone, Lorah. Will you just hear me out?" She shook her head, took a step closer, and pointed a finger at him. "You cannot and will not come into my home at your will. If you want to speak to me, you make an appointment." He looked confused. "Why would I have to do that? You are right here in this house all day long. Tell me you don't have time to talk to me?" How dare he? "What do you think I'm doing, sitting around knitting a scarf? Get out, Kurt. Right now before I call the police and have you removed." He held up his hands. "Can we please call a truce? I want to speak to you about Bailey." "Why didn't you call first?" "I didn't think it would be a big deal to stop by." "It is a big deal. I don't want you in here." He glanced around the parlor. "The place hasn't changed much." "How would you know? You never came to visit your mother unless you were forced to." "I mean it, Kurt. If you have something to talk to me about, go out to the porch. I'll meet you there in a few minutes. I have work to do." She turned and went back in the kitchen, making a show of slamming the door that never closes completely. Lorah let out a long, frustrated sigh. She knew why he was here. It wasn't Bailey he wanted to discuss. She'd bet it had something to do with him. Lorah dished her cell out of her back pocket to call Sherri. She held her breath, then set it down when her friend didn't answer. Sherri was probably in court or with a client. Lorah took her time cleaning up the dishes, hoping he'd get impatient and leave. She knew Kurt well. He didn't stick around long if things were not going in his favor. After 10 minutes, Lorah made her way to the porch. Sherri would have called her back if she saw the phone, so instead of listening to her attorney and ignoring him, she wanted to know what he wanted. He was still there, standing with his hands still deep in his pockets. She stepped outside, making a loud noise as she let the screen door slam. "What do you want, Kurt? If you are deliberately trying to upset me, then you can forget it. What I have to say is too important." She stared. Hard. He was still tall and handsome, except her taste in men like him declined drastically when he cheated on her with a younger woman. If there had been any love or adoration left, it died the day he told her he was leaving. Why he'd want to come here, she didn't know. "What I am doing is running a bed and breakfast. I am busy these days, Kurt. You don't get to question why or how I spend my days. I'm no longer under your control." "Control? You were never under my control. You had a great life, all the money you wanted to spend on expensive clothes. Look at you, still wearing the things I paid for. Do I need to go back inside and lock my doors? Because I am about to call Sherri to have a restraining order placed." He held up his hand. "No, don't do that. I'm the laughingstock of this town right now. That's why I am here." "Why are you the laughingstock of Hideaway Lake, Kurt?" But he didn't have to answer. Lorah knew why. He left his own family for a younger woman, then the younger woman left Kurt for a richer man a few months after they moved in together. Of course the locals made fun of him and talked about it. "You know why. Everyone knows Tammy left town with an old flame." He didn't even sound upset that she left. "What do you want? You said it was about Bailey." He nodded, taking a step closer. Lorah took a step back. Her hands flew to her waist, a warning sign that caused Kurt to stop dead in his tracks. He shook his head. "I need to get my reputation back. There's a huge contract coming up, and the seller is hesitating because of all the controversy surrounding me. The owner is very conservative and frowns upon my lifestyle. Look, if I get this deal, I won't ever have to bother you again." It will be more than a man like me would dream of owning. It's all about profits for you, isn't it, Kurt? You've thrown away your whole family, including the woman who raised you, for money. That wasn't a question, and he knew it. Even so, the look on his face explained everything. He didn't look one bit sorry that he caused others pain. It's what I do best, Lorah. I am good at my work. She nodded. I know, and you allowed it to consume your whole life. When you didn't need a family any longer, you pushed us aside. Since you thought you were well established, you decided to cheat on me with a woman who would look better at your side. Plus, she had a business that you could utilize to your benefit. Having an accountant for a partner made sense then. Now what will you do? I will close this deal and you will inform Bailey not to start digging up the past. His words stunned Lorah. What? Kurt nodded, his face angry. She wants to look for her biological parents. While I think it is a good idea and would never stop her, right now is not the time to do it. You will have to speak to her. Tell her to wait until I close this deal. This is the one I've been waiting all of my life for. I don't need someone running all over town asking questions about what happened 20 years ago, especially with my last name being involved. Lorah was speechless. Her mouth would not even move to respond to him. He stared at her, and when she didn't respond, he turned away. I mean it, Lorah. You have a talk with her. I can't have her messing this up for me. If she shuts her mouth for a few more months, I'll buy her a car. Any car she wants. Make sure she does. Lorah stared angrily as he walked through the gate. Her hands fisted together, and she knew her mouth was hanging wide open. She glared at Kurt as he got in his car. As he drove off, something caught her attention from the corner of her eye. She turned to see Joe driving by. He wore a confused look on his face, but he waved anyway. She didn't even wave back. That's how disturbed her emotions were. Lorah cringed when she realized Joe just watched her talking to her ex. What had Joe thought when she didn't acknowledge him? She did not want to lose her friendship with him because of Kurt. Her hand swung to her pocket and she pushed the numbers on her cell. He answered after one ring. Hello, Lorah. Joe. Hi. I'm sorry I didn't wave. I understand. If you don't want your ex to know anything about our friendship, Lorah, it's okay with me. His voice sounded dreadfully disappointed. I'd never hide our friendship, Joe. I wasn't trying not to wave to you. Oh dear. Look, I have to call Sherri. Can you stop by later this evening? I am a bit. I'll try to. Although, I have a bunch of meetings all day. Bye, Lorah. Why did his goodbye sound so final? Did she do or say something wrong besides making her words sound so ridiculous? He must think the worst of her right now. What would she think if she found him standing on a porch as his ex was leaving? The relationship between her and Joe was a sweet friendship, nothing too serious. They pretty well understood that about each other. Yet he looked totally surprised and she didn't blame him after all he knew about her ex. She told Joe everything that Kurt had done to her family. She hoped he'd come by later so she could explain. Right now, she needed to talk to Sherri. She had Sherri and Holly in a group message and began to type like a madwoman. Can we meet at the cafe in 10? Sherri responded within minutes. I'll be there. Ditto. Holly texted right after Sherri. Chapter 4. Sherri ran a brush through her disheveled hair. Stop that right now. I have to go. Her giggles sounded ridiculous when he grabbed a hold of her by the waist. Sherri was standing in front of the mirror and caught Ryan watching her when she looked up. His hands were slowly moving in a direction she knew would cause her to be late. I missed you, he told her. I'm glad you are no longer mad at me, and I promise never to use that word again. I think we had too much wine that night. His look was so intent, she wanted to turn in his arms and give back to him all the pleasures he bestowed upon her. Except she was needed by her best friend. Men come and go, her mind reminded her. They die or leave or even cheat. Best friends are always there for each other, through all the rocky paths of life's journeys. I missed you too. I do forgive you as long as you don't say those words to me, ever. But this is important. Lorah needs me. He let his arms fall away and took a step back. I get it, Sherri. I have to go to work. He made it halfway across the room before he turned, gave her a hard stare, and strolled back to her like a Viking god on a mission. Ryan slammed his mouth on hers and left her breathless before turning around and walking out the door. I'll see you tonight. She slumped to the chair. Ryan Case, you did that on purpose. A smile crossed her face thinking of their night together. He had stopped by last night to apologize for what he said. It hadn't taken longer than 2 minutes to forgive him before they fell into each other's arms. What a night it had been. She jumped up to take a quick look in the mirror. If she didn't hurry, she'd be late getting to the cafe, and it sounded like Lorah needed her friends right now. The Jeep's tail end disappeared around the corner of her private drive as she got in her car and headed to the cafe. Lorah seemed really upset. Following the Jeep, which was driving right past the cafe, she beeped at Ryan before turning into the parking lot. Sherri didn't bother to lock her door as she made her way inside the cafe. Most of the time it was peaceful and serene in Hideaway Lake. Even though there were plenty of tourists in the area, she never felt the need to lock up her car. Most of the locals felt the same way. Olivia was standing behind the counter. Follow me, she told Sherri. They walked out the same door Sherri entered and started across the patio. Where are we going? My private hangout, Olivia told her. She pointed towards some large tropical plants and a white screen that blocked out an area of the beach. Cole brought me the plants and screen the other day, and it's perfect for a private area for my employees. That's why you see the employees only sign there. When they went through the small opening behind one of the tropical trees, Sherri nodded to Holly, who got there before she did. Of course, there was no man like Ryan in Holly's life to escape first thing in the morning. Lorah and Holly were sitting in Adirondack chairs around a metal fire pit. What's going on? She asked, taking a seat beside Holly. Lorah was visibly upset. I don't know. Sherri, who was usually calm during a crisis, snapped before realizing it. What do you mean, you don't know? You called me out of the blue for this. She regretted the words the moment Lorah looked at her with such a confused, sad face. Oh, Lorah, I'm sorry. Something is surely wrong. What is it? Holly began twisting her fingers nervously together and answered for Lorah. Kurt stopped by the inn. What? No wonder she was a mess. Sherri stood, dishing her phone out of her back pocket. She began to make a call. Lorah spoke up. Hang up, Sherri. He won't listen to anyone. Sherri shook her head and lifted her pointer finger in the air. Hello, Kurt. This is the only call you receive before you get a legal document. Do not go near the Hideaway Inn or anywhere near Lorah unless you are invited. I'm not even going to give you another warning. Do I make myself clear? She didn't bother to listen to his answer, since the tone of his voice told Sherri she interrupted him from something important. It didn't matter. He had been warned. Is that legal for you to do that? Lorah asked. Sherri shrugged. I made a call as your friend, not your attorney. The next one will be as your attorney. Now, do you want to tell me what happened? Why did he get you this upset? It's clear you are not happy with what he told you. As Lorah explained, Sherri's mood darkened even more. Her friend had enough to deal with. I doubt putting a PFA on him will be granted since he didn't threaten or try to hurt you. Unfortunately, the fact is, you have children together. Holly spoke up. He can't order her what to do. He hasn't done anything against the law. Asking you to keep Bailey from trying to find her biological parents isn't a crime. I'm wondering why he is so adamant about this. It's strictly selfish of him. He has a huge deal going on, the deal of a lifetime. He's afraid if she goes snooping around, it will draw too much attention in small-town America and to the business he is trying to acquire. Then the owners will back out. Sherri frowned. Did he say what business he wants to purchase? Lorah shook her head. I have no clue. It's typical Kurt, trying to buy up all the big commercial properties in the area and beyond. Sherri tapped a long fingernail against her cheek. It shouldn't be hard to find out. Dishing out her phone again, Sherri made a call to her assistant. Kira, do me a favor and look up commercial properties within a 50-mile radius of Hideaway Lake. I'll hold. She tucked the phone against her neck. Kira can get into the MLS system since she sells real estate part-time. She's such an asset. Lorah closed her eyes, opened them, and gave Sherri a confused look. I can understand he wants the seller to think he is this upstanding model citizen. He's been that way all of his life. He wants them to think he has a perfect life. What I don't get is why he'd care if Bailey was digging up her past. It has nothing to do with him. Sherri thought about that. Or does it? Does he know something about Bailey's past? He's lived here all his life, Lorah. I'm speculating as a lawyer. Why would he care is the question of the hour. I don't think he cares that Bailey wants to know who her parents are. What he was saying is don't look right now while he has this deal going on. Holly hadn't added anything to the conversation until now. Are you seriously sticking up for Kurt, Holly? Sherri watched her carefully. She seemed nervous, then shook it off. That was the lawyer in her assessing the situation. No, of course not. That's ridiculous, you would even think so, Sherri. Holly shuffled her feet. Holly's right. Maybe we just need to have Bailey wait. I can explain it to her how her dad wants to get this deal. Sherri shook her head. Listen to you. Do you really think anyone cares if he gets this deal or not? Not after what he did to you. Your kids, every single one of them will question every move their father makes. He dug his own grave. Don't stick up for him any longer. Lorah nodded. Oh Lord, now I know why I let you be my lawyer. Thanks, Sherri. She didn't get a chance to answer since Kira began to talk on the other end of the phone. What? That one? Wow. Okay, thanks. Bye. Sherri turned to Holly and Lorah. Who does he want to buy from? Lorah asked, her face filled with curiosity. Walter Conley Farms. They own like 1 million acres on the far end of Hideaway Lake, which includes the mountains separating the two properties. More than that, Sherri told them. They not only own the 2 farms that butt up to each other, but the sawmill, 4 local restaurants, 2 commercial buildings downtown, and about 80 rentals. 80 rentals? Yes. Our neighboring town is almost all owned by Walter Conley Farms. The old man is going to sell everything lock, stock, and barrel. Lorah sat back. Kurt wants it all. He'll never stop until he gets it. Who is going to give him that kind of money to purchase millions of dollars of commercial property? Sherri shook her head. He's got investors up the yin-yang. From what Kira found out, the old man is highly family-oriented. He wants the buyer to be also. I think, although it isn't clear, that Kurt wants to come off as this big family guy. He may be divorced now, but if Bailey starts asking about her biological parents, rumor may go around that she isn't happy with her own. I'm trying to figure this out, knowing Kurt. He will have to do some heavy convincing to get Walter to sell his family legacy to a swindler. How did I ever think he loved me or the kids? Holly patted Lorah's arm. I'm sure at one time he loved you. I'm probably the only one who will tell you that. How would you know, Holly? You came to Hideaway Lake years after they married. I've been around since high school. Kurt has always been a greedy, selfish man. When Lorah decided to marry him, I prayed for her to see the light. It took 30 years until my prayers were answered. Sherri's teasing voice made Lorah smile. Sherri, you are impossible. I know. Now can I go to work? Work? Or to see Ryan? Holly asked. Sherri laughed out loud. Both. I have 2 meetings today, and then Ryan is stopping by tonight. A face peeked around the screen. Hello, Olivia wants to know if anyone wants food. I'll be in for some soup, Lorah told her. Thank you, Chloe. Sherri's sharp eyes watched the girl give Lorah a smile and look at Holly, who shrugged. I'll take a bowl too. And can I have some of that fresh crusty bread Olivia makes? You got it. There's an empty table on the front porch if you want to eat there, she told them. Chloe turned to Sherri. Would you also like some soup? The girl looked into her eyes and it stunned Sherri at first. They were identical to her father's eyes. Identical. It was quite startling even for a steeled lawyer like herself. Please. She would push off her next meeting via text to Kira for another hour so she could spend time observing Ryan's daughter. Lorah stood. We will take the table on the front porch. This is exactly what I needed. Thanks, ladies. Sherri gave her a hug. Don't give in to him. He's a jerk and Bailey has a right to know who her parents are if that's what she wants. You are right. They all followed Chloe to the cafe and walked around to the front, taking their time and talking about Bailey. It wasn't going to be easy to track down her parents, but Sherri had a few tricks up her sleeve. She knew some private investigators that owed her a favor. She smiled at Chloe, who looked so much like her father, except there was a sadness on her face that could not be denied. Staying out of their business was hard for Sherri, especially since she was always digging her nose into others' lives. But this was a volatile situation, and she worried that a fragile Chloe may flee before really getting to know Ryan. Besides, she and Ryan weren't that serious about each other. He was fun, made her laugh, but that's where it ended. Both of them declared they'd never get serious about anyone again, and that's why they clicked so well. His love words the other night were from drinking too much. Weren't they? Sherri looked up when everyone was staring at her. She looked around the table. What? She's fantasy dreaming again, Holly told Chloe. Give her a salad too. Chloe took their order and left, while Sherri blinked a few times. I never heard her ask me anything. She stood there for almost 2 minutes waiting on your answer. I was thinking of her and Ryan. Lorah nodded. She hasn't said anything about him to Olivia. Except she'll see him when she is good and ready. Sherri laughed. She's quite stubborn. My twins are the same way. How are Elizabeth and Taylor? I haven't heard you bragging about them recently, Lorah teased, now seeming to be in a better mood. They'll be home for the holidays this year. That's wonderful news. I do miss seeing them running around here, Lorah told her. Olivia will be happy when they come home too. They were such good friends in school. You named your children Elizabeth and Taylor after the movie star? Chloe brought their salads and began to serve them when she overheard the conversation. Anyone else would have annoyed Sherri, but she was Ryan's daughter and that made a difference. Sherri smiled at the memory of her husband's shocked look when she decided what to name them. He always said he had no say in it. But truthfully, he was enamored by his daughters and would do whatever Sherri wanted at the time. Yes, Chloe. I loved Elizabeth Taylor. She was so original, so beautiful and famous, and I knew my daughters would be too. Oh, and are they? She asked, a bit of sarcasm running from her tongue. The three laughed. Yes, they are. Have you ever heard of the original series, Twin Factor? Yep, sure have. It's one of my favorite shows. Lorah laughed. Just tell her, Sherri. Tell me what? Chloe had handed out the last bowl of salad and turned to get the soup when she hesitated. Sherri gave her a smile and a wink. The twin girls that play Mona and Riley are my daughters. What? You're kidding? Not kidding. Nope, she's telling you the truth. Holly began to eat, not waiting for the others. Sherri noticed she was acting strange today for some reason, as if she were backing away from everyone. She usually waited to begin eating. Oh wow. Please don't fangirl, Sherri told her. I'll tell you anything you want to know, as long as you don't act all giddy because my girls are movie stars. It's a deal. I'll invite you to the house, and you can look at some of their awards they have. I've got a whole wall in my office dedicated to their work. You'd invite me to see that? Chloe looked incredulous, as if she wasn't worthy to come visit Sherri. Of course, why not? She didn't tell Chloe she had her own agenda, it kind of fell into place in that moment. Sherri was used to negotiating. She wanted to be honest from the beginning, but she also wanted to get Chloe to her house. But she wasn't going to lie to her, ever. Chloe gave her a suspicious look. Life had not been kind to her. Why are you doing this? Why not? Besides, I know your dad. She tried to be casual about it, but felt the instant Chloe backed off. I'm not ready for my dad yet. If you are telling me about your daughters to get me to see my dad, then forget it. Sherri shook her head. Chloe, I am an attorney. One of the most gregarious in the area. I can negotiate with a rock if I had to. This is a small town and we know everyone's business. It isn't like the city you've grown up in, where strangers don't trust each other. If we know you or know your kin, we invite you to our home. Simple as that. It makes sense, but it's still weird. Sherri laughed at her tenacity. It is strange to some people. Here in Hideaway Lake, everyone is practically family. It's why I practice law here and help those in our area. You'll learn to feel the same way someday. Chloe shook her head. I doubt it. When can I come over? I have some meetings to go to, but I can see you later this afternoon. How about 5-ish? Promise me you won't call my dad? I'm not ready to see him yet. I will ask him to wait until you leave to stop by. He usually visits after work. He helped me take care of a stray pregnant dog. Chloe gave her an odd look. Shar realized she didn't know her father and Shar were seeing each other. That was probably a conversation for another day, unless Chloe asked. Then she seemed more excited. You have puppies? I do. A few have already found a home, but there are 2 left. They're already a few months old. I better get back to work. I'll see you around 5. Chloe left to wait on another table. Lorah and Holly both stared at her. What? She asked, not knowing why they were looking at her in such a way. Holly spoke first. You are the first person to convince Chloe to leave her house. She's staying in her aunt's cottage behind Lorah's place. She comes to work, goes straight home, and that's it. It's not healthy for a young person to behave that way. Shar sighed. She's trying to figure out how to face her father. I can see in her eyes that she wants to meet him. It's a tough thing to do, especially when you think you are not loved all your life. How would you know, Shar? You had a perfect life. Good parents, a great husband, and look at you now. A hot boyfriend. Life has been good to you. Shar laughed at Holly's words. It certainly has. Except for when Daniel died. He may not have been everything a woman dreamed of, but he was good to me and the girls. I know they really miss him. I'm sure they do. We all miss Daniel, Lorah added softly. He was a good friend to everyone. Shar smiled at the memory. It no longer freaked her out to talk about Daniel with others. She spent long hours talking to Ryan as they sat on the dock with their feet dangling in the water. He told her things about his life while she told him about her fears. Most people thought they were having a good time and living life, but there was something about Ryan that endeared Shar. He was also a good friend. They didn't only sleep together. Although it was a huge part of their relationship, Shar knew things were growing deeper. That's what scared her. She didn't know if she ever wanted to love someone again. That wasn't on her agenda. Ryan said the same thing, except now these feelings were starting to come out on both sides. Shar gave Lorah and Holly a hug. I've got to run. Lorah, you make sure not to answer the door if Kurt shows up again. He has no right to bother you. Now that we told him to leave you alone, anything more will be considered harassment. Then you can file charges. Lorah nodded. Thanks, Shar. I knew I could count on you to make me feel better. Of course. That's what best friends are for. Chloe puttered around the kitchen area long after her shift was over. Chef Missy had a late appointment with her mother, so Olivia was covering for her until she arrived. She turned to Chloe. Why are you still hanging around? Chloe set her dishes down in the sink and turned to Olivia. Shar invited me to her house to see the memorabilia she has on Elizabeth and Taylor, the 2 stars who play Mona and Riley. Lucky you. Shar isn't always friendly with people. Actually, she isn't friendly at all. It's because she is friends with my dad. I know that's the reason I got invited. Olivia had made it a habit not to discuss private things with her employees in the cafe. But Chloe was opening up to her. Even if it is the reason, if Shar takes an interest in you, then that's a good sign. It is why. Because Shar is one of the toughest people to get to know. She has a good heart, but she's very hardened from being a lawyer. She knows everyone's private business in Hideaway Lake and has to keep client confidentiality all the time. It must drive her crazy to have to keep secrets about the people she knows. So how does that affect me? Olivia smiled. Shar keeps her distance from most people. She mostly has a cordial attitude, and if you belong to her inner circle, then you are indeed one lucky girl. Chloe gave her the strangest look. I don't get it. Olivia laughed. Just go, Chloe. Besides, you get to see the puppies. I think I want to see the puppies more than her 2 daughters' stuff. Then go and don't think about it. I can walk you there when Chef Missy gets here. Just send me in the right direction and I'll go myself. Olivia understood. Okay, just follow the trail past the cafe and turn at the G trail. You'll see the arrow. Her place is the first one after the wooded area. You can't miss it. I'll head there now. Thanks, Chef Olivia. You are welcome. Go on now. Olivia shook her head. Chloe was slowly coming out of her shell, but she had a lot to learn about small towns. Chloe behaved as if she loved the big city, but Olivia saw her slowly starting to enjoy a life that is not so fast-paced. In a sense, Chloe was a lot like Olivia. At first, Olivia didn't think she'd be able to stand living in small-town Hideaway Lake. Now, it was all she wanted. To hide away meant she didn't have to think about her other life. There was no way she'd ever go back to that life. Not now. Probably not ever. She hoped and prayed she'd be able to continue to stand living life by herself. Maybe someday she'd meet someone to share a relationship with. But she wasn't ready. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Chapter 5. Good afternoon, Joe. How are you? Olivia was surprised to see her mother's friend at the cafe so late. Hi, Olivia. May I have a cup of coffee, please? Joe sat down at the counter. He seemed flustered, which was highly unusual. Whenever he was with her mom, Joe was always smiling and relaxed, quite the opposite of what she was witnessing now. She poured him a cup of coffee and set it in front of him, sliding the sugar and creamer condiments closer. Thank you, Olivia. Is everything all right? He checked his watch and nodded. I got too involved with one of my projects at the mansion and hurried here, hoping and praying I wouldn't be late. Luckily, I have about 10 minutes to spare. I'm meeting my new partner right here before we go to the mansion. Olivia had heard through the grapevine that he was taking on a partner. Every morning, there seemed to be a different buzz about what was going on at the big mansion on the hill. Relax and enjoy your coffee. It looks like you have time to spare. He looked up at her and grinned. You are seeing a whole different side of me, I'm afraid. My work consumes me. Trust me, I understand that feeling. That's how she had worked for the traveling chef. She had put her head down when she started there and hadn't looked up for years. What are you doing here this time of day, Olivia? Don't you have an evening chef? She nodded. Yes, I was covering for Chef Missy while she took her mother to an appointment this afternoon. I'm getting ready to take my dinner and sit out by the lake to enjoy the quiet. Also, I'm hoping Chloe comes back this way before heading home. Chloe? Did she finally go to see her dad? Olivia shook her head. Nope. She went to Char's place to look at the puppies. Joe nodded and took another sip. He was looking more like his old self, relaxed and smiling. Ah, Char is slowly working her magic, eh? Something like that. Olivia smiled. You look more at ease now, Joe. It must be that coffee. Sometimes it takes a good cup of coffee and conversation at this cafe to put people's hearts in the right place. Yes, the atmosphere here is special. I'm loving the peace and tranquility. So, what made you go into a partnership, Joe? He shrugged. I'm not getting any younger. This mansion is like giving birth. Not that I know how that feels, but you know what I mean. I have admired it for a long time. My dream is coming true to renovate the historic building, but I don't want to have to worry about running it afterwards. I don't blame you there. This is a nice area to live. Will you retire, Joe? You are still fairly young. He shook his head. I'm not sure about retiring yet. My partner is much younger and wealthy in his own right. He's also a workaholic. After the renovation, I'll take a step back and enjoy life while he runs the mansion hands-on. He had a desire to get out of the corporate rat race, too. Younger? Workaholic? Sounds exactly what you need, Joe. I'm happy for you. Are you hungry? I made a dish today for the employees to test that is not on the menu yet. I'd be delighted if you tried it out for me. Joe's eyes lit up. If it is anything like your drunken mushrooms, then a hearty yes. May as well bring my new partner a plate. I see he just pulled up. Olivia laughed. It was good to see Joe back to his normal self. She went to the kitchen and took the dish from the oven, its aroma causing her belly to rumble. She hadn't eaten all day. Chef Missy moaned. Oh, Olivia, I do believe you outdid yourself. Get some for yourself and go relax. I've got the kitchen handled from here. Olivia gave her a hug, then dug into the casserole, dishing out 3 large helpings. She scooped up a side of fresh spinach stems sprinkled with olive oil, garlic, and Romano cheese and placed a spoonful on each plate. The smell was incredible. Holding all 3 plates expertly in her 2 arms, she backed out of the kitchen and announced, "Joe, I've got pasta primavera with a sauce like no other, the mother sauce of all sauces, bechamel or Sace's Mears," she teased, knowing the aroma was going to hit him full in the face. She set her own plate behind the counter on a small table and held out the 2 plates for Joe to approve. Even though this was not a high-class restaurant but a relatively middle-class cafe, old habits were hard to break. That's why her customers loved her cooking. They felt important and taken care of here, and she made them feel like part of the process. "It looks delicious," Joe told her, nodding for her to set it down. "I can't wait. My partner will be pleased to have such a good dinner before we get down to business. He had to take a call. Reminds me of myself 20 years ago." Olivia picked up her plate and some silverware, along with a water bottle, and headed towards the front door. Joe's partner was on the phone, his back turned away from them. He was a tall man with disheveled brown hair, wearing a pair of tight-fitting bootcut blue jeans and a denim chambray shirt. He had broad shoulders that stretched the shirt across his back. A shiver went through her for no reason she could think of. A tucked-away memory rushed to the forefront before Olivia forced it aside. No sense in stirring up dead memories. Joe's friends and partners were likely to be wealthy businessmen. She almost smiled to herself, remembering that one client who refused to have anyone else at the traveling chef conduct his dinner parties. He always made it a point to stop in when she was in the kitchen working. He'd accidentally arrive in the kitchen wearing a pair of blue jeans and no shirt, a towel wrapped around his neck. He'd be smiling and swearing he wasn't able to finish dressing because the aroma of her cooking drew him into the kitchen. Olivia had teased him back, and her staff did as well. Every single time she was hired for a dinner party at his upscale home, he'd sit on a stool swearing he just wanted a taste to appease him. She'd wind up feeding him and spending hours talking and cooking while he tasted every single dish. He told her during the dinner party he rarely had time to eat, so whenever she was there, she always made sure he had a full belly before his parties. But that was in the past. Even though she remembered those wonderful times, she'd never forget how he broke her heart. Never. That's why she was glad to be here in Hideaway Lake, where the chances of running into him again were slim to none. Olivia was about to push the door open with her shoulder when the man got off the phone and sniffed the air. "You smell that?" Joe laughed out loud, his mouth full. "Sit down and eat. You won't be sorry." The other man let out a familiar laugh and began to turn around. The smell of this food reminds me of an old memory I've tucked away. I miss her so much." The man was grinning like a schoolboy who found double brownies in his lunchbox. Olivia looked on in horror when she heard his voice, before taking herself out the door in a motion so swift no one could possibly know that she was about to run for her life. Her hands shook as she balanced the bottle of water that was tucked in the crook of her arm while desperately clinging onto the plate of pasta. Her feet got heavier and heavier as they moved across the patio and then over the sand. She slipped through the tall plants that kept the public from the cafe's employee hiding spot and crumbled onto a chair. Her legs began to shake first, followed by her hands, and then the tears fell so fast and hard that she found herself sobbing out loud. The plate of food crashed to the sand. Olivia covered her face with the palms of her hands to keep from making a lot of noise. She did not need any more attention right now. Why was he here? Why now? He was Joe's new partner, she realized in anguish. He was here, in the one place where she found solace and safety from the world she tried so hard to escape. She never thought he'd find her here. The man who had destroyed her life without even knowing that he did so. James Logan was in Hideaway Lake. Sherri smiled at the scene in front of her. The fire flickered softly in the office while Chloe played with 2 of the pups that were left. Mama was watching even though her babies had been ready to leave the nest a while ago. The one pup, a bit small and the runt of the litter, kept hopping on Chloe's lap. "I see an actual smile on your face," Sherri stated. "Who knew all it took was a puppy?" Chloe looked at her with a genuine grin. "Can I keep this one?" Sherri sat down on the braided rug, rubbing the other pup's belly. Taking care of a dog is a huge responsibility. Chloe snorted. "I'm living on my own, Sherri. I work and haven't missed a day, have I?" "We haven't been open very long, Chloe. That does not qualify you to make a lifelong decision yet." The eyes that stared at her were definitely her father's. Please? I'll take good care of her. What about when you work your shift? You can't bring her along to work. Can I bring her here to spend time with the other pup and her mom? It isn't a long walk, and it would only be for my shift. Sherri nodded. That does show me you want to be responsible and care that she's not home alone all the time. Well, can I? You do realize that your father and I see each other, don't you? I mean, you must have heard that through the grapevine. He stops by every day after work. I'm not going to change my routine because you want to avoid him. Chloe puckered her lips and gave the pup a kiss on the forehead, then gently squeezed her tight. It's okay, Sherri. He's just a man. I'm not going to make it a big deal. If I run into him, then I'll deal with it. I need to take the first step and see him anyway. Wow. What happened to Chloe and where did she go? Chloe giggled. Don't be ridiculous, Sherri. I've been wanting to, ouch. She snapped at me. You little Ginger Snap, the teenager cooed while rubbing her fur. That's a pretty name, Ginger. Chloe agreed. Ginger Snap of Hideaway Lake it is. She's so playful. Sherri wondered what she was going to say before the puppy distracted her, but didn't want to ask. Ryan's daughter was causing her to be more laid back and less abrasive when holding a conversation surprised even her. This behavior was not normal for Sherri. A sigh left her lips. She hadn't wanted a man to ever make her feel this way again. Comfortable. And certainly not a man with a teenager he never met. Her kids were grown. She was done with raising children. Sherri shook her head and stood up. What put that thought in her head? She wasn't ever going to settle down with a guy like Ryan. He was a bad boy. Even though he told her he loved her that one time, it was the alcohol that had him talking like that. He even admitted it the next day and asked for her forgiveness. Sherri stared down at Chloe and the dog and forced herself to take a reality check. What she needed was a distraction. Picking up the phone on her desk, she called her daughters in California. Glancing at the clock, she knew they'd be on set, but hopefully when they saw her, one of them would answer. Hi, Mom. Hey, Mama. Hello, girls. Are you working? Elizabeth answered for them. She was always the spokesperson, while Taylor was more quiet and always nodded in agreement with everything her twins said. It was rare they disagreed. Yes, Mom. How are you? How is everyone in Hideaway Lake? I'm great. Working mostly. I miss you both. We can't wait to see you over the holidays. Our tickets are bought and paid for already. Already? How wonderful. Everyone is great here too. Remember the mansion on the hill? Someone bought it, and I hope it will be finished when you come to visit. Besides that, nothing much is going on. The usual stuff. Great. What do you want? Elizabeth was just like her, blunt and to the point. Can I call you and say hello? She teased, even though Elizabeth knew better. No, Mom. You always have a reason when you call. Actually, I do. Would you mind saying hello to Chloe? She is one of Olivia's employees. Remember I told you how Olivia is now taking over the cafe? Well, Chloe works for her, and when she found you guys are my girls, she admitted that she never misses your show. Hello, Chloe. Elizabeth shouted and sounded so sincere it made Sherri proud. Hi, Chloe. We love that you watch our show. Twins rule. Hi, Chloe returned softly. Her cheeks were red and her eyes wide. Sherri thought it was so endearing. She could see it meant a lot to Chloe. Okay, girls. Get back to work. I love you and see you at Christmas. Bye, Mom. Bye, Chloe. Taylor repeated what Elizabeth shouted, and they hung up. Thank you for doing that, Chloe told her. You're welcome, Chloe. She decided to be honest with the girl. Look, you father and I have been dating in a weird kind of way. We go out but mostly we are good friends. I know it will take some time for you to be able to meet him. I'm not trying to force you to see him before you are ready, but you may as well face it like a little soldier because he is a special man and you will see that too. Probably from the moment you meet him. I'll think about it. Can I take the pup now? I should get home soon and get Ginger settled in. Let me walk with you. That way she will see a familiar face when we get to your place. She has a collar, and I'll give you one of my leashes. Char knew instantly that the two were meant for each other. The runt of the litter was clinging onto Chloe just as much as Chloe was hanging onto the pup. They took the G-trail past the cafe and the Hideaway Inn. Char went inside to drop off the extra bag of food she brought along for Ginger. The house was neat and clean, with a few antiques scattered around. A typical fireplace in the parlor was common in these small cottages. Char had to be honest with herself. She wanted to make sure Chloe's place was suitable for the pup. Maybe even suitable for Chloe. Whoa, back up, girl. She did not want to care for another man's daughter. No way. She'd just have to keep telling herself that. Chloe was nothing more than Olivia's employee. The people in this town helped each other, that's all this was. I'm going to run now. If you have any trouble, call me. I wrote down my number on the tablet by the dog food bag. Thanks, Char. I think she'll be okay now that she is with me. Walking home, dusk began taking over the sky. Char hadn't realized it was so late and pulled out her cell. Hello, handsome. The coast is clear. I'm still working. Be about an hour until I get there. Char almost tripped over her own 2 feet thinking about Ryan. From the moment he'd see her, he'd march up to her, take her in his arms and kiss her like he hadn't been with her in ages. Every single time. And she loved every single moment. Can't wait, hurry. Don't tease me, pretty lady. I'm going to take a soak in the hot tub. Relax my stiff muscles. I can finish this tomorrow. Be there in 15 minutes. Char laughed out loud. The man was mad. She took a shortcut through the cafe parking lot and noticed the fire glowing down by the water. The cafe was now closed, and the only one sitting out in the employee section would be Olivia. She'd stop in for a quick hello. Char peeked around the screen. Hey, Olivia. I just wanted to fill you in. Oh no, what's wrong? Tears were stained on Olivia's cheeks, and she was staring into the fire as if she were in a trance. A plate of food was lying on the ground beside her, scattered over the sand. Olivia? Char urged, moving closer. What's wrong? Did something awful happen? Is everything all right? What is it? It's all ruined. What is ruined? Talk to me. Char kneeled down by her side, forcing Olivia to look at her. My life. I thought I'd come back here to get away from him. Who, Olivia? You are not making any sense. James Logan. Okay, we have a name. Very good. Now who is this man, James Logan? We had a thing. A thing? You mean an affair? It didn't feel like an affair. It was good and wonderful, and he was such a gentleman. Olivia had her face up close to the fire. She was leaning over, staring into the flames, like a woman who had learned something awful. Char had seen this before. Let me walk you to Lorah. You need your mother, love. I do. I really, really do. Char helped her up and put out the fire, then flung an arm around her shoulder while they walked together towards the inn. It was close enough they didn't have far to go. You sit on the swing on the porch here, and I'll go find Lorah. Olivia didn't question anything or argue when Char ordered her to sit. Char went inside and found Lorah in the kitchen, cleaning up the evening snack dishes. Hey, love. What are you doing here so late? Don't you have a fling with Ryan to go to? Her teasing voice stopped cold when she saw Char's face. It's Olivia. She's on the porch. Get her a hot cup of tea and go sit with her, Char ordered. She needs you. What happened? Lorah asked while reaching for the canister of tea. I don't know, but it's bad. I've never seen Olivia like this before. I'm going to go. Thanks for bringing her to me. Where was she? In the employee area, by the water. Just sitting there staring into the fire. You'll understand when you see her. Good night, Char. Thank you. Char gave her a hug before returning to the porch to make sure Olivia hadn't left. Luckily, she was still sitting there, leaning her head back with her eyes staring at the roof. Good night, Olivia. Your mother is bringing you a cup of tea. I have to run. She gave Olivia a hug and left, sending up a little prayer everything would work itself out. Char began to jog down the trail, trying to hurry back and get into the hot tub before Ryan showed up. She turned at the G trail and made it in less than 5 minutes. Inside, she turned on soft lighting on the deck and lit 2 tiki torches that sat on either side of the hot tub. She flipped the switch, listening to the jets start up. Then she gathered 2 towels and laid them on the chaise lounge beside the hot tub. The soft noise of the jets sputtering to life drowned out the sounds of the Jeep traveling down the driveway. Sherri grinned wickedly as she stripped down and climbed in the tub. She stretched her arms out, flung her head back against the cushion as she watched Ryan march across the yard. He unbuttoned his shirt and flung it off, letting it land in the grass. Next came his trousers and he climbed in the hot tub, a serious look in his eyes. He pulled her onto his lap. "Not even a hello?" she inquired, teasing him by running a finger down his chest. "We don't have time for talking," he told her right before his mouth came down hard on hers. Chapter 6. Olivia took the cup of tea her mother handed to her. Lorah sat down gently beside her on the swing as the warm liquid slid down her throat. "Thanks, this is exactly what I needed," she told her mother. "I'm here when you want to talk, love. Even if you can't talk right now, I'm here when you are ready." Olivia turned and gave her an appreciative glance. "I know that. I wanted to come here earlier, but I couldn't move." She began to rock back and forth. "Sherri found me in the Misfit Lounge and brought me here." "The Misfit Lounge?" "We dubbed a small area by the lake with a fire pit and chairs, since we are all broken in one way or another. Every single employee, including myself." "Don't be too hard on yourself, love. Can you tell me what happened to put you in this state?" "James Logan. That's what happened." "Oh. He is here. He is the main reason I wanted to get away from the traveling chef in the first place. I should tell you that." Olivia didn't mean to interrupt her mother's words, but once she mentioned his name, all the hurt and anger that had been pent up these last 2 years tumbled out like a wave crashing to shore on a stormy night. "I fell hard for him, Mom. Remember when I told you there was an older man that I cared about? That was James. You haven't mentioned him in so long, I assumed you both went your separate ways." She shook her head. "We were perfect for each other." Lorah's gentle words prodded her on. "What happened, love?" "He is a very wealthy man, actually one of my richest clients. His parties were filled with dignitaries, politicians, filthy rich businessmen, and movie stars. I was so nervous the first time I had to cook a dinner party there." Olivia leaned her head on her mother's shoulder. It gave her comfort to know she could talk to her mom about this. Why hadn't she before now? "How long have you known each other, Olivia?" "We met about 2.5 years ago. Anytime he had a dinner party or function, he put in a request for me as the chef. He claimed to love my cooking. He'd come in the kitchen and practically beg to be fed before the party ever started." She choked down a sob. "It sounds like he was doing that because he liked you, Olivia. What happened?" "The truth is, we fell for each other and had a fling. He wasn't married or with anyone else. I made sure of that first." "That's a good thing," Lorah told her. Her mother always had such a soothing tone when Olivia needed her. "I feel like there is more to your story, though." A noise from inside caused her mother to lift her head and turn towards the noise. Olivia ignored it, since it was probably one of her renters checking to see if there were snacks in the dining room. "You are right, Mom. There is more." Olivia sighed, closing her eyes, knowing she had to get the whole story out of her system and hope her mother wasn't going to be too disappointed in her. "James and first spent 6 months together. I continued to cook for his dinner parties. My boss Jane always commented how his request for me was a bit suspicious, and if I was ever in harm, to notify her immediately. Except I was never in harm's way with James." Lorah smiled. "I'm glad to know Jane ran a tight ship and wanted all her employees to be safe." Olivia nodded. She did care about her staff, but money was the bottom line, Mom. And James requested my services at least once a month, then it was twice a month. Soon, I was going there on a weekly basis. I never told my boss those times were solo appearances." "Solo? What happened to your staff?" "He didn't need a staff member. He ordered a chef for dinner for 2, and Jane sent my staff on other requests. The first time he pulled that one, I was so disappointed thinking how much I like this guy, and I'm cooking for him to put the charm on a woman guest. Then to find out the guest was me." Lorah gave her a hug. "How charming. It sounds like he was falling for you, Olivia." "Hardly. Let me put it this way, we had a fling. He got what he wanted for about 6 months, and then moved on to the next woman. Olivia's voice quivered, but she had to get a hold of herself. How was someone like her, so strong and resilient when it came to men, falling apart so easily thinking of James? One look at him was all it took to bring back those memories in a flood of feelings that were hidden away. He does not sound like that type of man, love. He doesn't seem that way either, but you never know these things. Olivia thought that was a strange thing for her mom to say, considering she never met James. You haven't heard the rest of the story. Do you want to tell me? No, but I can't stop now. I've got to wash this out of my system and move on. I can't believe he is here. Lorah shook her head. I'm afraid that he is Joe's new partner. I recognized the name immediately and… I know, Mom. He showed up at the cafe with Joe. This is why I am so devastated. It means he will be around, and I'll have to face him sooner or later. Maybe it would be best to do it right away. That will make it much easier to move on. It's been almost 2 years since I've seen him, and look at me. Do you think that will make a difference? 2 years is a long time to pine for one man. Lorah agreed. Why? That's what I want to know. This is so unlike you. Not even Lorah knew what had happened to her own daughter. Olivia was never able to discuss it before now. The last time I saw James, it was at a large dinner party he hosted. I know you aren't much into the movies, but Chelsea Rose, a famous star, showed up there. She was all over him all night long. A few times I did see him walk away from her advances, but the later it got, the more he drank. Every time I did rounds to make sure the food was flowing, he looked glassy-eyed and a bit tipsy. I've never seen James get drunk at his own party. He rarely drank at all. Except for that night. He doesn't seem like a drinking man. Her mother's words startled her until she realized why. Oh, Mother. Is James here? She shot up from the swing. Is he staying at the Hideaway Inn? Lorah stood and held up her hands, ready to pull Olivia into a hug. I was trying to tell you that he is here. Olivia backed away. No, Mom. I can't be here if James is staying here. What I didn't tell you is the next day, after the dinner party, several of the controversial magazines had his face plastered all over the front cover with Chelsea Rose in his arms. I knew right then I was way over my head. Lorah tried to take a step closer. I know you are upset, love. Please sit down and let's talk. I can't, Mom. You don't understand. I was a fool thinking James cared about me. A damn fool. A few weeks after that, I found out I was pregnant, and I don't even know how that happened. Tears began to flow freely again. What? Her mother's shocked whisper went right through Olivia's bones. She nodded, the tears slipping down her cheeks. Yes, Mom. I was going to have a baby. That's why I hadn't come home for the 4th of July. I told you I was working. I wasn't. I had a miscarriage and wasn't able to travel. I was alone in my little loft apartment by choice, trying to get over the fact I let myself get pregnant and lost the baby 5 months later. Oh, Olivia. I'm so sorry. It was a little girl, Ma. I felt her move and read to her every single night. No one knew, not even my employer. Jane thought I was acting strange but never guessed I was pregnant and overly emotional. I overworked myself, Mom. It's my fault the baby died. My fault. Instead of taking a day off, I pushed myself too hard. Olivia pushed away the tears that didn't want to stop, frustration and shame on her face at her admission. I'm so sorry I lost my baby. Does James know? Her mother's careful words made Olivia realize that James was a guest in this very building. She had to leave, get far away from him. It wasn't good for her to be too close to him. I have to go, Mom. He does not know. I won't ever let him know. He has a right to know, Lorah told her. I wanted to tell him. Worried myself sick, trying to figure out how to do so. After the baby was lost, I put my head down and worked so hard it left little time to do anything else. I have no excuses except I failed. The one thing you are the best at, Mother, I failed. It all went terribly wrong. He is here now, Olivia. This is too heavy a burden for you to carry alone. Tell him. No. I can't. Don't you understand, Mother? I loved him. Loved him. He made a damn fool of me. Olivia faced her mother, twisting her hands together, unsure of what to do. Please, Olivia, stay here and talk. I have to know you are okay, Lorah begged her as she made her way towards the gate. A male voice spoke through the screen door as Olivia heard it open. I'll get her, she heard him say, knowing full well who it was. She'd know his voice anywhere. He had a low, deep, gravely one that was very distinct. Had he heard the last of their conversation? The thought terrified her. Olivia ran. Lorah called for her to come back, but Olivia hurried through the gate and ran across the street towards the now darkened cafe. Her apartment was upstairs, but the thought of going up to an empty space right now horrified her even more. She took the trail, not paying attention where she ran, until the G-trail forced her to make a decision. Olivia automatically turned towards Sherri's house, trying to get as far away as possible. She knew full well when she came back he'd be there expecting answers. Olivia knew this was something she could no longer run away from. Her voice cried out into the dark night. She flung her head back and moaned out loud again, holding her stomach, remembering the life that she held there so long ago. Had he heard her last remark? I loved him. He made a damn fool of me. There was no way she'd be able to deny those words now. A wave of panic overcame her for a moment until she let out all the air in her lungs and collapsed onto her knees. She pounded the ground with her fists until her knuckles were raw, not realizing she was crying out the name of her dead child. Exhausted, Olivia wasn't sure how long she stayed that way, on her knees, her body folded up on the trail. After some time, she brushed herself off and stood, her hands aching. Inspecting them, she saw the abrasions on her knuckles from where she'd beat them against the ground. Olivia let out a sigh. She felt much better. Olivia? Is that you? Sherri and Ryan were making their way up the trail. They strolled hand in hand, a small flashlight lighting their path. It's me, Sherri. I'm fine. What are you doing out here? I left you at Lorah's place. Though Olivia heard the concern in the older woman's voice, she didn't feel inclined to explain why she was out here alone. Just walking, Sherri. I'm heading back now. Do you want company? We're out strolling since neither one of us can sleep. Olivia knew they weren't out walking. They must have heard her wallowing in self-pity. Sherri never took the trail unless she had a good reason to. No thanks. I'm doing some soul-searching. I'd rather be alone. Okay, love. Take care. Let me know if there is anything I can do. Olivia turned back towards the cafe, knowing the couple stood watching to make sure she headed in the right direction. She bet her life Sherri was texting her mother this very moment. It was aggravating since she was 30 years old and didn't need a babysitter. The thing about small towns was everyone looked out for one another. It was endearing and yet annoying at the same time. Where do you go to be alone? It wasn't like that in New York City. During the time she needed people the most, she had sat in a lonely apartment instead, grieving for the loss of the baby by herself. The guilt of her loss had overwhelmed her at the time. She didn't think she deserved even a hug from a stranger, since the blame consumed her. The fact she wasn't able to carry a baby to full term had been a big blow to her heart. She had always prided herself for staying healthy and eating good organic food. There were times when she indulged, but mostly she exercised and ate well. Why had she failed this child? What had she done wrong? Olivia came to the realization her nightmare would never end. She had dealt with losing the baby by working so hard she didn't have time to think. She did the same with James. She thought they had something together. Why would she think he'd care for a chef when he had a famous movie star on his arm? Olivia had been a fool. What was worse was getting pregnant. In this day and age it was inexcusable, and she racked her brain trying to figure out how it happened. She always was responsible, and now the heartache of losing the baby had messed up her head. She wondered if it would ever be right. The closer she got to the lake, she noticed a fire flickering in the dark night down by the Misfit Lounge. A fire she knew had been put out when Sherri had showed up earlier. He was here, waiting for her to come back. Olivia held one hand over her heart, feeling the thumping underneath her fingertips. She ran a hand down over her stomach as a reminder of what she needed to do. It was time to put on her big girl panties and tell James the truth. Why did it matter anymore? Maybe if she'd done this right away, it would have helped her to deal with the pain. Or maybe it would have had the opposite effect. She didn't know. Olivia stood behind the wall of plants, trying to get her head in the right frame of mind. She knew James was aware of her presence. Olivia felt it, felt him. It was almost too much to bear. "Olivia," he called out, his gravelly voice so soft she leaned in towards it. She wanted to run like there was no tomorrow. Instead, she stepped through the barrier, and when she saw him sitting on the Adirondack chair, his spine stiff, jaw tense, watching her as she sat down on the chair beside him, her legs almost gave out. Why was this so hard? He was the one who didn't want her. Why should she explain anything to him? Would it make a difference? No. Her daughter was still dead. Olivia almost stood back up, wanting to run from this confrontation, but James put out his hand as if he knew she would try and laid it gently on her knee. "Stay. Please." He leaned back, waiting for her to do the same. He was so handsome, with his dark hair and the bluest eyes that made her melt inside when he looked at her. She missed his face, those laughing eyes, and most of all his kindness and caring. Olivia shook herself. It wasn't real. None of it. He had a good time at her expense. Remember that, Olivia. Don't let the charmer off the hook. He deserves to know how you suffered. Part of her wanted to believe that, but the other part knew James had a right to know about the baby. It was the right thing to do. "When were you going to tell me, Olivia?" "I wasn't." "You were never going to tell me?" "I had a right to know." "No, that's where you are wrong, James." His sharp intake gave her pause. She didn't want to be mean or appear hateful. James had always worried that women wanted him for his wealth. He had often told her she was different. She was different. She hated the fact he was so wealthy it put a wedge between them. Besides, there was no way to compete with a beautiful movie star like Chelsea Rose. Her head was spinning. "I can sit here all night, Olivia." He picked up a piece of wood and threw it in the fire, then sat back again, as if he were about to get comfortable. James was always so open with his words and actions. "James, this is too emotional to talk about. I don't know if I want to share it with you." He leaned forward, forcing her to look at him. "Our baby? Olivia? You can't be serious. I want to take you in my arms and hold you and shake you at the same time. Why didn't you come to me? Why?" The frustration in his voice was too much. She stood. So did he. They faced each other like two Vikings about to go into battle. "Why didn't I come to you? When? You were with Chelsea? It was all over the news the next day after your party." "Chelsea? Is that why you refused to answer your phone? Is that why the owner of the traveling chef told me you were no longer available to host for me?" That surprised Olivia. "Jane told you that?" He stuck his hands deep in his pocket. The anguish on his face was real. "I called every day, Olivia. You disappeared from the face of the earth. I tried to hire you again, but Jane sent me someone else. After a few weeks, I stopped trying. It was then I realized something happened, especially after you changed your phone number. I heard you did that. I didn't think Jane knew, but she is a lot smarter than I gave her credit for." "Did you know you were pregnant when you did that, Olivia?" She shook her head. "No, James. I didn't find out until later." "Why didn't you tell me? You knew where I was. I wanted to explain to you about the night with Chelsea." She looked into his eyes. They were so disturbingly beautiful and yet filled with sorrow. Why had she thought she was the only one hurt through all of this? Did he truly care for her? It didn't matter. What he'd done with Chelsea made her realize falling in love was a foolish mistake. She loved him and hated him at the same time. "You owe me no explanation, James. I get it. My life and yours were way too far apart. Where I thought we had something special, to you it was just another fun time." She choked on her words, unable to keep the emotion at bay. He placed his hands on her shoulders. She wanted to jerk away, but they felt so soothing. His warmth always comforted her. She needed it now more than ever, and yet she wanted to fling his hands away and scream and yell like a spoiled child. Was she being ridiculous, thinking he'd felt the same way? Maybe she was just too naive. "We did have something special, Olivia. I was not myself that night. I know you won't believe this, but I'm pretty sure Chelsea put something in my drink. You know I only have one at any dinner party. Why I kept drinking is beyond me. She was all over me, and I don't remember anything that night. What I do remember is you were not in my arms the next morning. She knew who was in his arms that night. It should still upset her, but the likelihood of that happening was strong. She saw it happen all the time at dinner parties. More than she wanted to. Olivia wanted to believe him. Looking into his eyes, she reminded herself that he had never lied to her that she knew of. I know what I saw, James. You were not yourself that night, I'll admit it. When I left, it made me realize we are from two different worlds. The next day proved me right when I saw the tabloids. I didn't know about the baby until weeks later. There was no way I was going to tell you, even if you had a right to know. He closed his eyes. She stared at him, seeing the raw emotion he was trying to hide. What were you going to do, Olivia? Raise a child on your own? Our child? She noticed the catch in his voice. She laid her hands over his arms. His eyes flew open. Oh, James, I'm not that hateful. Eventually, I would have told you. My heart was broken. My emotions were raw, and I thought I was in love with you and... His gentle words startled her. I know I was in love with you, Olivia. The tears came hard, and she didn't try to hide them. He gathered her closer, and she let herself fall into his arms like a lost child who found home. All at once, the anguish, heartache, and sorrow she had gone through in the past few years began to let loose. James stood steadfast. His arms tightened around her as he whispered in her ear. She had no idea what he was saying, she was crying so hard. All she knew was the pent-up emotions were rolling out of her like an out-of-control vehicle with no one behind the wheel. Several minutes passed by and she realized at one point, James picked her up and sat her on his lap on the Adirondack chair. She was curled into him, her arms tight around his neck, his strong arms holding her as if he'd never let her go. The fire flickered, sending sparks into the night air. Even though it was July, Olivia shivered. James's arms held her closer. Are you cold? She shook her head. No, James. Not one bit. He began to stroke her hair. She knew without looking he was doing the same thing she was, staring into the flames. There is a lot between us right now, Olivia. I'm sad and angry that you kept the news of the baby from me. I'm not sure how to deal with that part, but I know when I saw you tonight standing on your mother's porch, it took me back to us, to our time together, and I want that back. It was the happiest time of my life. I swear there is no other woman in my life, and there was no one I wanted before as much as you. Sadly, Olivia knew there was too much that happened. I doubt we can get that back, James. Losing the baby was my fault. I didn't take care of myself. I worked to forget you, not realizing working so many hours was detrimental to my child. Our child. You can't blame yourself. Many women work hard and long hours. There was a reason for all of this. There always is. If you dwell on guilt, you can't move on, Olivia. Maybe I don't want to move on, James. It's 2 years later, and I don't know how I feel about you anymore. He laughed. She lifted her head to look into a pair of sparkling eyes. What are you smiling about? He shrugged. She felt his strong muscles contract under her. You, Olivia. You don't know how you feel, and yet you are staying right here in my arms. I'd say that you still love me. You are awfully cocky, James, and you throw that love word around quite easily. He leaned back, taking her with him. You know it. It's why you fell in love with me. She knew he was trying to make her smile and forget the tragedy that was still deep in her heart. James was a kind man, too handsome for his own good. My mom was right. About what? Us? She shook her head. About sharing what happened to the baby. I was carrying this burden alone, and it feels freeing now that you know about Naomi. His whole body stiffened. James didn't say a word. She knew why. He sighed. Olivia heard the emotion in his voice. You named her after my grams. Yes. Naomi Rebecca, both your grandmother and mine. For the next 20 minutes, they sat watching the fire die out. The sounds of the night surrounded them. It felt good and right. Olivia didn't know what the future would hold for the two of them, but she did know that for tonight, there was a peace and understanding that had to do with the life they created. She once again felt free, the burden of the past no longer hindering her life. Olivia would move forward. Except now James had to deal with the pain of losing a child. Where is she buried? In Brooklyn. Christchurch near Bay Bridge. I'd like to go see her grave. You'll have to go alone. I can't bear to. Please, Olivia. I can't go alone. She understood. Okay. I'll go with you. Chapter 7. Bailey. Her mother's voice rented the air before she closed the door of the sedan. She opened the back door to get her luggage. Thank you for the ride. Keep in touch, Bailey. Don't be a stranger. Bailey waved at the driver as the sedan took off down the road. One of the social workers from the treatment center was coming this way to visit her parents, so she offered to bring Bailey home. Thank goodness I'm done with that place. I will never go back there, she vowed, stating it out loud for anyone to hear. I'm so happy to see you. Her mother's arms were comforting. Bailey had softened her heart towards her mother during her time in rehab. For a while, Bailey had hated everyone until she got her foggy brain straight. Not only did she realize how hard her mother had worked for the family, Bailey felt a tremendous amount of guilt for causing problems while her parents were going through a divorce. Well, not so much her dad. He was a douchebag. She came to that conclusion in one of her meetings and honestly didn't care if she saw him ever again. Hi, Mom. It's good to be home. Come on, let's get you inside and something to eat. It's really hot out here. Carrie, the social worker, had kept the air on the whole way from Wernersville. Even though they were in the mountains somewhat, it was still the peak of the day when the sun was the warmest. She followed her mom inside where the air conditioning was running at full speed. You could hear the machine churning as the engine worked hard to keep the old house cool. What room do I take, Mom? I've been hearing the rooms are always full. Nonsense. I knew you were coming and put you into the Serenity room. Or you can always bunk with Cole in the cabin. It's up to you. Ugh, no. Cole is all sappy in love with Madison. I'd have to listen to his whining heart and love stories. Her mother laughed. Cole isn't that obvious. He actually tries to hide it quite well, except whenever Madison is around. I'm sure, but no thanks. I'd rather be here with you, Mom. Besides, I want to get started on finding my biological parents and may have a ton of questions. Lorah gave her another hug. Her mom was always huggy. It made her feel right at home. Let's have something to eat, shall we? I'm sure you are hungry after that car ride home. She nodded, following her mother into the private kitchen. She noticed her mom still kept the door to the kitchen ajar, even though the rules were clear that no guests were allowed in there. Bailey knew they would knock on the door, or her mom would invite them back here anyway. Bailey settled in one of the hard-backed chairs at the counter. Mom, I want you to know that no matter what I find out about my natural parents, you are and always will be my true mother. Lorah made it a point to stop what she was doing and give Bailey another hug. Of course I know that, love. Besides, you can't get rid of me even if you want to. Bailey hugged her back, knowing her mother was nervous about finding the bios. That's what she began calling them instead of saying biological every time. I know, Mom. Maybe my bios are axe murderers or something horrible, and all I'll want to do is stay far away. Except I must know if they are on the most wanted lists or not. Bailey, you don't have to say that. I know when the time comes and you find them, I'll be right here to help you get through it. Mostly it will be an emotional time, but family will stand by your side. I know, Mom. Tell me what has been happening in the land of Hideaway Lake. I've heard rumors. From your brother, I assume? About Olivia, I'm guessing. Yes, he mentioned something about a guy. Lorah gave her a smile. I'll let Olivia tell you about him, but yes. There is a guy and you will meet him since he is staying in the lavender room right next to yours. Bailey rolled her eyes. She knew her mom and there was more to this story, but her mom always kept everyone's secrets until that person was willing to talk. Unless it was a matter of life or death, and then all bets were off. I'll go see Olivia today. You'll have to wait. She took off to New York City this morning. New York? What about the cafe? Did she abandon us for the big city? Again? Lorah gave her a hug. Oh, Bailey, you are too dramatic. She had some business to attend to. The cafe is in good hands as Chef Missy, her assistant chef, is keeping the place going. Don't worry, Olivia will be back later tonight. You are not going to tell me, are you, Mom? No. It's up to your sister. Up to your sister, she repeated like a petulant child. Her mother laughed, and then set a slice of coconut cake in front of Bailey. She dug in, her sister's troubles forgotten. Coconut was her favorite. You know how to silence me, Bailey teased. Char's voice called from the front door. I heard Bailey was home, she called out. You know how I know, don't you? Your wonderful neighbor, Rachel Martin. She hurried to the cafe to tell everyone. Char came through the kitchen door and sat beside Bailey after giving her a hug. Hello, darling. Welcome home, and how about some of the cake, Lorah? Lorah set a slice down in front of her. I cut a piece for you the moment I heard your voice. Bailey filled herself up quickly. She had such poor eating habits when she was taking those Adderall pills, it was hard to eat some days. Even though in treatment they made sure she ate healthy, there were times when she turned food away. There were times she didn't have an appetite, and she was hoping she didn't develop one of those horrible eating disorders. That's all she needed to have to deal with. It was time to begin the search for her bios. Char, Mom said you may be able to help me out finding my bios. Bios? Oh, you mean biological parents? Yes, I believe I can. I've already inquired a few days ago when I heard you'd be home today. The first thing I did was contact Vital Records to file a form to determine if your birth parents, or bios as you call them, filed a consent granting permission to release their name and address. Wow. What did you find out? Did they give consent? Bailey asked, afraid to know the answer and yet needing to know the truth. I'm sorry, they did not. This was a closed adoption, but don't worry, Bailey. We have other options. Bailey wanted to cry. Her birth parents didn't want her to ever know who they were. Didn't that say something about her? She let out a long sigh. Just because they didn't care doesn't mean they have the right to decide for me. I want to know. As you should, love. Let's find them, Char. Do whatever you have to, Lorah told her friend. Bailey didn't realize she wiped a tear from her eye. She didn't like to show emotion much, yet this was so heavy in her heart, the tears just fell. Knowing she wasn't thought about after someone gave birth to you sucked. They wanted to make sure she would never know who they were. What do we do now? Since you are over 18, you can now make requests from the county. I just need your signature to file this petition to the courts. In this petition, we are asking for several things. One is to give us non-identifying information on the age of your parents, race, and marital status without divulging their identity. How is that going to be helpful? Bailey felt deflated the more Char spoke. It gives us a head start. We may have to hire a detective to find them once we have certain information, and I know who to call. Don't worry, Bailey, we are just getting started. I do understand it will take time. I just want to know now. I get it, Bailey. Please be patient. I am devoted to your cause. The petition will also ask the courts to search for the parents in order to ask them if they would like to file a consent to allow you to know. 20 years ago was a long time, and things may have changed for them. Bailey, we will also ask for a death certificate in case one or both have passed on, she stated in her matter-of-fact tone. Char didn't sugarcoat anything. I hope not. It would be a shame if they were dead and didn't get to see me now. Lorah gave her another hug. That's the spirit. You keep your chin up, love. Let Char do the dirty work. She's good at this. Char nodded. I'm the best. She checked her watch. Oh, gotta run. I have another appointment, and then we are going to have Chloe over for pizza tonight. Bailey, why don't you join us? Chloe? Who is she? Ryan's daughter. Well, it's a long story. You go, Char. I'll explain the details to Bailey. Char gave them both a kiss and hug and hurried out the door. Bailey heard her car start up and take off, even though they were in the kitchen. She's going to be late. Lorah nodded. At the speed she's going, she won't be. That woman lives on keeping her adrenaline to the roof. So, tell me about Chloe. While you were in treatment, Char began dating Ryan, owner of a security company here in town. Oh yeah, the security guy. Is he the one she's been skinny dipping with? Lorah laughed. News traveled that far? Your brother, right? Bailey laughed. Yeah, I don't think he knows what to say when I call, so he just gives me partial stories of the town gossip. I've been putting two and two together most of the time. Well, Chloe never met Ryan, her dad. She never knew he existed. When she found out, she came here to stay at her aunt's place right up the street, but she hasn't met her father yet. I guess tonight is the night. She's working at the cafe for Olivia. Everyone's been trying to help her, but Sherri seems to be the only one who has made progress with her. At least she is getting to meet him tonight. I'm sure she'd love to have another person her age there. For moral support. It would be helpful if you were there, Bailey. Perhaps it can help you when you meet your parents for the first time. Sure, I'll go. Good. Now, would you mind running over to see Holly? She was so excited that you were coming home and told me she has a painting for you. She painted something for me? Holly loves to paint. Mom, have you truly seen her pictures? I mean, I'm sure they mean something to her, but I don't get it. I mean, it's a bunch of paint splattered. Bailey felt her mother's tender arms go around her from behind where she was sitting. Go on now, young lady. Don't be cruel. Holly paints to let out stress. She claims it is better than therapy, even if we have no clue what the end result is. I've got several myself. Bailey looked around. I haven't seen them displayed. It's because the one is in the Serenity room. It fits perfectly there, and the other two are in my quarters. Hiding them, mother? Bailey, get a move on. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Bailey held on to her for a moment longer than usual. Thank you for believing in me. I'm sorry I disappointed everyone. No, Bailey. Stop. Do not ever feel that you disappointed anyone. What happened to you is a lesson learned. You are stronger for it. As long as you learn from past mistakes, you can hold your head up and be proud that you overcame your addiction. I'm proud of you. You should be too. Thanks, Mom. You are welcome. Oh, there is some bad news as well. Bailey spun around. Of course there is. Why did I think I'd get out of this kitchen without some? What did Dad do? Lorah smiled. Bailey knew it had to be about her dad, since he was always causing some kind of chaos in their lives. Cole already mentioned how his girlfriend ran off with some rich guy from Philadelphia. Bailey didn't feel one bit sorry for him. Not after what he did to her mom. Your father found out that you were looking for your natural parents and came over here to ask that you wait until he secures an important deal. Bailey shook her head. No. If all he cares about is money, then no. I thought that was what you would say. I know it's hard to forgive him, but I know forgiveness is not for him, but for me. I got it, Mom. She gave her mother one last kiss and hurried out the door. Her dad was crazy. If he thought she was going to wait until another big deal went through, he was mistaken. Because he was always looking for one more big deal. At that rate, she'd never find her bios. Bailey barely remembered him these past few years. She had spent more time with her grandmother than with him. Even her grandma would mention how he never came to visit. No, her father was out for himself. Bailey had figured that out a long time ago. Her natural instinct to push him away had started long before the divorce. Holly was outside waiting when she walked up to her studio. Hey, Holly. The older woman opened her arms up and gave her a long hug, which was so weird considering how Holly always seemed to be so quiet when Bailey was around. Actually, Holly was quiet by nature. Why did Bailey just notice this now? How are you, Bailey? I'm fine, but you are squeezing my insides out. Holly laughed. Oh dear. Would you like to walk to the cafe for some dessert? Bailey shrugged. I just had a slice of coconut cake. Then you need a milkshake. How about it? You sold me. Let's go. Bailey enjoyed their walk, and soon they were sitting at the counter ordering chocolate shakes. My sister did a good job in here. I was hoping she'd be here when I got in. She'll be back later, or maybe tomorrow. That's exactly what my mother said, except she won't say anything more. Holly shrugged. I'm not your sister, so I can't disclose anything that happens here. Bailey gave Holly a long stare. Did I ever tell you that you, my mother and Sherri are like 3 peas in a pod? We know everything and swear to nothing. It's a friend code, Bailey. We've been this way for many years. I noticed. I guess it's all good except when I need information. You enjoy your shake. Then, we'll go to my studio for your painting. I wanted to paint something for your recovery, Bailey. The truth is, I had a family member many years ago who passed away over addiction. What happened to you was very disheartening, but you made it, and I wanted to paint you something special. Wow, Holly. That means a lot. I didn't know about your family member. That's so cool. Thank you. Hey. Hey. Shar came out to the deck from her office, taking her heels off and throwing them on one of the cushioned chairs. She gave Bailey another hug and said hello to Chloe. You two have already met, I see. Yeah, we're just hanging out here talking. I hope you don't mind, Shar. I got the two of us a glass of soda. Of course not, Bailey. Okay, I need to call Ryan and see where he is at and then order the pizza. I'll be right back. Shar took off for the office, relieved the two girls were getting along. She worried it would be awkward if Chloe ignored Bailey, but that didn't seem to be the case. She was glad, since she didn't want to be the one to explain exactly how this was going to go down tonight. Everyone was going to be on their best behavior, including Ryan. She called him first. Is she there? Ryan asked before saying hello. Well, hello, Ryan. Yes, she is here. I invited Bailey over too. Ah, I get it. You didn't want Chloe to feel too uncomfortable. I have to admit, Shar, you rock my world in more ways than one. Tell me that later. I have to order pizza. Are you on your way? Yes, I'll stop and pick it up if you'd like. You would be my favorite if you did that for us. Your favorite? I'm your only favorite. Right? Shar laughed. She loved to tease him. Goodbye, my friend. Friend? Shar, I'll show you. She hung up. This night was not about them, and she wasn't going to be sidetracked by that hunk of man. Not tonight. Shar called to order pizza, then hurried to her room and changed into a pair of Athleta Stellar leggings. She slipped on a pair of square-toe ballet flats to offset the fact leggings were out of season. Shar was always dressed for success at work, but at home she wore comfortable clothes. Quickly throwing a ruffle-strap gingham cami top over her head, she hurried back to the kitchen to make a pitcher of fresh lemonade. Can I help? Chloe asked. She found Shar in the kitchen. There's really nothing more to do, unless you'd like to take the puppies out. Thanks for bringing Ginger along. The other pup was lost without her. I was wondering about that, Shar. What if I took the other one, too? They'd never be alone. No one should have to be by themselves, right? Why did Shar have a feeling the girl was talking more about herself than the two pups? Of course you can, Chloe. As long as you feel you can handle it. If it gets too much, I want your solemn promise you will bring them back to me. I promise. Ginger. Jelly Bean. You named her? Shar was quite impressed. Chloe was full of surprises. The young girl had intended all along to take the other pup with her. Good for her. She's smart and went after what she wants. Yes, but I didn't want to say until you let me keep her. I better take them out. She turned to the two pups, who were wagging tails and trying to jump up at Chloe. No, sit. Both of you, Chloe demanded. Surprisingly, they both sat back and watched her with their little tongues hanging out. When Chloe took a step towards the door, the two ran after her. Mama stayed put on the rug, her body stretched out. Shar leaned down and scratched her belly. You must sense Chloe will be a good mama to your pups. I promise she will be. The dog made some noises and closed her eyes. If she wasn't going to worry, then Shar knew she made the right choice. The Jeep pulled up to the house. Shar slowly made her way to the door and stood outside on the deck, watching the exchange as she held a tray with the lemonade and several glasses. A moment of fear had her second-guessing her decision to invite both Ryan and Chloe this evening. He got out of the Jeep, staring at the scene before him. It was the first time he'd seen Chloe this close. Bailey and Chloe were running around the yard with the pups. Shar watched as Ryan still stood frozen to the spot, holding two pizza boxes in his hands. She hurried over to the table and set the tray there, then proceeded to cross the deck and make her way to him. He was nervous. It was endearing and disturbing. Shar noticed that Bailey and Chloe both looked over and noticed the Jeep when it pulled up, but Chloe did not make any effort to stop what she was doing. Was she going to be difficult? Ryan. I'll take those. She pulled the boxes away. He looked at her with deep concern. It's so real right now, I'm not sure what to do. Go to her. She's not going to come to you, Ryan. You have to take the first step. He nodded. Why is it so hard? It's not. You are making it that way. You hold nothing back, do you? Nothing. Go. Now. The sooner you make the first move, the faster your heart will stop pounding in your chest, and you will be able to breathe, Ryan. I need you to breathe. For me. For Chloe. As if an invisible force propelled him, Ryan began to walk towards the yard, where Chloe and Bailey were sitting cross-legged on the grass, the puppies still running all around them. Sherri watched, holding the pizza boxes and squeezing them harder than she meant to. Ryan didn't hesitate, but sat down on the grass, allowing the pups to climb all over him. Chloe and Bailey began to laugh when Ginger barked while wagging her tail and went for Ryan's shoe. She thought it was a toy and began to wrestle with it. Ryan tried to shake her off, to no avail. The girls were laughing hysterically, while Ryan continued to wrestle with Ginger. Then Jellybean began to pull at his shirt. Sherri started laughing too. The scene was hilarious. What a way to meet your daughter, she thought, then turned to the deck satisfied everything would be fine. Sherri went inside to get plates for the pizza and napkins. When she returned to the deck, she was almost ready to call for them to come eat, when Ryan stood. He leaned down and offered his arm to his daughter. She looked up at him, hesitated, then put her hand in his as he pulled her up. Chloe looked at him for a moment, then fell into his arms. He hugged her and she wrapped her arms around him. Sherri had to look away. It was a moment for them to share. Bailey called the pups and headed towards Sherri. It was obvious what just happened had affected her too. Wow. I thought for a moment the two were going to have words. I did too, even though I wasn't able to hear anything, Sherri told Bailey. Sit down, let's eat. They'll come along when they are ready. Bailey took a slice of double cheese out of the box. She ate a bite and began talking with a full mouth. Ryan was making us laugh when the puppies were climbing all over him, but then he told Chloe that he'd been waiting a long time to meet her. Out of the blue, just like that? Bailey nodded. Yep. So Chloe looked at him and told him that she'd been waiting all her life for a good father. She was told hers died, and then she had lots of terrible fathers growing up. She said they come a dime a dozen. Sherri's eyes widened. She said that. Yep. So Ryan looked at her and told her that those days are over. He is the only father in her life, and he's not going anywhere, whether she likes it or not. He said he's here to stay. That's when he got up and I swear I thought he'd walk away, but then he held out his hand. Here they come, Sherri told Bailey in a hushed tone. Save some pizza for us. Ryan's voice was teasing, but Sherri heard the underlying emotion there. All she wanted to do was give him comfort, but had a feeling what he needed was time with his daughter. She'd keep her distance tonight no matter how hard it was. Single quote. Chapter 8. Olivia didn't know if she could go back. Her heart began to beat so fast it made her dizzy. For real dizzy. James had a brownstone row home he bought for a relative that was conveniently close to the Christchurch cemetery. Once they parked behind his house in the small garage, they began to walk down the street towards the stuccoed building near the place where her daughter was buried. The ride to Brooklyn had seemed like the longest ride of her life. James was at her door at 4 a.m, asking her if she got any sleep. When she told him she had gotten a few hours, he had paced back and forth on her porch until she invited him in. She brewed a pot of coffee for the two of them, and they sat on her balcony waiting for the sun to rise. Even though it was more than an hour until that happened, there were not many words exchanged between them. Olivia knew what they had to do, and as soon as Chef Missy arrived to open the cafe, they'd be on their way. Olivia had called her last night to cover the daytime shift. Luckily, Missy had hired a local girl a week before to help with her mother, so she was able to work longer hours. Missy was running the place and doing a good job. Olivia would give her a raise as soon as she got back. When James reached out and took her hand in his, Olivia did not shy away. His hand felt warm and comforting, and she knew he needed to touch a part of her right now just as much as she needed his soft touch. They walked by the stuccoed building, past the iron gates, and she stopped dead in her tracks. She had only been here one other time, and that was the day her infant daughter was buried. Olivia had not been able to return before now. I thought I would be strong for you, James. I don't think I can do this. She looked over at him. His face was pale, and he drew his mouth together in a determined way that she knew he was not going to back away. He looked at her, not saying a word, but took a step forward. She followed like a lost puppy, desperately trying to find its way home. He pulled her hand gently, she was sure, and yet it felt like he was tugging hard. "Where is she, Olivia?" His voice, so gentle, almost a whisper, reverberated through her head. Olivia's stomach churned. She pulled back, but James kept going, refusing to stop now. "We are almost there," he reassured her. "I'm doing this with you, Olivia." All Olivia could do was point. It didn't take long to find the small grave. The two stood side by side, staring at the black granite baby monument in front of them. Olivia grasped James's hand a little tighter. He did the same. A sob caught at her throat and she slid to her knees. James did the same, never letting go of her hand, staring hard at the words carved into the stone. "On angel's wings you were taken away. But in my heart you will always stay. In loving memory. Naomi Rebecca Maya Logan." A groan came from deep in his chest. He let a tear fall from his face. Olivia reached out with her other hand and wiped it away. He stared hard at the grave, a hauntingly sorrow-filled expression on his face. She closed her eyes, unable to look at him another moment. His obvious pain was unbearable. "I'm sorry, James. So sorry that I didn't tell you about her. I should have been here, Olivia. You went through this alone." "It doesn't matter," she told him, opening her eyes to face him. "It does matter. It matters a lot." He turned a haunted look her way and then pulled her into his arms. Olivia sobbed her heart out again. The loss of this child had been too much to bear at the time, and now she felt as if she were losing her all over again. "This is why I didn't want to come," she told him. "It hurts way too much. We'll share this together, Olivia. Thank you for giving her my last name, too." Olivia was overwrought with emotion, but it sure was easier facing this with someone than alone. They spent the better part of the afternoon at their baby daughter's grave, talking. "I didn't think I'd ever come back, James. It was too hard to bear. I'm glad now that we did this. It feels like a boulder has been lifted." "I'm angry, Olivia. At what happened. To you, to Naomi, to us." She laid a hand over his. "James, it's grief. I went through it myself." He swore. "You went through it alone." She nodded. "We should get back. We can stay in the brownstone townhouse if you don't feel like driving back tonight." Olivia smiled. "Oh, but I do want to drive back tonight. I want to blast the music with the windows open wide and sing my heart out for as long as it takes. How about it, James? Have you ever driven that Jaguar past the speed limit? Yeah? You want to do that?" She nodded and took his hand when he reached out to help her up. They were head to head and toe to toe. "Yep, sure do." "Well then we will. Can you give me a moment alone?" "Of course, James. I'll be right over by that tree." She strolled away, feeling much better than when she came. She heard James's soothing voice speaking to his infant daughter. It was heart-wrenching to hear. When he was through, James took her hand, and she didn't try to pull away. They walked along the bay, watching the seagulls diving for food. There wasn't much wind today, just a stifling heat Olivia hadn't noticed on the way to the gravesite. This whole day had been a somber time and a gift to them both. It was surely a healing time. He grinned when she began to wipe sweat from her brow. "You sure you want to drive back with the windows down? I do have air conditioning, you know." She laughed. "Don't be silly, James. You can't blast music and sing at the top of your lungs with the windows up." He smiled at her, his eyes solemn and yet lighting up just for her. Just like she remembered him doing before. She stared at him. "Tell me you've done it one time in your life, James." He shook his head. "Nope. Never. Never. Really? Sorry. There are many things I haven't done. I've had my nose to the grindstone for the past 20 years building my brand. It's quite obvious you need to have a lesson in having fun. That's why I enjoyed you so much the times you worked in my kitchen. I heard you with your staff. It sounded enlightening and wholesome, and I wanted to be a part of it." "Ah, so you didn't just come to the kitchen for my delicious food?" "I'm afraid not exactly, Olivia. It was for you." She didn't know how to take him. On one hand, she remembered how much fun they had and how serious it was starting to get. Then, Chelsea happened and she needed to get that out of her head. How? That was the million-dollar question. They approached the brownstone. He stopped out front. Are you sure you want to go home? The look he gave her was asking something else. She wanted to stay with him, but sighed instead. No, James. Not today. I understand. I kind of just want to lie with you in my arms, nothing more. She gave him a smile and lifted a hand to brush across his cheek. Let's go back to Hideaway Lake. Since it was getting late, the traffic wasn't too bad leaving the city. They drove for a while until they got to the open highway, heading southwest. Olivia gave James a sweet smile and hit the button for the window to come down. James turned off the air and gave her a really sexy grin. You are seriously going to do this, aren't you? We are going to do this, James. It's time you learn how to relax. I do relax. My dinner parties help relax me, the gym, running. I find ways. There's nothing more soothing to the soul than music. Loud music and the wind in your hair. Olivia found a radio station that played 80s rock band music and cranked it up. She started to sing and move in her seat, flinging her head out the window and singing at the top of her lungs. A fist pounded into the air, and James began to laugh deep in his chest. His deep laughter made her smile, and then his voice began to sing the songs heard all over the radio during that time period. She turned to him and laughed out loud. You know the words. Ah, James, you were a rocker too. Bring it back, let it all out. He did. She did. It was a release of all the emotions they had gone through at the graveside of their much-loved daughter. Olivia needed this. So did James. Before they realized it, time had flown by and they were pulling in front of the Hideaway Inn. Instead of getting out, they sat there for a few minutes, leaning back, watching the moon dance over the lake. There's a better view on my mom's porch swing. Want to swing with me, James? He laughed. Any time, darling. Don't. He leaned closer. I can't help myself. You are my darling, Olivia. She closed her eyes. James, we have to take this slowly. You are a charmer. I should have known. He got out and opened the door, reaching for her hand. She placed her hand in his and got out, her body and mind exhausted. Olivia, is that you? That's my mother, James. We will be sharing the front porch with her. I hope you don't mind. Not one bit. Hello, Mrs. Maya. They both made their way to the porch as Lorah got up to welcome them. You both look beat. Sit down and I'll make you both a glass of warm tea. None for me, Mrs. Maya? I'll take water. It's Lorah, please. I stopped being a Mrs. a few months ago. Lorah, forgive me. Lorah blushed and went inside to get their drinks. James sat on the wooden swing beside Olivia. She began to push out with her feet, catching him off guard. He reached out and took her hand. This is a nice end to the day. Thank you for everything, Olivia. In a way, his voice sounded final, as if he were leaving tomorrow. Olivia worried that things would be different in the morning. He had wanted to stay the night with her, but she could not pretend that nothing had happened between them. It was a step she was not ready for, and he seemed to understand, yet he had asked anyway. James was a man who always asked for what he wanted. How desperately she wanted to fall into his arms and pretend the last 2 years didn't happen, but they had. Sadly, she had tried to forget him, working so hard she hadn't ever faced how she really felt. Her emotions were stuck so deep inside her soul, she was truly scared to let them out. Even though today was a cleansing, it had been for Naomi. She had a long way to go. She turned to him. Thank you, James. I'd never have gone back if it wasn't for you. My heart is a little lighter tonight. They exchanged a look of understanding when the door slammed. Here you go, kids. A cup of chamomile tea for you, love. And a glass of delicious spring water for you, James. Thanks, Mother. How was your night? Lorah stood there, smiling. It was simply wonderful, besides the moments I thought about you. Joe stopped by and brought me a root beer float. We had an enjoyable evening on the porch until he had to leave. Well, good night, kids. I have to get up early. Good night, Mom. Sweet dreams. Lock up when you come in, James. Everyone else is already here. Yes, ma'am. We won't be long. The gentle click of the screen door closing tight was the last noise she remembered. Olivia sipped on the warm tea, right before leaning farther into James's shoulder. He placed his arm around her and pulled her closer. She rested her head on his chest. No words were needed. It felt nice. Olivia didn't need a place to call home. She felt that way when she was in his arms. The realization scared her. She didn't want a repeat of yesterday. Holly, Sherri, and Lorah were in the kitchen of the Hideaway Inn having coffee. I found them both snuggled close on my swing on the front porch this morning before the other guests woke up. It was the most adorable thing I've ever seen. I truly hope they can work out their differences. Olivia and James make a wonderful couple. Sherri shook her head. Don't you dare interfere there, Lorah. There's a ton of hurt and mistrust, and you need to let them alone. I agree. Don't push Olivia. I believe her heart is fragile right now. Olivia and Sherri both looked at Holly at the same time. How would you know, Holly? You have not even dated a man in the last 20 years since we've known you. Holly lifted her chin. I do read Sherri. Besides, the girl had her heart broken for so long, she probably doesn't know how to react to his return back in her life. Okay, I'll give you that, Sherri admitted. Plus, Holly continued on, how would you know if I dated anyone? You are too busy with your X-rated love life. Sherri almost spit out her coffee. Holly, that's a terrible way to put it, although it isn't exactly a lie. Ryan means a lot to me. I've grown terribly fond of him over the past few months. Now his daughter is spending time at the house in the evenings too. That's good for Chloe. I'm glad to hear it for her sake as well as Ryan's. Yes, Lorah. It is a good thing. I'll give it another week or two before I start demanding he give me one night alone. A woman has needs, you know. Lorah laughed along with Holly. Why did I know that was going to come out, Sherri? She shrugged. I never say something unless I mean it, was her reply. Lorah looked at Holly, who was grinning. She tells the truth. Okay, ladies. I'll see you later. I have 2 appointments this morning. That means 2 divorce cases at the same time. This will be fun. You are great at what you do, love. Have a wonderful day. Lorah gave her friend a kiss and shook her head as Sherri hurried out the door. And there she goes again, always running behind but somehow manages to get there on time. Holly agreed. I better get going too. Bailey is going to stop by for her gift. I was going to give it to her the other day when she came over, but then I noticed my cat must have swiped her tail across it when the paint was wet and ruined a spot. So I had to fix it. Lorah didn't want to say out loud that no one would probably notice, since her art was quite abstract. I'm sure she is excited. No, not really. Let's be honest, I know what people have said about my art, Lorah. It isn't a surprise to me. I think this gift will surprise even you. Oh, do you have a hidden talent we don't know about, Holly? She smiled at Lorah. Perhaps. You will find out soon enough. I'll see you Friday night. Are we still on for grilling at Sherri's place? Yes, as far as I know. Sherri is still planning to have Ryan grill and invited everyone there. I imagine Joe will go along too. Let's hope Olivia and James can come. Don't go there, Lorah. You've been warned. Holly gave her a hug and went on her way. They were right to warn her about interfering in Olivia's love life, but she wanted to see her daughter happy for once. The light in Olivia's eyes had been burning low for so long that the instant spark when James was around gave Lorah hope. She checked her messages. Joe hadn't returned hers. Maybe he was busy in a meeting, but she saw his golf cart buzz by the inn earlier. The Americana had a golf cart for the guests to use, and he had claimed that. It was rare to see Joe in anything but that lately. He buzzed up to the mansion and all around Hideaway Lake in it. He used to make it a habit to stop in for a cup of coffee, even though he was no longer staying at the inn. She always had a cup early in the morning before the guests were up, and he'd join her on the porch. The last few days he hadn't shown up and his cup had gone cold. Emotions tugged at her gut, and she wasn't sure why. A reminder of the past and how her marriage failed after 30 years always gave her pause about men. Except Joe was nothing like Kurt. Not even close. Or were all men alike and she was too naive to realize this? Her phone pinged. A smile drifted across her face when she noticed Joe had returned her message. Once again, a busy day, Lorah. I'm afraid I'll have to miss coffee again. I miss that part of the morning. She smiled and didn't reply. If he was busy, then she'd let him be. The mansion was so important to Joe that she knew he'd be involved up to his ears. Yet she felt left out of it somehow. A huge sigh of relief left her, even though she hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath since he texted her. Lorah did not want to depend on Joe to make her happy. That she'd have to figure out for herself. Wasn't the inn her real love now? She had a purpose to keep this inn running smoothly. Although Madison had set up everything so she could easily book rooms online and her bookkeeping was simple. She didn't have to worry as much about that, except for the stragglers who came at the last minute. Joe was a very independent man. She didn't want him to ever know she had some relationship hang-ups and issues. She certainly didn't want to stifle him. Maybe a therapist would help her deal with her inner concerns. She'd consider it, only if she found one outside of town. Imagine the talk if the folks here found out she went to see a therapist. If her neighbor, Rachel Martin, got wind of that information, the gossip would be relentless. Of course, there was always wine. And her two close friends. Who needed therapy when she had Holly and Shar? Hi, Bailey. Glad you stopped by. I'm sorry about the other day. Fluffy doesn't know when to keep her tail to herself. Bailey laughed. It's okay, Holly. I don't mind visiting. Besides, Fluffy seems to like me. The cat was rubbing herself against Bailey's leg. She picked the troublemaker up and held it in her arms while she followed Holly to her art studio. I have the painting back here. Your apartment is quite colorful, Bailey told her. There were abstract paintings along every single wall, down the hallway, and when she entered the room where Holly did most of her painting, she gasped. Lining the walls of the room were the most beautiful portraits and landscape paintings Bailey had ever seen. Her jaw dropped open. Holly? Did you paint these? Holly stood in front of an easel that was covered with a white cloth. I did, but it is our secret, Bailey. I've not advertised those. Why not? They are beautiful. Who is this? She pointed to a very regal-looking woman with a longish neck, and her hair swept back away from her face. That's my mother. She is the family member who died from addiction, Bailey. I'm so sorry. Bailey walked up to the painting, noticing the brilliant blue eyes of the woman in the portrait. Holly walked over and stood by her side. She was so alive there. It was before she got hurt in an accident and began taking painkillers. The accident ruined her life. She had to live in a wheelchair most of the time since her back pain was unbearable. She learned to live off pain medication until she would take so much she'd run out. My father would buy it off the street to keep her pain-free, instead of talking to the doctors. Father claimed to have tried, but nothing was done to help her. It's a vicious circle. I can hardly believe that happened to her, Bailey whispered, intrigued at the woman's beauty. It's true. For 10 years she suffered. I grew up with a paintbrush in my hand. She taught me how. She was the first portrait I ever did. Bailey began to point at others. You should show these to the world. They are truly beautiful. This one looks like a scene from a Hallmark movie, and this one looking out from the balcony of a cruise ship. I was in Alaska that year. I was probably in my late teens. We stayed in that small town, you see. I painted the lake and mountains as a backdrop. Bailey was confused. She turned to Holly. If you are this talented, why don't you show the world? Holly, these paintings deserve to be gazed upon and appreciated. Holly nodded. I wanted to, but never had the nerve. But now I want to show this town that I do have talent. They think of me as an eccentric artist who can only do abstract paintings. Or witch lady, a term I heard from the kids one day when I was at the beach. Kids can be cruel. I can talk to them for you. No, Bailey. That's not necessary. I never much cared what others think of me. Except these past few months have brought me to a new level, and I guess I don't want to be known as an old lady with crazy paintings no one can decipher. First of all, you are not an old lady. Now, Mom's neighbor Rachel, that's old. Holly gave her a hug. You are so sweet, Bailey. I'm glad you are home. Are you ready to see your painting? Bailey jumped up and down on the balls of her feet. Yas. Show me. She probably threw in a little more enthusiasm than necessary, but Holly was a nice lady and she wanted to be kind. Holly stood in front of the easel and gently removed the cloth. Bailey's eyes got so huge she thought for a moment she'd pop one eye out. That's me. It's your portrait, Bailey. I painted that from memory. I'm sitting on the bench near the far side of the lake. Mom was helping Grandma and I remember walking to the lake while they worked in Grandma's garden. Holly smiled. I was taking a walk and sat with you for a while, do you remember? I do. Bailey touched the portrait gently. It was truly her face staring at the lake. She knew it because it was so vivid to the day it happened. I was debating whether to go to nursing school or business school. I remember you told me I had a gift for helping people even if I didn't know it yet. I watched you for some time before we talked, Bailey. I guess my artistic eye photographed you in my memory bank. I'll treasure this forever. Am I allowed to show this to everyone? Holly laughed. Go ahead. I'm getting ready to come out in the open soon. It's time I do. Bailey agreed. Will you display these in your art studio? Change it to an art gallery, perhaps? Everyone would come. I'm not sure. I do like having wine and paint night. Everyone enjoys it immensely since it's a great stress reliever for women. I'm not sure what or how I will display my portraits. To be honest, who will believe that I painted these anyway? Holly had a good point. If Bailey hadn't seen this room herself, she'd never believe Holly had painted these. Don't give up, Holly. I'm going to tell everyone about you. Holly held up her hand. Oh, Bailey. You must not. If it is meant to be, it will be. Let's change the subject now, please. Have you decided to enroll in nursing school? Bailey nodded. Yes, I plan to go to Hershey and apply. I can probably do it online, but I'm planning to visit next week. I'm proud of you. This is a huge step for you. Holly, this was about you a moment ago. Now, you are trying to turn it around and make it about me. No, you can't do that. Holly laughed. I can and just did. Although, you may want to think about a career in counseling in some way. You are quite observant. The counselors at the treatment center did tell her she was a huge help to herself and everyone in her group. Perhaps she'd ponder it. In the meantime, she had some bio searching to do. Bye, Holly. I have to run. I haven't seen Olivia yet, and I'm anxious to hear what's been going on in her life. Chapter 9. The door flew open as Lorah turned to see who came stomping into her kitchen. It had to be one of her grown children. They still acted like kids when they were angry. Hello. Hi, Mom. Her son sat down at the counter, reaching for the coffee urn she had sitting there. He poured himself a cup and began drinking the hot liquid. She knew better than to question him until he calmed down. Cole was like her in many ways. She didn't get angry much, but when she did, it was a good one. Instead, she cut a slice of the freshly baked coffee cake she just made. It was still warm from the oven. Lorah had hoped Joe would stop by this morning while it was baking so she could offer him a slice, but he had zipped right by waving to her. She gave him a smile and turned away, pretending she got a phone call. Lorah didn't want him to know how much that stung. Will a slice of coffee cake calm you down, son? She asked, knowing he'd never refuse. Coffee cake? Yes, it will help. She almost laughed out loud when the phone rang. Setting the slice of cake in front of Cole, she answered her phone. Good morning, Olivia. What? Yes, be right there. Cole heard the sound of her voice and turned his head. What's wrong? We have to go. My neighbor may be having a stroke. She's at the cafe. Did Olivia call 911? Yes, they are on their way. Cole ran out the door ahead of her. As Lorah made her way across the street, she noticed Joe's golf cart sitting in front of the cafe. She didn't have time to see if he was there having breakfast, but ran inside where her neighbor was slumped over in a chair. Her son moved in quickly. He had been doing some volunteer work with the fire department years ago and learned first aid. Mrs. Martin, can you hear me? The older woman stared at him while everyone in the cafe watched. The whole room was silent. Mrs. Martin, I am going to ask you to smile. Can you show me your teeth and give me a smile? Lorah's heart beat faster when the old woman tried. The whole right side of her face didn't move. There was no doubt she had a stroke. Mrs. Martin, I know this may be difficult, but I believe you had a stroke. Can you close your eyes and raise your arms? She closed her eyes, but neither arm was lifted in the air. Can you try that again? I am, she told him, then slumped back in the chair. Lorah gasped, but Cole quickly picked her up and carried her outside to the ambulance that was just pulling up to the cafe. The first responders jumped out to open the back door and got the woman inside. They hit the siren and took off, quickly moving cars out of the way. Cole turned and came back inside. Lorah was still in the same spot, frozen to the ground. She wasn't very good in emergencies. Great job, Cole. You got her out of here quickly. He nodded, his adrenaline at its peak. Time is of the essence in this case. I hope we got her there in time. She took his arm, ordering him to sit down. This she was good at. Olivia, bring your brother some hot coffee. Lorah turned when she heard Joe's voice. Lorah. She swung around. Hello, Joe. Did you see me go by and wave earlier? Yes, another busy morning? I'm afraid so. I had to meet the contractors here at 6. We're behind by a week and a half. Hopefully, once they understand how important it is to have the mansion done by Christmas, they'll now hire more workers to finish the job and get us back on track. That sounds like a headache, Joe. I'm sorry you are going through this. He smiled. It's part of the job, except it takes me away from you. Lorah didn't reply. If he cared, wouldn't he try to make time for her anyhow? She was going to test him a bit. Was that childish to do? Joe, are you coming to Char's barbecue on Friday evening? Everyone who knows Char will be there. I'm certainly going to try. Will you be there? He asked, his sweet smile breaking through her tough demeanor. Of course I'll be there. It will be nice to spend time with you. I feel the same way, Lorah. See you then. He hurried out the door, then stopped to talk to several men who were loading up in a pickup truck. They had hard hats on their heads and a sign on the door. He turned back and saw her watching. His eyes lit up and he waved. Lorah waved back, then turned away quickly. She needed therapy. Badly. They were like two teenagers at times, and then she'd throw the friend sign up and back away. How would they ever develop a relationship like this? Did Lorah even want anything more? She kept saying friends were all she wanted right now, but she missed him when he wasn't coming around. Ma? Are you listening? Olivia had the cafe phoned to her ear. I'm sorry, what? Lorah hated to be caught with her head in the clouds. Deb, the first responder on the scene, just called. Rachel didn't make it past the first bend out of Hideaway Lake. They asked if you check her house and close it up until the family can be notified and can take care of things. Sure. Cole, would you mind giving me a hand? Mom, I'll go take care of that, you stay here. Cole left without finishing his coffee. Something was bothering him, and it wasn't Rachel Martin. Olivia spoke into the phone and hung it up. That was the fastest 911 emergency I've ever seen. Lorah sat down on the stool and handed Olivia his empty cup. I may as well have a cup while I'm here. It's been quite a morning. Cole never did tell me what was wrong. Olivia refilled the cup and pushed the condiments over, so Lorah was able to reach them. She leaned her elbows on the counter and whispered so only her mother heard. I think Madison and Cole broke up. What? Oh no. They are perfect for each other. Lorah glanced around to make sure no one overheard. That crazy suicidal chick has been calling him. What? Sherri West? How did I just learn about this? Lorah found it hard to believe, and yet Cole's attitude was terrible today. Madison was so fed up with him taking calls from Sherri when they were together, she gave him an ultimatum. He claims he was trying to help her and said it was unfair of Madison to ask that of him. They had a fight last night and she slammed the door in his face. He came over to my place about midnight. That's why he was still in the same shirt he had on yesterday. Olivia nodded. Yep, he left my place and must have come straight to you. Guess he needed his mommy. A car came pulling into the driveway at high speed. Lorah turned her head the exact time every patron in the cafe did, at the sound of squealing brakes and a loud slam. The man had to park towards the far end of the lot, since other cars were taking up the spaces close to the door. He ran like a ninja warrior being chased and flung open the door. His shirt was halfway dressed, the two top buttons open while his hair hadn't been brushed at all. A wild look in his eyes startled Lorah. Was this her renter? What in the world? Olivia? His eyes became glued to her daughter, and he made his way across the small patch of floor and pulled her into his arms. Thank the good Lord you are all right. His uneven, heavy breathing surprised Lorah. She watched in amusement as the man cupped her daughter's cheeks in his hands and stared into her eyes like a man lost in the desert. I'm fine, James. Go to work, Olivia ordered. When I saw the ambulance here, I just assumed you. She shook her head. You jumped the gun, man. I'm fine. No one else heard this, but Lorah saw how she whispered in his ear. Everyone is watching us. Get out of here, she teased him. He looked around, clearly annoyed that they were. Lorah put a hand over her heart. He was genuine. This man was in love with her daughter. She wondered if Olivia realized this. James turned back to her and told her in a low tone. I'm bringing dinner tonight. You can't say no. Because I'll be knocking on your door either way. He turned and walked out, everyone staring at him. Whoa, Olivia. What's going on here that we don't know about? One of the daily patrons teased her. You hush up right now, Arnold, or I'll tell your wife you've been fishing at the far side of the lake instead of checking up on your mother. The man did as he was told as others laughed. Darn it, Olivia. Now everyone knows. It was no secret except to your wife. The regulars began to have a conversation amongst themselves, but it sounded so far away. Lorah looked at Olivia, who had a slight blush across her cheeks. James is a good guy, she told her daughter. He is. A bit paranoid. It's expected, considering what he just found out. I know. He has to get over it. I'm not sure that I'm ready for all this. I agree. Do you want to go to therapy with me? I've been thinking about it. Olivia was intrigued. Really? I can't imagine my mother in therapy. I'm seeing visions of you fixing the therapist instead of the other way around. You are not funny, Olivia. I've got to get back. Will I see you Friday at the barbecue? Yes, Mom. I'm catering the meal. Of course you are. I can't imagine Sherri using her kitchen to prepare meals in. I'm doing everything but the burgers and steaks. Ryan offered to do that. He is trying to impress his daughter, no doubt. Gotta run, love. I'll see you there if not before. Bye, Mom. Lorah went back to work at the inn, sending a small prayer for her neighbor. She guessed the house would be put up for sale since Rachel didn't have any kids. Hopefully, they'd get a decent neighbor who didn't mind living next door to a busy inn. Lorah knew Olivia was making all the side dishes, but she couldn't help herself and brought along 2 batches of cupcakes. Everyone loved cupcakes, didn't they? When Cole stopped in earlier in the week, she'd been experimenting with several flavors and used the leftover coconut to bake a cake. She baked a variety of cupcakes, pina colada, orange creamsicle, and lemon angel food with strawberry cream. She couldn't wait to share the strawberry ones with Joe. She hadn't seen Joe since Tuesday when all the chaos at the cafe caused them to bump into each other. It was almost as if he'd written her off this week, even though she knew that wasn't happening. She knew that she was overreacting since he seemed genuine at the cafe. Joe was a decent man. He had become so wealthy by working hard for so many years while he raised his siblings. Yet he was so down to earth when Lorah was with him, she didn't see dollar signs anywhere. He didn't flaunt his money. Actually, she noticed that he was quite conservative. This mansion was a special project, and that's why he took on a partner. Over the years, he told her that he learned who made a good partner and who didn't. The thought that James was chosen by Joe gave Lorah hope. Olivia deserved a good man. She packed the special cupcake containers in her basket and made sure her guests had enough coffee and snacks out, since she'd be gone for a few hours. Most of them were at the local art show that was being held down the street. There was going to be a musical trio and an outdoor show the guests were given free tickets for. At least when they returned to the inn, there would be snacks. Lorah knew Madison was behind the scenes working hard to find events with free tickets. It was an added boost to stay at her inn, and Madison made sure to advertise that in her social media ads. She hoped Cole and Madison worked things out. They were both supposed to be at the barbecue. The party was in full swing when she drove down the lane to Sherri's place. Ryan was hovering over the grill, a long spatula in hand while talking to James, Olivia's man. Lorah looked around but didn't see Joe. He was probably still working. "Hey, Lorah." Holly, Shar, Olivia, and Madison waved. They were sitting at a table near the food, so Lorah set the basket with all the goodies on the table and sat down with them. "Before you say anything, Shar, I baked cupcakes. I told you do not bring anything, but since you did, what kind?" Lorah smiled and accepted the cold drink Shar had poured her from the glass pitcher on the table. "Pina colada and more." Shar moaned out loud. "Should I put them in the kitchen so they don't get ate up, and we can have them all to ourselves?" The others agreed, then laughed. Lorah looked around. "Has anyone seen Joe?" "No. I think James said he was still at the mansion working since they finished his offices. He said he'll stop by." "Thanks, Olivia. I haven't seen him all week." Shar grinned. "That has to be hard. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen much of Ryan either. He's been spending all of his free time with Chloe, which is good, but I miss those strong muscular arms around me and that." Hold your ears, ladies. She is going to go into graphic detail. Do we want to hear that? Nope, the steaks and burgers are done. Everyone got up when Ryan called out. Lorah handed Shar a plate, and they stood in line. "Ah, I see you invited Harry Sweetheart. He is in uniform. Is he on duty tonight?" "I believe so, but he told me that he is not missing a good steak for anything." He also asked how Sherri was doing. "He was on the night she was taken to the hospital." "Interesting. Sherri has been calling Cole. I am not sure if there is trouble between him and Madison, but I hope not. We don't need trouble in paradise." Shar was only half paying attention. She was staring at her boyfriend, flipping a burger and placing it on a plate for one of the guests. "He's a hunk, isn't he?" Lorah laughed. "I can see tonight is not a good time to talk to you about anything," she told her friend. "What?" Shar looked at her with blank eyes, then moved ahead in line. Her eyes were right back on Ryan. Lorah rolled her eyes. Shar was acting like a giddy teen. It was worse when she whispered in his ear, and his eyes lit up like a firecracker about to explode. She saw he whispered something in her ear, and she blushed. Shar blushed. Lorah almost burst out in laughter at that. She'd never seen her friend act like this. After Shar moved out of the way, Lorah stepped up to the grill. "I'll have a burger, Ryan. Do you know if Joe is coming tonight?" Ryan gave her a smile. "He said he would be here. Then he got a phone call and had to do a video conference and waved me on. So I'm not sure if he'll be tied up there or not." "That's a shame. I hope he makes it. There's lots of good food here." Ryan agreed. "Why not take him a plate? It's just up the road." He had a good idea. "You are right, Ryan, thank you. I think I will. Can you add another burger, and I'll make him a plate?" After Lorah had an overloaded plate filled with food, she found foil in Shar's kitchen and wrapped both his plate and hers. If he wasn't going to come to the party, then she'd take it to him. She explained to everyone that she'd be back, and took off up the long lane to the mansion. It winded around a few trees and wooded areas until she came to the open part. Since it was dark, she had to be careful not to go off the main track. There was equipment sitting all over the parking area. Lorah spotted a single light in the upstairs window. Since she was here before, she parked out front along the circular drive so she wouldn't have to walk too far in the dark. Even though there were a few light posts there, it was still dark in most areas. She grabbed the 2 plates from the passenger seat and made her way to the huge front door. Pushing slightly, it opened quite easily, and she was quite shocked at the work that had already been done. The last time she saw the open foyer, it was in need of repair. She followed the lighted hallway until she found the stairs to go up to the 2nd floor, where she noticed a light in the window. After walking down the long hallway, she saw Joe inside an enormous office area, video chatting with someone. Lorah didn't usually peek through a glass window, but she had her nose almost pressed up against the glass when she noticed there was a blonde-haired woman on the screen in front of him, smiling and happy. Lorah felt ill all of a sudden. Was Joe like her ex? Was she a fool again? Twice in a row? She was about to just leave the plate on the counter by the door when Joe must have felt her presence. When he turned, his eyes lit up and he waved at her to enter. That surprised her, so she slowly opened the door and went inside. Lorah, what a nice surprise. He looked into her eyes and must have noticed right away that she was holding back tears. The realization of what she must have been thinking caused him to stand up. Oh, Lorah, no. This is my sister. Hello, came a friendly voice from the laptop speakers. Lorah heard the woman in the background and saw her waving. The lump in her throat was instantly gone, and she gave them both a huge smile. He looked relieved and turned back to his laptop. Hey sis. My friend Lorah brought me dinner. I'll talk to you soon, and I hope you will be here for the holidays. I would not miss the grand opening for the world, bro. Love you. The screen went blank. Joe came forward. Lorah, let's take this out on the balcony. You look like you need to sit down. Lorah had to admit her legs were a bit wobbly. She followed Joe through a huge set of French doors to a balcony, much like the one they had lunch the first time she came here with him. She set the plates on the small bistro table. I'll be right back, he told her and ran inside. She watched as he leaned down to a small cooler and pulled 2 plastic bottles of water from it. He brought them along outside and sat in the chair opposite of her. Lorah felt shy all of a sudden. She busied herself with taking the foil from the plates and set one at his place setting. She handed him plastic silverware rolled up in a napkin. He wrapped his hand around hers as she was still holding the napkin. It was an awkward moment until she looked into Joe's eyes. He was a kind man, and she saw the understanding there. I am sorry that I scared you, Lorah. Truly, I understand your concerns. Let me reassure you that if I wanted to start dating someone, I'd never string you along. I apologize, Joe. My reaction was quite a surprise to myself as well. Who knew the first thing I'd think is you were seeing someone else? I have no right to even go there. It's none of my business. His hand was still covering hers. He leaned forward. I think it is your business, Lorah. We are friends, and yet we both know there is something more between us. She nodded and he let go of her hand. She had to agree that she wanted more with this man, and yet fear was holding her back. I'm always worrying about everything. After Kurt, it's hard. I am trying hard to be patient, Lorah. I really am. I guess it's good I have this mansion renovation to keep me busy. You will have to make up your mind sooner or later how far you want to take this relationship. I hope you choose to keep me. He was kidding in a serious way. She wanted to throw caution to the wind and wrap her arms around him and tell him he had nothing to worry about. But something always held her back. She reached out and squeezed his hand. Thank you, Joe. You've been so busy that I got scared. He gave her a wicked grin. No need to worry, Lorah. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. She dug into her plate and contemplated her choices. Perhaps therapy was necessary to figure herself out. Lorah guessed it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. Chapter 10. Olivia smiled at the 2 old men exchanging words at the counter. They were arguing about the noise level in Hideaway Lake. She had to laugh since one of them couldn't hear to begin with. Art was always cupping his ear and asking her to repeat the special of the day. She kept looking out the window, wondering when James would show. He told her that he'd stop in for coffee this morning, but it was already 10 and no James. It was rare he slept in. Did he forget he was going to stop by? Chloe came rushing in from the back, tying her apron around her. Her hair was a mess as she tried to stuff the long ends up under her cap. Sorry, Olivia, I know I look a mess. I'll just run to the bathroom and fix myself. Has Jellybean run off again? How did you guess? Olivia laughed at Chloe's sarcastic answer. The whole town has tried to find her at one time or another, Carl announced, ignoring Art, who was still complaining. Chloe ran off to the bathroom while Olivia watched her go. Ever since she was spending time with her father, Chloe seemed happier and more at peace with herself. She helped without being asked and seemed to be more considerate towards others. When she first came here, she wouldn't look anyone in the eye or hardly speak out. Now, she was acting like a normal teenager. Except when the pup got loose. Then she was like a tornado, storming about calling the dog every name in the book. It was comical, and yet Jellybean needed some serious training. Chloe, have you thought about taking Jellybean to puppy training school? Chloe let the bathroom door slam and frowned. Is there such a thing? Of course. Look up Maddie Keener's dog training. Her son took over the business a few years ago, but she still helps out when she is feeling up to it. She has trained some famous dogs in case that is your next question. I'll check it out. Thanks, Olivia. You are welcome. If you go, tell them Olivia sent you and ask for a discount. Mark comes to the cafe, and I always sneak him a dessert or coffee as a thank you for training the local K9s. The door opened and the little bell rang as Olivia welcomed Joe and James. They sat at the empty stools where Art and Carl were finishing up. When the two older men saw fresh faces, they decided to have one more cup of coffee. Olivia had to smile. The old guys were lonely and wanted to nose around and find out how the mansion was coming along. How's the construction, Joe? Yep, Olivia was right. While Joe talked about his mansion, James looked in her direction. She felt shy sometimes when he looked at her the way he was doing right now. Like she was the only person who was important to him. It made her feel 10 feet tall. Hi, Olivia. How are you? He asked when she poured him a cup of coffee. What are you doing working as a server? I thought you did all the cooking. I always jump in wherever I'm needed. Kayla should be here shortly. She had to take Harper to the doctor for a routine visit. Chloe is covering her tables and here I am. You are very lucky to have me as your server today, James. Can I talk you into our special of the day? He leaned in. She leaned over the counter. He was looking directly into her eyes. No one was paying attention since Joe had the two older men intrigued with his mansion stories. She was transfixed, unable to look away. If the special of the day is you, I'll take it, he told her, his voice a mere whisper. She stepped back. James, you are totally out of line. He shrugged. I didn't see anything but a sparkle in your eyes when I said it. Olivia smiled, her cheeks turning red. The house special it is. I'll take one too, Joe called out, which made Olivia turn away and hurry to the back. 2 specials, she told Chef Missy. Coming right up. You okay there, Chef Olivia? I will be as soon as my counter guest leaves. Ah, I see the culprit. Missy stretched her neck to peek out the small window. Are you two a thing or what? Because if you don't want that man, I will step next in line. He's so fine. Olivia laughed at the throaty noises Chef Missy made. I am pretty stuck on him, she told her coworker and friend. What a shame, Missy admitted. The house special was open-faced roast beef sandwiches over mashed potatoes, a roll and choice of vegetable. She hadn't asked them what they wanted as a veggie since Olivia already knew Joe liked her creamy spinach, and James loved her roasted vegetables. Here you go, James. I added your favorite roasted veggies, tender, crisp, and packed with tons of flavor. She set his plate down first, then moved on to Joe. Thanks, babe, James told her. The words startled Olivia that he'd say that out loud in front of others. They still hadn't really talked about their relationship yet. The minute he got back to Hideaway Lake, he was spending all of his time with Joe, catching up with everything. He had told her one day away was one too many in the construction business. James didn't handle the construction part, but he was a full-in partner with Joe financially and hands-on. He would be hiring the managers, the restaurant staff, and most of the other staff until he hired a PR person to take over. It sounded like he wanted total control of the upper management team. Joe had mentioned that from the start they both decided to hire the best employees possible. That meant long hours interviewing the right people. She gave them both an appreciative look. They made a good team and would be good for Hideaway Lake. That was the most important part. Do I get any more of that coffee, Olivia? I'm sorry, Art. Here you go. She tipped the pot and emptied it into his cup. It looked like he was going to be staying longer than usual. Since the 4 were taking up the counter space and would be talking for some time, Olivia took a walk around the cafe to make sure all of her guests were satisfied with their service. She walked out front to the covered porch and noticed someone waving from one of the tables in the far corner. Hello, Olivia. Hi, Holly. Are you here alone? Her mother's friend shook her head. For now. Your mother and Shar will be joining me. I think we just want a salad and a pitcher of that lemonade iced tea you make. The one with the slices of fruit on top. How about a turkey cob? I can whip that up right now. Sounds delicious. Olivia went back inside to make her way to the kitchen. As she walked past the counter, the four men seemed to be in a deep conversation until she felt a hand run across her lower back. She turned to find James watching her. She knew he was waiting for her reaction. She kept moving, pretending that didn't just happen as she made her way to the back. He was being so forward. What had happened to him in the last week? Although she knew the two of them had some things to work out, she never expected James to be anything but a gentleman. This new James was quite different than what she was used to. In the past, they had spent time at his place, having dinner together, talking, dancing, and then spending the night together. It had been a pretty quiet affair before. Now, he acted as if he wanted everyone to know they were seeing each other. What if she wasn't ready? Maybe she should go along with her mother to therapy to figure things out. Olivia tossed the turkey Cobb salad together, along with a loaf of fresh baked Italian bread and whipped butter, and carried the tray outside. Kayla came through the front door as she walked by with a tray. "I'm here, Chef Olivia." Olivia nodded. "Good, everyone is served, so I'll be on the front porch if you need me." James watched her intensely. Not that she paid attention, but she felt his eyeballs burning into her as she passed by. He was definitely trying to impress her. By the time she got to the porch, her mother and Char had just sat down. "Here you go, ladies, are you ready to eat?" "Of course," Char told her. "I'm famished. I'm also going to find Ryan and spend the afternoon with him before his daughter gets off work." The others laughed. "Poor Char. She's being neglected." "Shush, don't say that too loud. I know Chloe is here, and I don't want her feeling like she's in the way of our relationship. She's had one too many letdowns in her life." "You are a good person, Char. Especially giving up your time with Ryan." Char gave the others an evil look as she dug into her salad. "I'm going to get very selfish, starting this afternoon. I've got a plan, but I can't tell you about it." Olivia wished she had half the guts that Char did. "Scoot over, Mom. I'm going to join you." "Oh, how nice of you, Olivia. Here, take this bowl." Lorah handed her daughter a hefty bowl of salad while she refilled hers from the big bowl in the center of the table. They ate in silence for a few minutes until Char and Holly both set their forks down and stared at Lorah, who was unusually quiet. Olivia did the same. "What is going on here, and why is everyone staring at my mother? She hasn't disclosed her trip out of town this morning." "Ah, the therapist. This conversation may get quite interesting." Olivia wasn't sure she wanted to know the inner secrets of her mother's session. "Do you know Joe is at the counter having lunch, Mom? I saw him through the window. He's busy right now, so I don't want to disturb him." The nice thing about the front porch dining was no one had to actually walk through the cafe if they didn't want to. All anyone had to do was come right to the porch from the parking lot or across the street where her mother's inn was. Joe probably had no idea Lorah was here, and it sounded like her mother preferred it that way, at least for today. Olivia smiled and stuffed a forkful of salad in her mouth. He's busy keeping Art and Carl entertained with construction technicalities about the mansion. The two old men think they are the only ones privy to that information. Lorah smiled and waved her hand as if she were shrugging him off. "I have a lot of catching up to do at the inn anyway, since I've been out of town most of the morning." "And yes, we want to know how that went," Char mumbled, her mouth full. She looked at Olivia. "This is delicious, by the way. I bet James is a happy man right now having his own private cookback." "Char." Lorah looked horrified at Char's words. Even Holly stared at Char. "That was not nice, Char. Take it back." "It's okay. I knew she didn't mean it in a derogatory way. I am a chef, remember?" "Thank you, Olivia. I swear these ladies get offended way too easily. I meant it in a good way." "I understand, and for your information, I have not fed James anything except from the cafe during working hours." "Can we talk about me now?" Lorah blurted out. She gave Olivia a wink. "Maybe I will go with you next time, Mom. I'm so confused about James." "I think you and James will be fine, Olivia. It will take time to work things out." Holly and Char both looked at Lorah. Holly blurted out, "Let's talk therapy and Lorah Myers." "Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. I've had fun doing that, you know." Laura's eyes lit up, and Olivia was quite impressed her mother made a light-hearted joke. She was usually uptight most of the time. Go on, Char told her. I have an important appointment to keep. They all laughed at Char's ridiculous comment since they knew exactly where she was off to. Lorah clapped her hands together. My therapist's name is Joe. Joe. You are kidding, right? Lorah shook her head. Nope. Not one bit. Olivia laughed. How do you talk about Joe to Joe? Howling laughter from the table had other patrons turning to the ladies. They stared at the foursome for a moment, smiled, waved, and turned back to their business. My dear Olivia, only you would ask that question. It was quite difficult. I almost burst out laughing myself until I told him I can't possibly call him Joe as he requested. I can't imagine what he said to you. Hello, I'm Dr. Jennings, but just call me Joe. So let's talk about Joe. Very funny, Char. The truth is, he was quite helpful, and listening to me talk about my 30-year marriage was stress-relieving, if you want to know. I got a lot off my mind and shoulders today. Good for you, love. We are only kidding, you know, Holly told her. I hate that I need a therapist to listen to me, but I want to figure out how to get past not trusting Joe. He is one of the most honest men I ever met, and when he didn't show at the picnic, I thought the worst of him. Seeing a woman on the screen on his laptop didn't help much either. Wait, what? Another woman? Olivia did not see Joe as a cheating man. Neither did the others, since they all gasped. That was my first reaction too. No, it was his sister he was talking to. Imagine how stupid I felt because he saw my face and read it like a book. I want to hear about this sister of his. Olivia was all ears. There is nothing to tell you, Olivia. His sister, the one who helped us with Sherri, was on the laptop when I took him a plate of food the other night. I thought the worst right away. Is that why you think you need therapy? No, not just because of that. It's so complicated. Olivia raised a brow. Those words sounded strange coming from her mother. That was something she would say. I'm sorry, Mom. Dad sure messed your head up, didn't he? He sure did, Holly jumped in. I'll drink to that, Char said, raising her glass. We should have a night out, ladies. What do you say? Any time you are available, I'm there. Lorah got up and placed a 20 on the table. I have to go. Olivia, I'm going again next week, same time. If you'd like to ride along, you are more than welcome. Nah, I'm good. I think I'll figure out James on my own. Lorah laid a warm hand on her cheek. I understand. In case you feel the need, he is a good therapist. Olivia watched as her mom crossed the street to the inn. Char threw cash on the table, got up and gave them each a hug before leaving, while Holly lingered. I have to get back inside, Holly. You going to hang around for a while? Do you want anything else? No, I'll finish my lemonade tea and head back to my shop. Okay, have a good day. Olivia? What, Holly? Would you mind if I place a painting of mine on your wall in the cafe? I'd like to do it anonymously to see what the local reaction is. Sure, although the patrons may realize it is your painting. Everyone is familiar with your type of abstracts since you do the wine and paint night. This is different. I'd like to hang it after hours if you wouldn't mind. Sure. Bring it over tonight. Text me and I'll let you know if the coast is clear. Chef Missy is closing up, but I can come down and meet you. Wonderful. Thank you, Olivia. Holly got up and left money at her place setting as well. She gave Olivia a hug. I'm experimenting with some paintings. I'd appreciate it if you keep this between the two of us. Of course. My lips are sealed. Thank you. Olivia cleaned up the table before heading back inside. Joe and James were getting ready to leave. She walked by James and brushed her arm against his back. He almost jumped off the stool. Olivia giggled. Hadn't he done the same thing to her earlier? A big grin split across James's cheeks when he realized who it was. Hey, Olivia. I hope we can see each other later. How about some pizza and beer? We can sit by the lake. You busy? I think so. I'll have to meet up with someone later, but we can have pizza together first. James's face fell. You are meeting someone later tonight? She nodded. Yes. I promised to keep it a secret, so I can't really tell you or anyone about this. Olivia realized how it may sound to him and laughed. I'm meeting a woman, James. Not what you think. Phew. I was getting concerned. See you later, Olivia. He leaned over and gave her cheek a kiss. Olivia watched him go. When was she going to give him her complete trust? Maybe her issues went far beyond this small town. Was James willing to give up life in the big city to stay here? He hadn't mentioned anything permanent, only that he was going to be more hands-on than Joe. What exactly did that mean? Was he going to settle here for good, or until the next big project came along? Meanwhile, she'd enjoy spending time together with James. Hopefully, he didn't mind waiting on her to make up her mind about the two of them. He seemed to want to carry on as if nothing ever happened between them. She tried to explain that would take time. He said he understood and he was being patient. What Olivia didn't understand was how he could still care after all they went through. She still held some guilt about losing the baby. Maybe she should go with her mom to therapy. Ryan had invited Chloe and her to the movies on the beach tonight, since it was pretty well what everyone did on Thursday nights. Sherri decided she wanted him all to herself first, only Ryan didn't know it yet. He was going to be so surprised and hopefully pleased when he arrived here. The house was a huge 2-story Victorian cottage tucked into the side of the mountain. It was set back from the other homes quite a distance. The driveway was the only thing a passerby saw. A grove of trees surrounded the house on all sides, except for the backyard, where you could look out over the mountains a mile away. It was absolutely gorgeous. The last owner had done some extensive renovations. The second-floor master bedroom had huge doors that led to a private balcony that was all screened in, and in the middle sat an old-fashioned clawfoot tub Sherri had filled with bubbles and sprinkled with rose petals. A tray hung from the one side, and she placed a metal ice bucket with a half bottle of wine and 2 glasses there. Since they had to drive, she didn't want more than a glass each. Sherri knew it took an hour for 1 glass of wine to leave their system, and had no doubt they'd find plenty to do until it did. When she heard the car pull up in the driveway, she peeked out one of the upstairs windows to make sure it was truly Ryan. Imagine sitting in a bubble bath and someone else showed up, even though she was promised there would be no one stopping by for the afternoon. The owner was now living in Florida and had asked Sherri to do the legal work on the house via proxy as he was getting ready to list the property. He also hired Ryan's company to set up an elaborate alarm system that he thought would add more value to the home. Since Sherri's office made all the appointments and arrangements and hadn't handed the keys over to the real estate office until Ryan was done with the alarm system, she came up with this idea to get some alone time with him. Was Ryan going to get mad? She highly doubted it. He'd be surprised, and Sherri licked her lips thinking about him joining her in the tub. Hello. His voice echoed through the partially empty house. The owner sold some of the furniture and left a few sparse items behind to go with the house. Sherri giggled like a schoolgirl attempting to do something naughty. Ryan was instructed to place the alarm in this exact room, so he knew to come here first. She was anticipating how long it would take him to find his way here. Each step seemed like forever until she heard his footsteps getting closer. He opened the door to the screened-in porch and sucked in his breath. Sherri. She opened her eyes and pointed a finger at him. Come in and join me. Then she turned her back on him and began to pour them each a glass of wine. Sherri didn't look back until she heard the sound of his black leather bag hit the floor. She turned around to watch the show. Sherri, you never cease to amaze me. She sipped her drink while he threw off one shoe and then another, and before she knew it, he was dipping his foot in the water, and then there he was taking the wineglass from her fingers. He brushed his mouth over hers. I can taste your sweet lips forever, he told her. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Hurry, Ryan. I hear you are too expensive by the hour. He laughed out loud and dipped his head again. Yeah, but I'm worth it, and you are about to find out. Chapter 11. It's been a few weeks since Sherri started the petition to open up my adoption case, Bailey told her sister, who sat beside her at the counter while Kayla finished up with a large bus tour that came through this morning. The place had been jam-packed when Olivia called her for help. She ran across the street and jumped in, taking orders and even helping to work the fryer until they got the crowd under control. These things take some time, Olivia told her. Bailey sat at the counter beside her sister, having a tall glass of Coke. Olivia looked like she had just run a marathon and won. You love the hustle and bustle of this, don't you, sis? I do. These last few hours reminded me of the rush of a deadline when I worked for the catering company. Why don't you go back? It seems like your cup of tea. Olivia shrugged. Not anymore. I do miss it, but Hideaway Lake has become my permanent home now. I do not miss the big city or all that goes with it. I'm here to stay, Bailey. Bailey leaned over and tapped her shoulder with her own. I guess you are right. I wasn't away from home for long when I went to nursing school, but I did miss it here. At first, I thought I wanted to get as far away from the place I grew up in. Then to find out it wasn't that at all. Treatment has worked wonders for me and helped me in more ways than I can explain. I'm glad you made it through, Bailey. Our lives would have been devastated if the opposite had happened. Bailey let out a deep sigh. It didn't happen. Luckily, I was spared for some reason or other. Maybe to return the favor. I feel like I should give back. Maybe nursing isn't what I really want, after all. When I was in treatment, helping others got me through the last few months. I even stayed that long to make sure I'd stay clean and get the therapy I needed. Not everyone has the ability to do that, but I was one of the lucky ones, and I learned so much. Luckily for me, Dad has good health insurance. That's about the only thing good in his life. Olivia laughed. You are so right. Well, you have to decide what you want to do. I thought Sherri said she had some news for you. Bailey nodded. Yep. She wants me to stop by in a few. I guess she is at her office here in the building. Do you need me to go with you, Bailey? I can manage. You have 2 vans that just pulled up. It looks like a sports team. I'm out of here. Now I know why Mom named you Bailey. You are bailing out on me, sis. Bailey laughed at her sister's words, which wasn't the first time anyone said that to her. Olivia knew all she had to do was place a call and Bailey would be there in a heartbeat. I'll stop by on my way back. Good luck, sis. Bailey walked around the building to the other side, where Sherri and several other businesses had their offices. She swung open the glass doors and took the steps to the second floor. Sherri's assistant was busy at the computer and waved to Bailey. Go on in, she's waiting for you. Bailey followed the hallway to Sherri's office. She knocked lightly, then opened the door slowly, as if something would jump out at her. Come in, Bailey. I saw you walking from the cafe. Hey, Sherri. What did you find out? She sat down in one of the chairs across from the desk. Okay, first of all, would you like your mother here with you? I can wait to open this until she gets here. Bailey shook her head. No, I don't think I do. Bailey, do you want a glass of water? No. She wanted to scream at Sherri to get on with it, but knew better. Sherri was doing all she could legally to help Bailey find her parents. She looked out the picture window behind Sherri. The sky was getting dark all of a sudden, like a huge cloud that landed right on Hideaway Lake. Great. Her anxiety was bad enough without a telltale sign like that hovering by. Thunder cracked and lightning flashed in the distance, while kids and adults scrambled to get out of the water. Bailey knew the exact moment when the rain came down like a dam bursting through a concrete barrier. It was the moment Sherri picked up a letter opener. In one hand, she held an envelope, the other was the opener. She gave Bailey a concerned look. Let me update you on what is going on, Bailey. I've been diligently getting this done as quickly as possible, even though the courthouse can be as slow as molasses at times. Not in this case. Your birth mother signed the petition immediately so that we can have access to your birth certificate that has been closed since you arrived on God's green planet. I do not know who she is or her name. This letter discloses what you want to know. Open it. She was ready. Did this mean that her birth mother wanted to meet her? It gave her hope. Now she wished her mom was beside her. Bailey closed her eyes. Can you call Mom? I'm not sure I can do this without her. She's on speed dial. Of course, Sherri would have told her mom in case Bailey needed her. There were no secrets among the 3 friends. Bailey pushed her knees together, struggling to keep her cool. Sherri took another call while she sat in the wooden chair, staring at the floor. Did she want to know the truth now that it was so close? 3 minutes later, the door burst open, and Lorah came through, an umbrella in one hand that she set on the floor. She sat down next to Bailey and took her hand. Her mother's genuine smile gave her the courage she needed. "Thank you, Mom," Bailey whispered, barely able to talk. Her throat felt dry and scratchy, her head was pounding. Sherri hung up the phone a few minutes later. "You ready now?" "Hi, Lorah, thanks for coming." Bailey noticed her mother's bottom lip quivered a tiny bit. It was so slight, but since she was sitting so close, Bailey saw it right away. Her mom was almost as nervous as she was. "Okay, this time I'm ready." Sherri picked up the letter opener and gently cut open the end. She pulled out the contents and gave each of the ladies in front of her a final look before looking down at the document. Sherri's face fell. Her jaw dropped and she paled. "This can't be true." Lorah looked concerned. Bailey's heart raced. What was going on? Bailey sat there watching from a place in her head she wasn't sure she should go. The room began to feel far away. Did she want to know now? Sherri's anger began to rise up as she handed the document to Lorah, who stood up and stared down at the birth certificate. Lorah dropped back down in the chair. Bailey watched as she closed her eyes. "Mom, give me the document," Bailey ordered, ripping it from her mother's fingers. She stared down at the piece of paper. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of Health Vital Records. Certification of birth. Date of birth, June 20th, 2000. Sex, female. County of birth, Lancaster. Name, Bailey Ann Winters Maya. Mother's name, Holly Winters. Father's name, Kurt Maya. Bailey began to cry. Sherri began to swear. Lorah rose to her feet, slammed her hand on the desk, and turned to Sherri. "Take care of her for me, please. I'll be right back." Sherri shook her head desperately. "No, Lorah. Do not do anything rash or extreme." But her words were spoken to a disappearing Lorah. Bailey watched in shock and horror as her mother fled from the office, as fierce and wild as the thunderstorm outside. Sherri ran after her, kicking off her heels, snatching them up and grabbing her purse from the hook by the door as she ran after Lorah. Bailey was left alone in the room to digest what she had just learned. Her mother was Holly. How? Why would she sleep with her best friend's husband? Bailey was 20 years old. That meant her father had cheated on her mother over 20 years ago. He had never been faithful. He was a terrible example of what a father should be. That also meant her father was truly her father. The disappointment oozed from somewhere down deep. Bailey sat there staring out the window as the rain came pouring down. She wasn't angry or sad, unlike her mother and Sherri, who were probably going to kill Kurt Myers, the shady real estate businessman who considered his job more important than his own children. How did this happen? It was obvious her mother knew nothing of this. Then there is Holly, her biological mother, right in their inner circle. What was she thinking? The truth was Sherri and Lorah had been friends from high school. Holly came in later on. Like 20 years ago. The realization of that gave Bailey goosebumps. Holly had come to town 20 years ago because of Bailey. It was the only explanation. How in the world did her father and Holly stay in the same town without anyone finding out all this time? Hideaway Lake held no secrets. Until now. Lorah knew she had to get her temper in check by the time she reached town, or she'd commit murder before the day was over. She gazed in the rearview mirror and saw Sherri's headlights there. At least her lawyer would be close by if she wound up going to jail. The mountain road was tricky when it was pouring down rain, but Lorah was too angry to let it scare her. The adrenaline flowing through her veins was stirring up her soul like she'd never been before. She didn't bother to park her car in between the white lines that had been painted in the parking area of his new commercial building. Lorah left the car running and opened the door, not bothering to grab her purse. She marched up the set of stairs to the front doors. Sherri wasn't far behind. "Wait up, Lorah. Don't say anything to him yet." Lorah turned to see Sherri throwing on her high heels and making her way close behind. When she caught up, she warned her friend. "This has been a long time coming. He has hurt this family for the last time. I understand. You will bail me out? I can at least count on you, can't I?" Sherri gave her a resigned smile. She didn't have to worry about ruining her reputation in Hideaway Lake, since everyone knew Sherri was a force to be reckoned with. At least Lorah had her own lawyer here in case Kurt called the cops. Which he may do out of spite. Of course. Go do your thing. I'm right here with you, love. There were several people in the office sitting at desks and buzzing around when Lorah marched through. Where's Kurt? She asked the receptionist. Sally gave her a long, hard stare. Do you have an appointment? I don't need one, Sally, and you know it. Where is he? I can stand here all day. Sally looked at Sherri, who nodded and gave the secretary a serious lawyer face look. Sally pointed in the direction of a set of doors that led to a conference room. Lorah held her head up, marched around a few desks, and threw open the door. She left it open on purpose, knowing everyone was about to hear what kind of snake their boss was. Kurt stood when he saw her. There was an older man sitting beside Kurt. A pile of documents sat between them. Not now, Lorah. I'm in an important meeting, but we can discuss the kids later today if you'd like. His voice was sugary sweet, probably to impress the client, but Lorah knew the truth. She saw the warning signs in his eyes. It didn't matter. He was about to know what that old biblical truth about a woman scorned meant. Good afternoon, sir. This will only take a moment, maybe longer. The old man stood up and held out his hand. Lorah was furious and her hand was shaking, but she reached out and took his. The warmth from a pair of bony fingers was surprising. The old man was much stronger than he appeared. You go right ahead, ma'am. Family is always first. Lorah gave him one of her greatest smiles. You are absolutely right, Mr. Conley. There was no sense pretending she didn't know who his client was. Lorah knew her next words were a disaster for Kurt and would ruin him. She honestly had a tiny tinge of regret for a split second and then gave him her second greatest smile. Kurt, we opened the files on Bailey today. That was all she needed to say as his face paled. Anger flashed in his eyes. This is not the right time to talk about Bailey. I had asked you before, and now to come barging in here during this meeting is rude, Lorah. Please leave. We will continue this later. Lorah shook her head. I'm afraid we won't. For 20 years you knew that Bailey's biological father was right here in Hideaway Lake. You let her believe her parents did not want her. Plus, you betrayed me with my best friend. The old man and several of the employees looked directly at Sherri. She cringed. Oh hell no. Not me, folks. I'm not sure what you are talking about, Lorah. Can you leave? This is important. It won't take long, I promise. He was now trying to be kind. It was way too late. Lorah took a step closer. The old man sat back down and was closing the file. He placed his pen over top and folded his hands together. Perhaps we should find out what she is talking about, Kurt. Lorah turned to Walter Conley. I know how important your land and property is to you, Mr. Conley. You would be doing your family and legacy a favor by not selling to this man. He is not a family man or a man of honor. He ignored his kids most of the time and cheated on me during our 30 years of marriage. Now, wait a minute, Lorah. Kurt took a step closer. Sherri intervened. She raised a finger in the air. Don't get any closer, Kurt. He stepped back. Mr. Conley nodded his head and kept his eyes on Lorah. I know all of this, and despite the fact Kurt is divorced, he seemed to be a concerned family man. Convince me I am wrong. Lorah laughed. There is no way he cares about your property. All he wants it for is commercial use. Everything you've worked for will be torn down and commercial and leased buildings built. Watch and see. He has proven to be a liar and a cheat, not only in the past year, but 20 years ago. What happened? He had a baby with one of my best friends, then gave it up for adoption and allowed me to adopt his child to another woman. You can't make this up. That is awful, Mr. Conley admitted. Lorah felt like a bull ready to strike its victim. Kurt Maya, you have disgraced this family. I don't know why you would do this except for your own gain. If you ever get near me or my family again, I will not be responsible. Do I make myself clear? Sherri stood beside her, laying a gentle hand on her arm. It's time to go. Her only friend was right. She nodded and turned to go. Mr. Conley stood. He walked to the door as Lorah and Sherri were leaving and took her other arm. I believe I'll be leaving with you, young lady. Kurt tried to stop the old man. Walter? What does this mean? You can't believe what she says. It's one of the reasons we divorced. She was always making things up and telling lies. Walter looked back once before turning his back on Kurt. I can spot a liar a mile away, son. It's why I've done so well this long. I'd rather let the property go to dust than sell to you. Good day. Lorah tried hard not to fall apart. The old man leaned in. Don't you worry, we'll get you out of here in one piece. I appreciate it, sir. I'm not a sir. My name is Walter. I believe you single-handedly saved my legacy. Sherri spoke up. Where are your lawyers, Walter? Should you be doing a deal like this without them? The old man grumbled. My nephew is my lawyer, but not any longer. He had to go to a more important client than his own kin today. I fired him when he told me to change the meeting date. You fired your own nephew? Mr. Conley, is that wise? I don't care. He stared at Sherri when they got to the front door. If you want the job, you got it. I'm impressed as heck that you stuck right here with your client and friend. That's what I want and will have again. Sherri shrugged. Sure, why not? I'll help you until you make up with your nephew. I get it, Walter. You want to scare him into doing your bidding. The old man laughed out loud, his voice bellowing in the parking lot they now occupied. Come see me tomorrow. I've got a place for you somewhere. Walter, I work for myself. I don't need a position with your company. I'll call you later. The old man got into his 10-year-old Chevy truck, smiling like he won the lottery. Lorah and Sherri watched him leave. Now what? Lorah took a deep breath. It's time to confront Holly. Yeah. Let's go. I have a few choice words to say. Lorah shook her head. No, you go back to work. I can do this alone. No, you can't and you won't. I'll follow you. It took about 10 minutes to drive back to Hideaway Lake since the rain stopped. The air was damp and the hot July sun came out. It was like the clouds and storm that happened earlier was for the moment when the names on the birth certificate were revealed. How odd was that? Did the universe really work like this? Holly was pulling up to her small shop at the same time Sherri and Lorah pulled in. Sherri parked a distance away in the back of the parking lot since she had to go back to her office. Lorah blocked Holly in, not bothering to shut off her ignition, and got out. She wasn't planning on staying long. Holly held a painting covered up with a smooth cotton cloth. She had gotten out of her car and stood to wait for the two. Hello, ladies. Are we having our wine date early? Lorah had actually forgotten they planned to get together this evening at Holly's place. That wasn't going to happen. No wine night for us now, or probably ever, Holly. Sherri came up beside Lorah and stood there, hands at her sides. She didn't speak, just stared at Holly, trying to intimidate her like she did in court. What is going on? Why do you two look as if you want to kill me? Holly was acting complacent, but she had a worried look in her eyes. As if she already knew why. Sherri spoke up first. I had a meeting in my office. The petition we filed on Bailey's behalf was signed by her biological mother. Holly nodded. She tried to appear strong, but Lorah saw her knees weaken as her fists tightened around the frame of the picture she held. Lorah didn't care. Her feelings were not what mattered. You lied to me, to us, to our friendship for 20 years. What the hell were you thinking, Holly? You slept with my husband 20 years ago and pretended to be my friend for that long. I hate you right now. Holly cringed. She let tears slide down her face but held up her chin. You are right. Can we talk about this inside? Lorah shook her head. No. We are done talking. You've proven to me that anything you say is a lie. Why, Holly? Why? Holly's mouth quivered. Do you know what sucks about this whole thing? I will lose our friendship, the three of us. Kurt knew you wanted to adopt a child. He hired a surrogate mother to give you that child. He did love you, Lorah. I was the surrogate mother, but when the time came, I blackmailed him so I could stay here and watch my child grow up. What? Sherri joined in. That's ludicrous. Holly took a step forward. No, ladies. When Kurt came to me about being a surrogate, he cared very much. He wanted to give you a child. He didn't want you to have someone else's. Oh, innocent Holly. He didn't care about Lorah. He was once again being selfish. Don't you see? He didn't want to raise another man's child. It had to be of his flesh and blood. He used you like he used everyone else. Lorah knew Sherri was right. She didn't care if Holly was a pawn of Kurt's doing. How could you pretend to be our friend, Holly? We loved you. Every one of us, down to all of my children. Holly frowned. After I gave Bailey up, I regretted doing so and tried to get her back. Kurt ordered a closed adoption so she would never know the truth. I tried to get her back, but he had the money and I had nothing. The school I worked at did not approve of me being a surrogate mother and let me go. So I came to Hideaway Lake and tried to blackmail him into giving my child back. That does not sound like Kurt at all. He is not easily blackmailed, Holly. Lorah was not convinced Holly was telling the truth. It's the truth, Lorah. I told him that I would tell you he was the real father unless he allows me to see her, and then you and I met and became friends. When I saw how Bailey was growing and getting so much love from you, it made me realize that I would only ever know Bailey as your child. All I could give her was a tiny apartment with an art shop. She had a family, a brother and sister, and you. She had you. Lorah had tears running down her face. She was so angry and sad and confused that she wasn't able to listen any longer. The thing is, you had plenty of chances to tell me. Do you think Kurt cared about Bailey? He didn't. This was all about him once again. I'm not sure what the purpose of you allowing her to find out is, but I'm sure it is for your own selfish good. I'm done with you, Holly. I doubt I can ever forgive you for this. Ditto, she heard Sherri say. Lorah got into her car and drove to her house. She put the car in the garage and walked slowly to her front porch, where she sat on the swing, forgetting she had to get snacks and drinks out for her guests. Olivia stopped in a few hours later to take care of what needed done in the kitchen. Olivia brought her a cup of hot tea and sat beside her, pushing the swing back and forth. You know, Mother, sooner or later you will have to get up and carry on. A few minutes later, Cole drove up on his golf cart. He went inside and grabbed a bottle of water, came back out and sat on the rocker beside the swing. Just having him on the porch meant the world to her. No one had to say a word. She knew Sherri told Olivia who called Cole. Bailey showed up a few minutes later and sat on the porch step. I'm not sorry she signed the consent, Mom. At least now I know. Lorah tried to get past the lump in her throat. I'm glad you know, Bailey. I went to see Holly after you and Sherri ran off to Dad's. I won't say I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry one bit. He deserved every word I spoke, and he also deserved that big deal to fall through. A man like him needs a hard lesson. Most likely, it won't happen, and he'll be back up on his feet within the year. This was supposed to be about me. I'm sorry it affected you, Mom. I'm so sorry. Bailey got up and flung herself into Lorah's arms. They held onto each other for the longest time. If it is any consolation, Holly truly regrets keeping her secret, but she told me she'd rather lose a friendship with you than lose me. I believe her. Lorah didn't say anything. What could she say? Holly had betrayed a friendship that was valued deeply. Olivia sighed. Life is tough. You sure don't deserve all this, Mom. I hate my father for what he has done. The good thing about this whole situation, Cole told them, is we are officially half siblings. Lorah nodded. You are right. Bailey, welcome to the family. Again. I want to get to know Holly better, Mom. Are you going to hate that? Olivia made a noise when she got off the swing. Of course she is, Bailey. Besides, you already know Holly. Lorah spoke up. It's okay, Olivia. Bailey is right. She needs to get to know her in this new light. Just don't expect me to be kind to her. I guess I really need my therapist now. Therapist? Mom, what is happening here? You are seeing a therapist? Lorah tried to smile, but all she could muster up was a slight grin. Cole, you know, my therapist is a great guy. He listens. If you ever need to go, you are welcome to come along. No thanks. Love you, Mom, but I can figure things out on my own. Besides, I have nothing to figure out. Good for you, Lorah told her son. I'm glad your life is not complicated. We love you, Mom. Olivia got up and leaned in for a hug. I have to go. Goodbye, love. Thank you for being here. Want a ride, sis? Cole hopped up and hugged Lorah. Call me if you need anything, and I'll be right over. She watched as Olivia and Cole hopped on the golf cart as they scooted across the street. Olivia jumped off and ran into her cafe as Cole went on his way towards the beach area. She looked down to see Bailey leaning against her, eyes closed. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Bailey. Why don't you go spend some time with Holly? It almost hurt to say the woman's name. Bailey got up and gave her an extra long hug. I will. I have a lot of questions. Go on now. Love you. Bailey made her way over to Holly's while some guests left for dinner. A few walked over to the cafe, while others got in their vehicles to drive somewhere else. One or two said hello and went inside to their rooms. There are snacks and drinks in the dining room, she told the last couple. Joe pulled up in his golf cart. This was unusual for him to be out and about this time of day. Hey there, he called out, hiding one hand behind his back. What are you hiding from me, Joe? He came through the gate and stood in front of her, presenting her with some bright yellow daisies. The flower shop was closed, but the grocery has an abundance of these. She took them and laid the bouquet on her lap, first taking a deep sniff of the flower petals. They are lovely, thank you. He sat down beside her and took her hand. I heard what happened. She wasn't surprised. Olivia told James and James told you? No. Olivia told Cole and Cole told Madison, who reminded Cole that he should go be with you. And then Cole asked me if I minded because he was up at the mansion doing some extra work for me. I came as soon as I was able to get away. Lorah smiled at his words. Olivia, Cole, and Bailey just left. I'm sorry, Lorah. You don't speak much about Kurt and I don't ask, but if you ever needed to get it off your shoulders, I want you to know that I am here for you. She didn't want to tell him that she had a therapist for that, but gave him a gentle smile and raised her hand to his cheek. I don't care to waste any of our time together talking about him, Joe. You are worth so much more to me than him. This time Joe didn't hesitate but leaned in for a long, sweet kiss. Lorah knew then everything would be all right. It may be rocky at times, but it would all be okay. Chapter 12. There is a lot of commotion next door, Madison said as she entered Lorah's kitchen. Good morning, love. Rachel's estate is getting ready to auction the house. It's been quite busy for the last week or two. Have some freshly baked oatmeal with local maple syrup and organic blueberries. How I love coming to see you, Lorah. Madison gave her an extra hug. I'm sorry about what happened last week. I hope you are doing okay. Lorah gave her a sweet smile while spooning oatmeal in a bowl, along with a small porcelain pitcher of fresh cream, and set it on the counter. Come eat, and yes, I am doing fine. Thank you for asking. Madison sat down and filled her mouth with the delicious food. She loved their once-a-week meetings first thing in the morning. Usually, Madison grabbed a bowl of Cheerios or a slice of toast on her days she worked at the Historical Society, so she loved when Thursday arrived and she came here. Are you sure you don't want to have a meeting twice a week, Lorah? It was the same question every week, and Lorah always gave her a lecture on how she can show up anytime during the week and eat here. She was right. Madison, you know that you are welcome here any day of the week. Cole does show up almost every morning. She knew that, but was kind of avoiding him. Today, she had no choice but to see him, since she had become Lorah's personal online assistant and had to be here. They had spoken on the phone several times in the last week, but that was the extent of things. Madison had made it clear that as long as he continued to disrupt their dates with calls from Sherri, she wasn't going out with him. She'd talk all day long on the phone, but actual dates were off limits until something changed. So far she was keeping her word, but she missed him so much. Plus, tonight they had movie night on the beach. As if Lorah read her mind, she asked, Are the two of you going to the movies tonight? Joe offered to take me, but I'm not too crazy about sitting on the beach with a crowd of kids. Does that make me sound old? Of course not, Lorah. You raised your kids, and very well I may add. I can't blame you if you don't want to be in a crowded area full of them. You are too kind, Madison. Anyway, enough about me. How is everything with you and Cole? She shrugged. Madison? It's still the same. I haven't been on a date with him since I told him. I want him to know that I'm serious. Sherri is not going to come between us unless he allows her to. You are very brave and strong-willed, Madison. I'm proud of you. She stared at Lorah. Even though Cole is your son? I mean, aren't you a little upset that I am so mean? Not a bit upset. Madison, I spent 30 years with a man I thought I knew. It took a divorce to realize that my husband was treating me badly. When I think back, He was a jerk to me many times, and I got so used to his ways that I thought women were supposed to be treated like that. Now I know better. Joe has helped me to see that I'm worth a bouquet of flowers or a walk along the lake. He's a good man. How romantic. Cole wants to help Sherri emotionally, but he can't. She has to help herself. As long as he takes her calls while we are out, then I can't go on any more dates. Lorah patted her hand. Don't be too hard on him, love. He does care about you. I can tell these things. Thanks, Lorah. I'm sticking to my word. Make sure you learn to give and take. Cole deserves a sweet girl like you, but you have to listen to him too. Sometimes he says one thing and means another. She nodded, knowing Lorah was right. Maybe she was too hard on him. Cole was nothing like her father or his own. He was a good man, like Joe was. Lorah seemed happy now, better than when she first opened the inn. Do you think you will ever remarry, Lorah? That's a question I haven't thought much about, Madison. You do know I'm going to therapy once a week to figure myself out, so I'm not ready yet for any serious relationship. How is that working? Cole had mentioned it one Tuesday when Madison had called him. My therapist is helping me to work things out. I swear they drag it out so I come back the following week. It's good I can afford it, otherwise I'd pass. But I do enjoy the long drive into Berks County. Lately, I've been thinking it's the drive that has been good for me, not so much the advice. Hi, Mom, Madison. Cole was never quiet when he showed up. He sat down beside Madison and scooted his stool closer. Can I have some of that? He looked at his mom and pointed to Madison's near-empty bowl. Lorah handed him a bowl, then exited to the dining room to refill the snacks. She made fresh coffee and hot water, while Madison and Cole sat there hardly saying a word. Cole was busy eating, ignoring her. Why was he sitting so close if he didn't want to talk to her? She was confused and was going to ask him. Cole, are you doing that on purpose? He didn't answer at first. Manners. Lorah's voice floated in through the small open window between the two rooms. Cole let out a sigh. To be honest, yes, Madison. I am ignoring you on purpose. You won't go out with me, and I've begged you for over a week. You won't even give me the chance to make it up to you. Madison did feel bad about that. If you can ignore your phone calls from Sherri for one night, I'll allow you to prove it to me by taking me to beach movie night. Cole swung his head around. Really? Okay, it's a deal. You have to leave your phone off. What if? Your mom will know you are with me, and so will the whole town. I mean it, Cole. Can you do that? I'll do it for you. Thanks for giving me a second chance, Madison. You are worth it, Cole, she said, her voice almost a whisper. She hadn't realized at first she said it out loud. He had a smile a mile wide as he finished up his breakfast. Madison stayed busy working on some ads on her laptop as he ate, and was surprised when he leaned over and kissed her on the side of the mouth. I'll pick you up right before dark, he told her. As Cole left, Madison began to smile. Oh, look at you, Lorah mentioned as she came back into the kitchen. Did Cole promise to behave? He did. We're going to movie night on the beach. I'll be honest, Lorah, it's my favorite date with him. We always have a wonderful time. Good for you both. Lorah frowned as the noise next door got louder. There was the sound of backup warning signals, along with shouting and banging. I'll be glad when the auction is over. They've been making a ton of noise this week. I've only had one of my renters complain, but it caused me to go next door and ask them not to start so early. It will soon be over. Are you going to the auction on Saturday? Lorah nodded. I love auctions. Joe wants to go, but he has some important meetings to attend. He asked me to keep an eye out for items that may be a good fit for the mansion if it is antique. That sounds fun. I'll stop in early. The Historical Society has a gig this weekend, but it isn't until noon. I hear the auction starts at 8 sharp, and the real estate at 11. I hope the buyer is local. You never know, Lorah. I better get these ads in the paper if you'd like to approve them for me, please. Lorah looked confused. I thought we are only advertising on social media? We are, but there is a holiday coming up in September called Labor Day, and advertising in the local paper is good for your reputation too. Many of the locals like to spend time here before it slows down for the winter. You have a good eye and are so smart, Madison. I hope someday you become my daughter. Madison almost blushed. Thank you, Lorah. Your approval means a lot to me. I'm not just saying it because you do my advertising. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I truly believe you and Cole are good together. Madison left to go to the Merchants Weekly to get her ads in. Even though it was only July, she wanted one of the major spots in the local paper a few weeks before the holiday. A feeling of peace came over her. She was so excited that Cole was going to take her on a date tonight and not take any calls from Sherri. She didn't hate the woman, but didn't understand why he allowed her back in his life. Was he feeling some sort of guilt because of what happened? It wasn't like he pushed her in the lake. She walked in, wanting to die. That wasn't Cole's fault, and yet Madison had a feeling he was blaming himself. Why? Hopefully, he'd stop feeling that way. After all, Sherri was long gone and no longer a part of his life. Perhaps it would take Madison to help him realize this. The big screen blasted a musical song, and the kids were clapping and calling out. It was a magical moment for everyone. They sat in her favorite spot, away from the crowd and yet close enough to enjoy the movie. Madison laid out a large blanket when they got there so the sand from the beach didn't get in their clothes. A small basket sat beside her, and she pulled out a bottle of wine. Would you like a glass, Cole? Great idea. Sure. He was laughing at the kids, who were having a great time watching the movie. As Madison opened then poured him some in a red solo cup, she enjoyed watching him smile. It didn't seem like he had done much of that lately since the ordeal with Sherri. Tonight was going to be different. Here you go, she said, handing him the cup. He took it and brushed her hand with his. It sent quite a shock through her. Cole noticed too, but he didn't say or do anything out of line. This was a test for both of them tonight. She knew he'd be a gentleman because he always was one. Let's just hope he would keep his phone turned off. Cole watched the kids for a few more minutes until he turned to her. Madison, I think we need to talk. What is it, Cole? Have I done or said something tonight? He shook his head. No, Madison. You've been honest with me. Now I have to be honest with you. She was worried now. But at least he wanted to talk. Madison took that as a good sign. I'm listening, Cole. He gave her a long look. I've been feeling a lot of guilt over what happened to Sherri. I know that you are well aware of it, and it's why you've been trying to keep me from taking her calls. The thing is, she isn't interested in me as a man, not anymore. We've established that between us. She knows I am in a serious relationship. If she knows it, then why would she be bothering you whenever we are out on a date, Cole? Madison had wanted to stay quiet, but once again they were discussing Sherri. She just couldn't stay silent any longer. I know. You are right. The thing is, she's been trying hard to accept her uncle and she wants to go out on her own. When she was trying to come here, it wasn't because of me. It was to break from her uncle's grip on her. She realizes this now. I suppose in her situation, she needed someone strong like you to help guide her. She just has to learn her boundaries. Why won't you tell her we are on a date? Maybe if she knew that, she wouldn't call you during our time together. Cole nodded in agreement. I guess it didn't occur to me not to take her calls. Madison closed her eyes. For Cole being so bright and articulate, he sure didn't think when it came to women. She gave him a smile. Oh, Cole. This is why you need me. Yeah? Are you going to teach me good manners and all that stuff? His arm went around her. She scooted closer. I suppose I must. I truly wouldn't mind one of those sweet kisses you do so well. Madison closed her eyes and wasn't disappointed when she felt his warm breath and then his mouth on hers. He was a gentle, caring man, but oh, his kisses were wonderful. When they broke apart, Madison noticed Chloe walk by, her head down, kicking the sand around. Hey, Chloe. She looked over. Hey. What are you doing out here alone? Where are the pups? They wore me out. Jellybean got out again and Carl from the cafe had his front lawn tore up by Jellybean. He gave me a proper lecture on taking care of my dogs. Right now they are in their pens. I'm sorry. You can sit with us if you'd like. Madison looked at Cole to make sure he didn't mind. Come sit with us, Chloe. We'd offer you wine, but I don't think you are old enough yet. Nope, not yet. Thanks. Chloe sat on the edge of the blanket and crossed her legs. She looked back at the two. Don't get all kissy face either. Madison laughed. Who is getting kissy faced? Ugh, my dad and Shar. They said we were going to do family time tonight, and then from the moment we got here, the two of them were all over each other. It's hard to watch. Cole grinned. Don't watch it then. Funny, Cole. I get the two are dating, but you have to decide to either go on a date or have a family night. Not both. I get it, Madison told her. Our parents will disappoint us at times. It will be all right, Chloe. Yeah, well, I thought my dad wanted to spend time with me. Now, he's proven to be just like everyone else in my life. It's pitiful. Madison didn't know what to say. Her father probably should not be making out with Shar on the beach while Chloe is trying to have family time. All she could do was try to make Chloe feel better. You don't have to worry, Cole, and I won't embarrass you. Thanks. Hey there. Is this a party? Madison looked up to see Olivia and James strolling along the beach. She waved at Olivia. I think everyone is here tonight. It's a good place to be, Madison. What are you all up to? Watching a movie, shish, someone shouted. Olivia giggled and pulled James along behind her. Let's sit with my brother and Madison. Hey, Chloe. Where's your dad? Madison rolled her eyes. Shar and Ryan are down there somewhere watching the movie. Olivia laughed. I doubt they are watching anything but each other. I'm going home, Chloe said. She stood up, her shoulders drooping. I'll walk with you, Cho. You don't have to. I insist. She turned to Cole. I'll be right back if you don't mind? Not at all. The two women took their time making their way to Chloe's house. Are you sure something else isn't bothering you, Chloe? It doesn't seem like you should be so upset about your dad and Shar, especially since everyone in town knows they are dating. Chloe admitted there was more. I'm not really hating on them, Madison. It's more complicated. My mom wants me to come back home now that my dad and I have met. She is moving in with some new guy and wants me to either move my stuff out for good or pack it up and move in with her and this new guy. I've done that all my life. We've moved from one man to the next, and I'm so tired of it. Why not stay here, Chloe? You have a job now and your dad is here. It doesn't seem like your aunt minds if you stay in the cottage since she no longer uses it. My aunt plans to sell the property soon. Then where do I go? Get an apartment. I'm not sure I can afford it by myself. Not on the salary from the cafe. I'd have to get another job. Not that I'd mind doing that, but now I have 2 dogs. I see your problem. Why don't you talk to your dad about it? Chloe shook her head. I'm used to figuring things out on my own. Besides, I won't burden him with my problems. Surprisingly, he's turned out to be a pretty good father. They were at Chloe's destination. Madison looked at the property. Have you asked your aunt if she wants to sell it to you? Maybe she'll let you pay it off like rent. At least make her an offer. It's better than not knowing. She did let you stay here after all. I'm not sure, I can ask her. She does seem to care more than my own mother at times. Maybe you are right. Thanks, Madison. Good night, Chloe. Say hi to those pups for me. I will. Madison walked back to the beach, then sat down beside Cole. He was having a serious conversation with James, so she turned to Olivia, who was on the phone. Olivia hung up and motioned for James. Do you mind if we leave, James? Chef Missy's mother just went to the hospital, so I'll have to open up in the morning. James got up right away. They both said goodbye and hurried off. Cole turned to her. Madison wondered why he seemed annoyed. What's wrong, Cole? Did I do something wrong? She was surprised when she heard his answer. Yes. What did I do? I thought this night was for us, Madison. Then, when someone else needed you, off you went with Chloe. How fair is that? The solemn look he was giving her made her blush. Oh, Cole. I went with her because she needed someone to talk to. I get it now. You were doing the same thing with Sherri. We are 2 peas in a pod, aren't we? Cole reacted by swinging an arm around her and pulling her close. Perhaps we're just 2 people who like to help others. We'll have to overlook those faults. I don't think they are faults but blessings. I'm sorry, Cole. My jealousy over Sherri made me behave selfishly. You have no need to be jealous, Madison. You are the girl for me. She was pretty pleased by his words. Madison tucked herself into the crook of his arm as they finished watching the movie together. It was going to be a new start for them both, and Madison promised herself she'd have more empathy for Sherri's situation from now on. After all, the woman was no longer a threat. Chapter 13. Chloe watched from the window as her dad pulled up to the front door. He honked twice to let her know he was there, but she already had the two pups on leashes. They weren't going to get away from her today. Ryan got out to help her get the two pups in the back seat. They're rambunctious, aren't they? He gave her a kiss on her forehead. Don't look so glum, Chloe. After they drove out of Hideaway Lake, he turned onto a back road. Dad? Ryan turned, surprised. He gave her a smile. That's the first time you called me Dad. Chloe gave him a lopsided grin. I know. Do you want to hear the good news? Of course I do. What good news? Hang on, let me get around this crazy traffic. Ryan swung his Jeep into the next lane and passed several cars that were heading to the auction. I can't believe one house on auction draws this much attention, he mumbled. Once they were away from the traffic, he turned his attention back to her. Okay, Chloe, don't leave me in suspense any longer. Tell me your good news. She sighed. The good news is, you are not going to get rid of me for a while. Ryan slowed the Jeep. Oh, why is that? I spoke with Aunt Victoria last night after doing some serious soul-searching. Well, more like talking with Madison, who seems to understand where I'm coming from. Hideaway Lake was supposed to be a temporary thing for me, so I could get to know you. But I've decided that I need to put down some roots. I'm going to stay, Dad. Ryan turned the wheel so fast both dogs in the back lost their footing. He pulled over to the side of the road and put on his four ways. Are you serious, Chloe? You can move in with me if you'd like. Mom and Dad, your grandparents that you haven't met yet, will welcome you with open arms. He held out his arms and she gave him a long hug. Oh, Dad. I don't want to live with old people, no offense. Aunt Victoria plans to sell the cottage next year. She told me since she doesn't have a use for it any longer, that she'd allow me to stay there until it goes up for sale. That's a year for me to decide if I want to buy it and make this my permanent home or get something else. Because I'm here for good. I feel like this is home now. And then the tears came. Chloe never had anyone hold onto her so hard or for so long like her father was doing right now. He sobbed openly, unashamed. It sounded like a bear leaving his cave after being disturbed. If she wasn't so emotional, she'd laugh. He really wanted her. Chloe sobbed too, letting her tears wet the front of his shirt and clinging onto the man who treated her like a real person. In the few weeks she had gotten to know him, he made up for all the years she'd lost with him. Even Sherri, who was fun and sassy and cared about Ryan, was more of a mother figure than her own. I'm sad and relieved knowing that my days with my mother are over, and I don't ever have to see her again now that I'm 18. How can that be? She's kept me from you for all these years, and I don't like her much right now. She went from one man to the next, trying to make her boyfriends be a father figure, and not one of them ever worked out. I guess the sadness comes from knowing that I want a better life, and I can't help her. She has to live her life her way. But I no longer want to be a part of that. I won't lie and tell you that you should not cut ties with your mother. I'm feeling pretty much anger for her right now myself for what she put you through. If only I'd have known about you. Maybe at some point I can forgive her and you can too. She had a messed up childhood, Chloe. Always remember sometimes people do the best they know how. Bullcrap, Dad. Right now I have no sympathy for her. Everyone says that I should remember she is my mother. Well, technically she is, but how do you feel something for someone that didn't really try to be a good mother? I was left to fend for myself. Aunt Victoria spent more time with me than she ever did. I'm sorry, but forgiving her may not be an option right now. You had me scared too, Chloe. I wanted you to stay here and make a good life for yourself. But I didn't want to seem like an overbearing father. I'm happy you made the decision on your own and see how valuable you are. Everyone loves you, Chloe. Except for all the people who are upset that I let Jellybean ruin their grass or gardens. That's why we are on our way to the dog trainer. He checked his watch. I told them we'll be there first thing, so we should get moving. You are the one driving, Dad. Being pulled over alongside the road with your blinkers on isn't getting us there. Don't be a smart aleck, Chloe. I'll get you there on time. The drive to Madeline Keener's was right around the next bend. They went through a tall open gate into a wooded area and past several concrete and wooden buildings. It seemed like the lane went on forever until they came to a large opening. They passed a fenced-in training course to the left of the two-story house. A few dogs barked when the Jeep drove up, causing Ginger and Jellybean to perk their ears up. Ryan stopped and parked, then helped her get Ginger and Jellybean out of the vehicle. They were pulling the leash, making it hard for her to control them. Her dad reached for the one leash, but Jellybean saw a rabbit and tugged so hard the leash flew out of Chloe's hand. Oh no! The dog went flying into the wooded area after it. Chloe began to run, knowing it would take some hard work and effort to get Jellybean to stop. Her father yelled after her, but she waved him back. Don't worry, Dad. I'll get her. Chloe followed the sound of a leash dragging along the ground as Jellybean barked at the rabbit she was chasing. At one point, Chloe almost lost her but then got back on her trail. A shadow passed over her, causing her to look to her right. A lone figure was by her side in a hooded sweatshirt, chasing after Jellybean too. She upped her pace, not knowing who the person was running after her dog, but she was running out of breath. Zigzagging back and forth through the woods was much harder than running through town. The figure kept up with her, and they ran side by side for some time. She knew it was a guy by the way his muscular legs flexed as he kept up with her. Please, Jellybean, come back, she mustered with all her leftover energy. Jellybean? Don't worry, we'll get her, the male voice said. The dog finally stopped abruptly at a small stream. She was sniffing around, her tail wagging, searching for the rabbit, who obviously got away down a rabbit hole. Chloe slowed down, bending over, out of breath, trying hard to get her lungs working again. She wiped the sweat from her brow and pushed back the hair from her eyes. The guy who ran with her worked his way slowly toward Jellybean, speaking softly to her. She was so busy staring down the hole, she never noticed his arm reached out and took hold of the leash. When her attention wavered and she realized he caught her, she tried running except he had a firm grip. No. Jellybean looked at the stranger cautiously, as if she wasn't sure what to expect. Sit. Chloe looked on with interest. She had tried to get Jellybean to sit, to no avail. The dog was so high-strung, she'd ignore everything Chloe tried to teach her. The dog sat. What? Chloe made her way over to the guy. How did you do that? I'm a dog trainer. Of course you are. She gave him the biggest smile ever. Thank you. Will you be training Jellybean? I assume you work here. The guy laughed. I do work here. My mother owns the business. Hi, I'm Mark Keener. He held one hand out to her, which turned out to be a huge mistake. As soon as Jellybean felt the tug, she leaped up, taking Mark by surprise, and pulled the leash right out of his hand. He tried to whip his hand through the leash, but she was so quick. They both took off after Jellybean once again. The dog is out of control, Mark called out. She smiled. She's impossible but lovable. Good luck training her. He laughed out loud and picked up the pace. It may not be too bad after all. Maybe not, she thought, picking up the pace. Lorah got to the auction earlier than everyone else since she lived right next door. After she filled the counter with fresh danishes, a pan of baked oatmeal, fresh cream, and coffee and tea, she ran across the yard to see what was being auctioned off. She had only been in Rachel's home once or twice when the older woman invited her. Mostly, Lorah had been too busy working to visit often. She wasn't in need of anything for herself, since Rebecca May's furnishings were still a huge part of the Hideaway Inn's decor. She wasn't exactly sure what Joe was looking for either. He said to look for anything he may want to decorate the mansion with that was an integral part of the area's history. That was an open statement. Olivia and the rest of the crew from the cafe were there. Lorah waved to them. Olivia? Is the cafe closed? Just for a few hours, Mom. We're running the food truck over there. Where in the world did you get a food truck? I rented one. You did? I did not know that was a possibility. To be honest, neither did I. Lloyd's Auction Services came over yesterday late afternoon and asked me if we can supply the food for today's auction. His regular guy he hired backed out for some reason or other. I didn't have a lunch truck like the other guy until James made a few phone calls. Stop by and see it, Ma. It's actually a pretty cool addition to the cafe. Imagine setting up wherever you wanted to. You bought it. Lorah didn't think Olivia had that kind of money. She knew when her daughter left New York City, she had a hefty savings account, but Olivia was not one to make such a purchase on short notice. No. I think James did, even though he says he rented it. I'm learning this guy will get whatever he goes after. Including you, Lorah teased. Olivia waved. I better get set up. I see cars coming down the street and walkers too. It's going to be a scorcher today. Wear your sunscreen. The front door was left wide open, so Lorah made her way inside. The tables were filled with items that were displayed in the open, with numbers on each lot for sale. A few boxes of tools and other household items were being sold together. The house was filled with furniture and tables that had seen better days. She made her way through each room downstairs, wondering what Joe would buy or if he'd pass it by. She was always thinking of Joe. She wondered if he thought about her at all when he was up on that hill working on his mansion. The thought made her smile. I'd love to get inside that mind of yours to know what you are thinking, a familiar voice said. She looked up to see Joe right beside her. How did you sneak up on me like that? You were deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Dare she say what she was thinking about? Why not? You, actually. He grinned. Me? Since you were smiling, I'm taking that as a good sign. She nodded. I was looking at all this stuff wondering what you would choose. That had you smiling so? Not that exactly. I realized how I'm always thinking of you, and wondered if you do the same when you are working. Joe grinned from ear to ear. He leaned in and told her, Stop giving away my secrets. I'm always thinking of you, no matter where I am. Joe, truly? He nodded, picked up her hand, and pressed his mouth to her skin. Lorah never had anyone behave this way towards her. She was feeling pretty important. I'm glad you showed up, Joe. I have no idea what to choose. Let's look around, shall we? He lifted out his arm, and she took a hold of his elbow as they wandered through the room browsing. Lorah stopped dead in her tracks as they entered the living room. Joe was checking out some pewter sconces when Lorah looked over to see Sherri talking with one of the auctioneers. They were quietly arguing about something. Lorah was quite shocked to see her back here. The thought of Madison and Cole having more problems with Sherri in town wasn't lost on Lorah. She'd have to take charge and find out what was happening here. If you'll excuse me, Joe, there's someone I want to talk to. She walked across the room, standing back while Sherri finished her conversation. She wore a wide-brimmed yellow floppy hat, along with a matching yellow dress and flats. There were some wealthy people here in Hideaway Lake, but most didn't flaunt their wealth. This was a place to enjoy life, family, nature, and the simple things. Sherri stuck out like a skunk in a den of wolves. Sherri. After talking to the auctioneer, Sherri realized her name was being called and saw Lorah. She hurried over to her. Hello, Lorah. I'd like to thank you for asking after me while I was ill. We were concerned, I'll admit that. She wanted to get right to the point before Madison showed up. What are you doing in Hideaway Lake, Sherri? Sherri looked surprised. Didn't Cole tell you? I'm moving here. Lorah was baffled. What? I know, he didn't say anything. A wave of burning anger was rising from deep down inside. That would have been an important thing to disclose. I recently decided to move. I had called a few times to find out who to contact about a house here. Then to find out this lovely home is up for auction. I plan to buy it no matter the cost. How about that, Lorah? We'll be neighbors. Sherri looked extremely pleased with herself. Her dyed blonde hair and perfect nails reminded Lorah of some of the women who showed up at her ex-husband's dinner parties that she was always forced to host. A desire to swear was muffled inside of her throat when she looked up to see Joe standing by waiting for her to join him. There's Joe. I must go, Sherri. We will talk again. Bye-bye, Lorah. See you soon. The woman didn't know she was annoying. The false smile and perfect demeanor just grated on Lorah's nerves. She couldn't imagine what it would do to Madison. Joe noticed right away something was wrong. Was that the woman that Cole was involved with? Yes. She is moving here, possibly next door. What? No. That's not good. I'm not sure what happened, but Cole did not tell Madison or anyone else that she planned to move here. She plans on bidding on this house. I can see where that may lead to complications. Please, Lorah, don't let it upset you. Fate has a way of working things out. You know, the universe and all that. I don't believe in fate, Joe. I do believe in being honest, and I think my son was not being totally honest with us. He didn't tell anyone about Sherri. Why? I'm starting to wonder if Madison was right. Right? About what? There may be some guilt on his part because of what happened to her. Do you think he could still be carrying guilt for that? It wasn't his fault at all. Joe smiled. I can tell you have a mother's heart. Of course, Cole would think he's at fault in some way, but I am betting he doesn't say anything because it isn't as important to him as it is to everyone else. Ouch. Joe, you have a good point. Joe gave her a knowing look. His cell buzzed. If you'll excuse me, I have to take a call. I'll meet you at the food wagon. I want to see how Olivia is doing. She hurried out past the auctioneer's table and to the food truck. Lorah went in the trailer through the side door and found Olivia and two of her staff working at the counter. Hey, Mom. Why the frown? You won't believe this, but Sherri is here. She plans on buying Rachel's house. Sherri? Why? I don't know. Why don't you seem so surprised? Olivia shrugged. Cole got a phone call from her when he was over one time and she mentioned moving here. I didn't think it was a big deal, since they aren't really an issue anymore. Mom, you don't believe he'd give up Madison for Sherri, do you? Lorah shook her head. Of course not. It's just Madison was so upset that he was always taking her calls. I'll talk to Madison. Trust me, all Cole cares about is Madison. Sherri is in the past. I'm pretty sure Sherri knows that. Good. I was about to have a heart attack. Mom, you worry too much. Lorah grinned. She heard that one too many times. The auction ran for over 2 hours until the real estate auction started. Joe kept walking off to take one phone call after another. But she wasn't upset because he worked so hard and was making an effort to be here today. Lorah was pretty sure he'd rather be at the mansion. She watched two bidders going at it, one being Sherri. Her hand flew up each time the other bidder did, until the auctioneer announced they had some online bidders as well. Joe showed back up, his hands deep in his pockets. Looks like the two bidders here are being outbid. You mean Sherri? Lorah asked. Joe nodded. I think the online bidders must be driving the price up too high. Not for Sherri. I'm sure she'll use her uncle's money to buy it. Maybe not. I think it just got sold. Sold. The auctioneer shouted. Sold to an anonymous online bidder. Sherri looked at Lorah and shrugged. She seemed disappointed, but began to smile and talk to others in attendance. Maybe Olivia was right. Sherri being here was not such a big deal. I guess Sherri wasn't too upset, Joe managed to say. No, she doesn't look upset at all, does she? Maybe she isn't here to cause trouble. Olivia said she's pretty sure Sherri knows that Cole and Madison are serious about each other. Did I just buy a house for nothing? Joe asked, a devilish grin on his face. What? Joe, you were the online bidder? It made sense now how he kept taking phone calls. Who was bidding for you? My partner in crime, he admitted. James? Oh dear. I didn't mean for you to buy the house to keep Sherri from it, Joe. Oh, what have I done? Joe placed a hand on her arm. It's fine, Lorah. I'm investing heavily in Hideaway Lake. Didn't I tell you this is where I plan to retire? I'm speechless then. What are we going to do in our old age, Joe? Sit on the porch and wave to each other. Joe laughed heartily. Maybe it will be the perfect escape for us. Like a little getaway? That's hilarious, Joe. I'll tell the kids I'm going on vacation next door. Just then Char strolled up, munching on a bag of fries loaded with vinegar and salt. Am I seeing things, or is that Sherri standing over in that crowd? It's her. Don't worry, she knows Madison and Cole are a thing. I hope so. She's dressed to kill. She wanted to buy Rachel's house. Char looked startled. Did she get it? Joe grinned. Lorah laughed. Nope. But Joe may need a real estate lawyer soon. Who do you recommend, Shar? Shar began to laugh. You are one smart man, Joe. I'm starting to really like you. Lorah didn't think she could get any luckier than she was right now. Chapter 14. It's very awkward. Olivia set a tray on the table with the little old ladies that were staying once again at her mother's inn. They were all staring at her like she should remember each of their names. To be honest, she hadn't been in a good frame of mind when they were here last. What's awkward? The spokeswoman said. Oh, I was talking to my server about another situation. Can we be of service? She asked, placing her silverware down and looking expectantly at Olivia. I don't believe so. I remember you ladies now. Aren't you the ghost hunters? Oh dear. A tiny voice came out of the crowd. We are not ghost hunters exactly. Helen, the ladies of the night. Everyone began to smile now that Olivia remembered them. Yes, dear. I'm Helen, and these are all the ladies of the night. We're getting a discount again, aren't we? Of course, Helen. So glad all of you came back to see us. Olivia knew the only reason they were here was because of the discount. She tried to suppress a laugh. There's a call for you, Olivia. Chloe gave her a pointed look. She picked up her pad and pen and offered to take orders. Olivia wondered who would call her on the cafe phone. Personal calls usually went to her phone. Hello. Olivia Myers? Yes, I'm Olivia. If you would hold, please. I have Senator Jordan Atling to speak to you. Olivia was confused. Why would a senator call for her? She hadn't spoken out about politics ever. During her years working for the elite, she always made it a point to keep her opinions to herself. Hello? Olivia Myers? Yes, this is Olivia. For the second time. What is going on, she wondered. I'm Senator Atling. I've been told that you catered dinners for some of my friends. He sounded off several politicians and movie stars that she worked for. Yes, I recall a few of those. I'm calling to offer you a position on my team. I'm sorry, Senator. I have a cafe in Hideaway Lake. I don't work for the traveling chef any longer. Besides, didn't he know not to call them privately? The rule was to go directly through the company. This man was not following the rules. Look, I will make you this offer and give you 48 hours to think about it. After that, all offers are off the table. Senator, did you not hear what I said? I'm no longer. I don't want the company you worked for. I want you. I'll give you a team of the best chefs to oversee. My constituents swear you are the best chef for the job. What job? Even though she was going to refuse, she wanted to know why he was so desperate for her help. Miss Myers, you know I can't disclose who. But picture dignitaries, private planes, even presidential figures from afar. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. She was about to repeat her no, when he disclosed an amount that made her stop in her tracks. What did you say? The figure took her back a moment, rendering her speechless. No one had ever offered her that amount of money before. Her face paled. Chloe walked by. You okay? She mouthed. Olivia shook her head. She had been offered a huge amount of money to do something she thrived on and loved to do. That part of her life was over, wasn't it? For my own sanity, tell me again how much you just offered me. I thought that may get your attention. He disclosed the exact amount, along with the other benefits she'd receive for being an international chef, traveling with some of the richest dignitaries in the world. It was a dream job for any chef. I'll call back in 3 days. You can give me your decision then. Olivia hung up the phone. In such shock, she sat down at the counter beside Joe. He was finishing up breakfast without James this morning. You all right, Olivia? You look a bit pale. I am in shock. I'm all ears if you need to talk. Chef Missy, who made rare appearances, came out from the kitchen. What was that all about? Chloe, Kayla and Lexi gathered close by. Is she all right? Olivia told the small crowd about the phone call. Everyone agreed it was an opportunity of a lifetime. I've been down that road before. It's a hard life, lonely too. I gave up 8 years and I don't miss it. And I'm settled here now. I don't think I can. Joe spoke up. How much? When she told him, the others whistled. Chloe urged her to take it. This cafe can run just fine. Chef Miss can manage it. You go live your dream, Olivia. We'll be fine. She smiled, still a bit shaken. It was important to be taken seriously as a chef, but to be offered this type of opportunity was a chance of a lifetime. Then there was James. They had shared something so profound together, the loss of a baby. It had torn them apart at first, and now they were comfortable with each other, even if they had a long way to go. She did care deeply for the man. But when the mansion was built, would he still be here? The man she was thinking about came through the door as if he was drawn to her. He kissed her on the cheek before realizing she was upset. You look pale, Olivia. Are you okay? If one more person asks me that, I'll scream. Her emotions were raw, and she didn't know what to do. She needed a break. I need to go to the Misfit Lounge for a moment. I'll talk to you soon, James. Have a great day. James watched her go out the door, confusion on his face. Before she got to the safety of the Misfit Lounge, James was behind her. Olivia, wait up. How was she going to explain anything to him? Her emotions were everywhere. Olivia slipped into one of the chairs and rocked back and forth. James caught up and sat beside her, taking her hand. Babe, what has you so upset? Joe said it's pretty serious. It is. I'm so confused, James. You know I care about you, right? I care about you too. I'm pretty settled here, knowing you'll always be here by my side. Oh, James, no. Don't say that if you plan to leave when the mansion is done. I have no plans to leave, Olivia. Why would you think so? After what we've been through, I've spoken with Joe since he bought the house beside your mom's place, and I'll be staying in his apartments at the mansion. You are staying? James took both her hands in his. I'm staying. I've put the brownstone up for sale and most of my other properties as well. I'm going to be investing right here in Hideaway Lake. Actually, after the mansion is built, Joe and I plan to have some talks with Walter Conley. We may even wind up as farmers someday. His smile was usually infectious, but Olivia had no reason to smile right now. What if you get tired of the country life, James? When I met you a few years ago, you were going so strong that I didn't think you'd ever stop that kind of lifestyle. My priorities have changed. I'm like you, babe. You told me you had enough of all the fake people and filthy rich men who didn't care about each other. I'm not saying everyone is like that, but life is so fast-paced in the circle I've been in that I never had a chance to live. I'm living now, and I won't change it for any amount of money. He was saying all the right things. How was it possible not to believe him? I've been offered. James gave her a sweet kiss on the mouth. If you need more, Olivia, if the cafe isn't enough, come work for the mansion. We'll need a chef that tops all others. Chef Missy can handle the cafe. I'd love to work with you every day. Remember how I'd come to the kitchen and you'd feed me and we'd sit and talk and tease each other? She smiled, nodding, tears running down her cheeks. That's what I miss. Don't you, Olivia? Olivia couldn't believe it. 2 job offers in one day. Oh, James, you have no idea the turmoil going through me right now. He pulled her onto his lap and rocked her until she was settled. It was bright daylight, and the sun was starting to really get hot. Want to take a walk? He asked. No. I have to get back. Before I go in there, you'll find this out sooner or later. I've been offered a position. Yes, I just offered you one. I've been offered another one. His face dropped when he looked into her eyes and saw the truth there. She told him who called, and the instant she mentioned the salary, he nodded in understanding, a grave look on his face, like she'd already made up her mind. It's an opportunity of a lifetime, Olivia. The sadness in his eyes was more than she could take. How did it get to this point? First, she wasn't sure what she wanted. She'd been hit with 2 offers, and frankly, both were pretty darn good. Olivia lifted her hand to his cheek, giving him a sad smile. Oh, James, I don't know what I want. I've been so happy here, finally. He gathered her in his arms. You can work a year, collect the salary, and come back to Hideaway Lake as a rich woman. But I have a feeling when you commit to something, it will be for more than a year. Don't give up on me, James. I have 3 days to make a decision. James tried to make her smile through her tears. My offer will stand for all time, Olivia. If you go and decide to come back in 1 year or 10, I'll fire whatever chef is on board for you. She shook her head, wiping the tears. Thank you, James. You sure you don't want to take a walk? You know what? I'd like that. They walked hand in hand along the lake, strolling along, enjoying the peace and quiet. It didn't matter that no words were spoken. James's hand in hers was all she needed. His support made her decision a lot easier to make. Still, she needed her mom. Lorah saw Olivia leave so fast her head spun around. Joe and the others were whispering softly when James went after Olivia. She wanted to find out what happened, but then she saw Holly at one of the tables. Chloe was leaning against the wall speaking with her. It made Lorah's heart ache to look at the woman who betrayed their friendship. She went out on the screen and porch to find the ladies that rented 4 of her rooms having their meal. Hello, she told them, making sure to sit at the far end of the porch. Right now, she didn't want to have a conversation with anyone until she knew what was wrong with Olivia. It must have been almost an hour that she waited there, sipping on ice water and checking her emails. Finally, a teary-eyed Olivia came around the corner. James was still holding her hand, and they were speaking softly. Kayla came outside to see if Lorah needed anything more. 2 coffees, please. Kayla nodded when she saw Olivia. Whatever had happened, no one was saying much. Her staff was faithful, which Lorah was happy about, but she was getting impatient to know what happened. Finally, Olivia sat down. I got you a coffee, Lorah told her, pushing the cup towards her. I know you like a ton of cream and sugar in yours, so I left it black. Thanks, Mom. I was on my way to see you when I noticed you were here waiting on me. So you heard? Lorah shook her head. No, your staff hasn't said a word. Joe was inside. I'm surprised he didn't fill you in. Holly was inside too. You don't have to say any more. The truth is, I've been offered a job that pays so much money, I could work a year and retire comfortably if I invested that money. Everything is included, airfare, sleeping quarters, food, amenities, and I'd have no expenses and be given a stipend to live off of. Is that who was trying to get in touch with you today? He called my place, and I gave him the number for the cafe. It's okay. I wondered how he knew where to get in touch with me. Lorah reached across the table and took her hand. How far away will you be taken from me? It's not about you, Olivia teased, even though she felt like crying. She loved the grown-up relationship she shared with her mother. It was comfortable now. They no longer fought about the decisions she made. Olivia knew no matter what decision she did make, her mom would back her 100%, no matter how much she hated the idea. I'd be hired as an international chef. Lorah leaned in. You know your heart. No amount of money can force you to do something you may regret. And no amount of money will stop you from following your true calling and dreams. It's not about the money, Mom. You do understand that. I do. Does James? I think so. I have a feeling he is going to leave me alone to make a decision. His words and actions were more or less a goodbye. He thinks I'm going to decide to take it, although he offered me a really great deal. He did. Was it marriage? Olivia laughed. Mom, people don't marry much anymore. Of course they do. The wedding planner that stayed at the inn suggested I renovate one of the rooms for that purpose. I was thinking of renovating the Serenity Room into a honeymoon suite. That may be a good idea. What did James offer you if it wasn't marriage, which I'm solely disappointed about? Lorah added. Executive chef's position at the mansion when it opens. Oh, Olivia, that's a golden opportunity and you'd be so close to home. It sounds perfect, doesn't it, Mother? Chef Missy can run the cafe. We can lease it to her. She'd be great for it, and Chloe needs more money so you can make her a manager. See how well this is working out. Besides, how long is it going to be before you are bored with the cafe? Why does Chloe need more money? To buy her aunt's house. She is going to stay here for good. Good for her. I know she was torn for the longest time. It looks like if I take the job at the mansion, everyone is happy. If I take the international job, all the hard work and sweat and tears of the last 8 years will be recognized. Lorah patted her hand as if she were a petulant child. Oh, Olivia. Live your dreams, whatever they are. You know we don't make decisions based on what you do. I know you are so torn right now, but you will make the right one for you, and those who love you will be behind you. That's what she was afraid of. James wasn't going to beg her to stay. He was an adoring man and partner who would let her live her life and give her the freedom to do so. Olivia should be happy about that, but she wasn't. In a way, she wanted him to plead with her not to go. Maybe that was a childhood fantasy, who knew? Her mother would support her no matter what she did. So would Cole and Bailey. If they had to, the whole town would rally for her and wish her well. That's what small-town living was all about, and the truth was, Olivia had grown to love every single piece of it. James paced back and forth in the ballroom with his hands behind his back, uncertain of his next move. Two-tier Crista de Lisbon chandeliers hung elegantly from the ceiling every 50 feet apart. Long, opulent windows with window treatments so sheer it let in the natural beauty of the landscape hung from the dozens of windows surrounding the ballroom. It afforded the dinner guests to be able to see the outside scenery for miles on end. A single round high-end hand-carved antique reproduction spider table sat in the center of the huge ballroom, a Chantilly lace tablecloth draped over top, almost touching the sparkling granite floor. Two matching chairs were set close together. James had placed one strategically in the center for his own special purpose. Now he stuffed his hands deep in his pockets, wondering what to do. Yesterday, when Olivia told him her news, he was filled with so many mixed emotions that he had taken a long hike in the woods until he wound up here in the mansion's ballroom. He heard the door open and the sound of Joe's Italian leather shoes tapping across the floor. "Hi, James. Is this where you plan to propose to Olivia?" "Maybe. It all depends on her decision 3 days from today." "Why wait? If you love her, son, then you should let her know of your intentions." Joe took a few steps closer, facing his friend and partner. "James, life is too short not to take chances. Look at me. I spent years building my companies, raising siblings that have good lives. But you know what I didn't do?" "What's that, Joe?" "I didn't take care of me. I'm happy now that I found Lorah because I plan to retire here and live my life to the fullest after this mansion is done. I've been worried sick about her reaction if I was too bold. Now, after today, after seeing how you are pussyfooting around, I'm going to ask her to marry me. And James, if you don't use this ballroom to propose, I'm stealing your idea to ask Lorah." "Crap, Joe." Olivia said her mother isn't ready to get married again. "We will see about that. There is no sense in waiting any longer. We are good for each other, and we both know it. I'm looking at your sorrow-filled presence and watching my partner and friend about to lose everything he loves. That's not going to be me." "Good luck, Joe." "I won't need it, James. She loves me. I just have to make her say it out loud." Joe felt brave as he launched the golf cart towards the road and drove down the hill towards Lorah's place. He was really tired of waiting around. Joe never stopped to let anything get in his way. All his life he forged ahead, burrowing through whatever got in front of him. Why was he sitting around waiting for Lorah to get over an ex who treated her awful for the last 30 years? She kept saying that she needed time and they were friends. He had even agreed to a friendship until now. No, Joe was through being that guy who didn't take what he wanted. He was going to take charge of this situation and convince Lorah there was no sense in waiting around for her to get over her hard feelings. The only way to truly get over things was to punch it to the past and make new memories. He hoped it would be with him. Determination always made him stronger. He felt fierce, like nothing would stop him from achieving his goals. Not that she was a goal, but she was the woman he loved. There. He said it. After all these years, he was finally in love. And he was not about to lose her. He wanted it all. A house filled with the sunshine that was Lorah. Her smile, the way she gave her full attention to him when they sat on the porch drinking coffee. He wanted that. Every single day. Joe drove across the street and pulled up in the driveway. He hadn't done anything to the house next door because he wasn't sure yet what he wanted it for. Would that be their little haven to spend time together like they joked about, or would he use it as a rental investment? It was a decision they would make together. Right now, he was going to confront her, and he didn't care what guests were still there. Joe strode across the porch like a man on a mission. He worked his way inside, realizing someone was in the kitchen. That was probably Lorah. Good. The dining area was empty and didn't look as thought she had cleared it yet. Lorah was usually on top of things. He pushed open the kitchen door, not intending to knock. He wanted her to know he meant business. The only person he found in the kitchen was Cole, munching on a jelly donut and drinking coffee. "Is your mother here?" Cole looked up, surprised, jelly oozing from the donut in his hand. "Hey Joe. I thought she was with you." "No. She isn't. I just came down from the mansion." "Well, she left a note like she does every Tuesday that says she went to see Joe, and she'd be back around noon." "May I see this note?" Cole shrugged. "Sure, it's right there on the counter." Joe picked it up and read it. Cole was right. She said she was going to see Joe, and it was written in her own handwriting. "Cole, she doesn't meet me on Tuesdays." Cole stopped chewing and turned to him. "But that's not what she said. Should we be worried?" "I'm sure she had to go somewhere she doesn't want anyone to know about." He never imagined Lorah as the type to lie to her own family about where she was at. Was she seeing someone else? Was this why she pretended to go see him, and then go somewhere else? Is another guy the reason that she keeps putting him off, wanting only friendship? Joe didn't like to think the worst of anyone, especially someone he loved, but why did she tell everyone she was with him when clearly she wasn't? Maybe Olivia would know. He'd stop by the cafe later today to ask. Meanwhile, he had to get his act together. He was slowly losing control of his emotions. That was something Joe never did. "You may be right. Women do mysterious things. I stopped asking questions. With two sisters, you can never be sure. Hey Joe, if you need someone to do some work on the house next door, I'm the man for the job. I've pretty well gotten all Mom's rentals done and like to stay busy. Finish your donut and come on over. I'm heading there right now." Joe needed a few minutes alone before heading over to the cafe. Olivia had to know what her mother was up to. The question was, would she say? He paced back and forth in the living room, wondering what to do with the house. If Lorah and him were through, he didn't want to be so close. After all, there was no way he'd retire here now. A sadness ripped at his soul. He had waited too late in life to find happiness, and now when it was almost in the palm of his hand, fate was ripping it out right under his nose. Maybe he shouldn't be so negative. After all, Joe was always a positive force. "Hey Joe." Cole was studying the wooden floor. "I see some water damage on the floor of the closed-in porch. Did you notice that, Joe?" "Not really. Let's make a list." Cole took out his phone to make notes. They walked around the house for over an hour, making note of what repairs needed to be done. "What do you plan to do with the house?" Joe really did not know. "I'm not sure yet. Either way, there's work that needs done. If you'd like to take it on, Cole, be my guest. There's no rush. I'm still debating if I want to keep it. It's an old classic. If it were mine, I'd sand the hardwood floors back to their natural state. The ugly Victorian wallpaper would go, along with most of the furniture. You're welcome to find a new home for the furniture. May as well start out with empty rooms. I think this is all left over from the estate auction. I know Madison would love to take some of this for the Historical Society. There are some comfy chairs here, and the whole second floor of the building isn't furnished yet, even though the building has been around for a long, long time. What did they do with their furniture? I have no clue. Maybe they never had any. Well, make sure to send it there. Thanks, Cole. I hate to waste. Joe kept watching out the window to see if Lorah was back, but the space where she usually parked was still empty. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Where did she go? Another hour later, Cole left to tell Madison about the furniture and check on one of the rentals. Joe sat on the front porch, hoping she'd soon return. When another 30 minutes went by, he was about to get in his cart and go back to the mansion when she pulled up. She didn't notice him on the porch because it was screened in and hard to see. Her window was down and there was classic rock music on the station. He smiled despite the fact he was worried. Lorah got out and turned towards the cafe. She wasn't going home yet. There was a smile on her face, and he wondered who put it there. As he watched her disappear along the side of the building that housed the cafe, Joe followed. He was going to get to the bottom of things. If she was stringing him along, then so be it, but he wanted to hear if from her lips. From that beautiful mouth. How was he going to approach this? He was a no-nonsense man, and yet he felt tongue-tied and a bit stalkerish as he followed her steps into the cafe. Joe looked around but didn't see her anywhere. He went to the counter where one empty seat was available and sat down. Maybe a cup of coffee would help. Chloe noticed him and brought him a freshly brewed cup, and he heard laughter in the back. She was in the back with Olivia. Good. She'd be out soon and they could get to the bottom of things. A few minutes later, the voices got louder. I feel as if a huge weight has been lifted from my shoulders. I'm happy for you, Mom. Olivia came through the back door and saw Joe and waved. She was carrying a tray in one hand and held the door open with her hip, while her mother stood talking to someone in the back. It's a wonderful feeling. I'm telling you, it truly is. It's a great feeling to get rid of Joe once and for all. Joe's cup slid to the saucer on the counter. He shook himself to make sure he heard that right. When he gazed at Olivia and saw her face, he knew it was true. She looked a bit shocked that he overheard, or maybe that her mother said it so loudly. Joe got up, threw a few bills on the counter, and left. He would not be back. So much for letting his heart be open to love. A guy like him didn't find love too easily. Perhaps it was never meant to be. He drove back up the mountain, determined not to look back. Earlier, when he drove down the same road, he wore his heart on his sleeve, ready to proclaim his love for Lorah. What a punch in the throat. All he could do now was work on the mansion, get it ready to open, and try to forget Lorah Maya. He no longer cared about the house he just bought. Maybe Cole would want to buy it? The mansion, when he pulled up to it, no longer sparked his interest. It had been the love of his life until she replaced that. Now, with a broken heart, he had some serious thinking to do. Joe wanted to take a long look at the place to see if he had anything left to give it. He walked through the first floor, wandering from room to room, staring out the window, angry and hurt as he heard those words over and over again. It's a great feeling to get rid of Joe once and for all. Chapter 15. Mom, you have a problem, and I hope it's not going to be a big problem. Lorah was in too good of a mood to have it ruined by anything Olivia said. She knew her daughter liked to over-dramatize things at times, but the look on the poor girl's face made her realize something was terribly wrong. Great. She was having a really good day. Now what is wrong, Olivia? Joe. A smile crossed her face. Yes. It's a lovely day without Joe, isn't it? I ditched him, and he had the nerve to call me and reprimand me. So I fired him over the phone, laughed and hung up. Then I took a long drive over the mountains and I feel better than new. No, not that Joe. You're Joe. Lorah gazed over at the counter where he usually sat. He's not here yet. That's because he was already here, Mother. Not only that, but as you were proclaiming how wonderful it is that you never have to see Joe again, your Joe thought you meant him. That's ridiculous. Everyone knows who I am talking about. Cole swung open the door. Mom, where have you been? Joe's been looking for you. I think he's concerned since you said you were with him. Cole stopped talking the moment he saw his mom's face. He looked over at his sister and frowned. Joe saw my note? Yes, he stopped by earlier. Oh Mom, what did you do? Lorah didn't have time to discuss her situation. She had to find Joe and explain. Did you see which way he went? I think he got in his golf cart and headed up the hill. Lorah ran across the street and through the gate to the inn. She hurried through her house and pulled open the kitchen door and pulled out a pineapple upside-down cake that she wanted to surprise him with. Actually, she was going to tell him over coffee and cake tonight that she was free of her past and wanted to move on. Lorah hoped and prayed it wasn't too late. Bailey skipped down the steps and came into the kitchen just as she was about to leave. Hey Mom, I've got something to tell you. A smile played on her face, but Lorah didn't really have time to talk. I've got something important to do, but we can talk when I come back, Bailey. It really isn't that big a deal. I've made a decision. I'm not going to finish nursing school. Instead, I'm going. Lorah swung around, holding the cake in one hand and balancing her purse and keys in her other. Oh, for Pete's sake, Bailey. Really? The minute someone comes into your life, you change your mind? Is this Holly's idea? Because if it is, we will have words. Mom, why do you blame Holly? Just because she betrayed you doesn't mean she will do the same to me. Bailey's voice was rising. Her eyes lit up with anger. Lorah took a deep breath. She had to calm down, but all she wanted to do was find Joe. Bailey needed to grow up. Look, Bailey, we can talk later. I need to go now. Bailey glanced at the cake in her hands. You have to go deliver a cake? That's more important than our conversation? It's good I have two moms, so when the one's busy I can go to the other one. That stung, Bailey. Not now, okay? She began walking towards the door. The girl was being unreasonable. Maybe I'll just leave, and you can deliver all the cakes you want without me here to bother you. Lorah didn't comment or look back. She didn't have time to deal with anything but Joe right now. Bailey would eventually leave and make a life for herself. Plus, she was right. Bailey had two moms. It was time she learned to access them both. It wasn't that she didn't love her daughter, she did. She loved Joe too, and had to fix things before he thought the worst of her. Once she got in her car, she tried to hurry, but the ladies of the night were crossing the street and she had to wait on them. Her fingers began a tap dance on the steering wheel like nobody's business. She pushed her shades over her eyes in case they'd spot her. Lorah didn't want to be rude, but there was only so much ghost hunting information she wanted to hear right now. Her focus was getting to the mansion. She knew Joe went there. The gold cart was sitting empty at the front door. Lorah threw the shifter in park and turned off the motor, then scooped up the cake and hurried inside. It didn't look like anyone was working in the front part of the mansion this afternoon. She had passed several trucks and some equipment that were parked around the back, but hadn't seen anyone yet. At least, she could confront him without a flurry of activity going on. She heard some loud bangs, then the buzz of machines running as she walked down the hallway towards the stairs, but the sound was far in the distance. Taking the stairs, she got to his floor and began to walk towards his office. He wasn't there. His door was opened and lights were on, but there was no Joe. Determined to find him and knowing he had to be here somewhere, she began to search the second floor, even looking out every single window. He wasn't on the second floor. She went back downstairs, walking through the lobby, and headed to the kitchens. No one was there. The downstairs was also empty. Lorah noticed a man in a pair of work overalls walking by himself down another long hall. "Hello," she called out. He turned and waited for Lorah to catch up. "Do you know Joe? Have you seen him?" The man nodded and eyed her cake. "For a slice of that cake, I'll tell you exactly where he is." Lorah considered his offer, then tried to hand over the whole cake. She didn't mind being blackmailed. She'd bake him a dozen cakes if he'd tell her what she needed to know. He grinned and held up a hand. "I'm kidding, ma'am. You can just leave me a slice in Joe's office. I'm Bud, the foreman, and I give him a daily report, so it will be nice to do that over cake." Joe was walking around the place, and then I saw him head to the ballroom on the top floor, which is on the other side of the building where his office is. You can take that elevator to the top. Thank you, Bud. I'll make sure to bake you and your crew a cake every single day. She waved and hit the button, waiting for the elevator to show up. The light on the button blinked several times, then the doors opened. She let out a deep, nervous sigh and hit the button for the top floor. The doors closed and she felt the jerk as it took off. When it stopped, she thought the door would automatically open, but it did not. Searching for the button to open the door, a slow panic began to rise up when she pressed over and over again, to no avail. The silver doors would not open. There was a ding, and then the sound of something powering off. Before she realized what happened, the light inside the elevator went out. It felt like the world outside had disappeared, and she was in some kind of vortex of nothingness. Don't panic. Do not panic. Lorah set the cake on the floor and pushed it as far from her as possible. She dug in her purse until she found her cell phone. Everything was shaking now, and her hand was not steady, but she managed to find the flashlight on the phone. A light illuminated and shadows fell behind her. She found the emergency box and picked up the phone, wondering who would be on the other end in an almost empty building. Who was she supposed to call? She held it to her ear and waited. There was no dial tone. Nothing happened. Lorah began to panic when she realized that she could call out with her cell. That's if she had a good enough signal. Many times, the four walls of an elevator blocked a device. Please, Lord, I don't want to get stuck in here, and everyone leaves. That thought caused her to bang on the door and yell as loud as she could manage. Hello. Help. Help. She got silent to see if there was any sound out there. Crickets. She heard a ding. Her cell was working. Adrenaline raced through her as she willed her fingers to stop shaking. The text was from Madison. Oh, thank you, Jesus. She quickly texted back. Help. I'm stuck in the elevator at the mansion and pushed the button. Unable to send flashed on the screen. Lorah's frustration level was through the roof. Maybe Madison was too far away. She tried the phone, knowing Joe was in the building. Maybe by chance he'd answer. She didn't blame him if he didn't. She pushed the speed dial for Joe's number. It rang about 4 times. That was a good sign she'd get through to him. Hello? Lorah. I don't think you should be calling. Joe. Please don't hang up. She knew the connection was not that great, but she had to get help. I'm done talking, Lorah. There is nothing more to say. I'm stuck in your elevator. His voice sounded further away. Oh. No. Do not hang up. Sweat poured from her forehead. She swiped at it and tried to balance the phone at the same time. Why did elevators seem to be so hot inside? The phone flew out of her hands, and the small space once again got dark when the flashlight automatically went out. Oh no. Lorah got down on her hands and knees and began feeling around the dark with both hands. She bumped into the cake, but pushed it away. No, no, no. Please, please, please come to me, phone, she whispered, desperate now to find her cell. She stopped when Joe's voice called out in the distance. The cell was still on. Listening carefully, she made her way closer to his voice as he began to repeat her name. Lorah? Talk to me? Where are you? Lorah? Lorah? She felt the hard plastic and snatched it up in her hand. By now she was flat on her belly, her hair askew, and one shoe fell off. Joe, she whispered between heavy breaths of air she tried to suck in when she managed to get the phone to her ear. Lorah? His voice sounded concerned. What is going on? Talk to me. Are you all right? No, Joe. I'm not. I'm sick to my gut and desperately trying to find you. I love you, Joe. Lorah? You are not making any sense. I can't make out what you are trying to say. If I die in this elevator, I want you to know that you were not the Joe I was talking about at the cafe. You didn't hear the whole thing. Lorah, if you don't stop talking and tell me where you are, I'm hanging up. No. Please do not hang up. I need to hear your voice before I fade away. I'm losing oxygen, Joe. I may not be around much longer. Lorah, did you say something about no oxygen? Where are you? I'm stuck in the elevator in the mansion. I'm fading, Joe. I'm losing you. The phone began to crackle even more. When he talked, it sounded like an alien was on the other end. Dear God, was she dying? Would she take her last breath in a stinking elevator? Lorah was not going to let that happen. She sat up straight, pulled her shoulders back, and began to convince herself to get a grip. Get it together, girl. No one is going to rescue you. You have to do that yourself. Lorah stood up, brushed herself off, and dialed 911. Hello, before you say anything, I can't hear you. I hope you can hear me. I'm in an elevator at the mansion on the hill in Hideaway Lake. Call my daughter, Olivia Myers, who owns the Hideaway Cafe, and let her know that her mother is stuck in an elevator, please. Thank you, and hurry. Lorah hit end. She flashed the light until she found the cake, and pushing herself against the wall, Lorah kicked off her other shoe. It pinged across the floor of the elevator, and she didn't care where it landed. Taking the lid off the cake, Lorah stuck her finger in the icing and began to lick it off her finger. She turned off the flashlight to save battery life and leaned back, determined to be patient and wait for her daughter to get help. Olivia would know what to do. She trusted her with her heart and soul. Lorah, are you still there? The crackle from the phone died. She already hung up. Her voice sounded desperate, but was she trying to trick him? He picked up the phone and told her that there was nothing to say, and right away, she started acting like something was wrong. He didn't get this far in life by believing everything he heard. But this was Lorah. Up until she had made that horrible comment in the cafe, He had trusted her with his life. Was she really in trouble? He locked up his office and began to head for the elevator. He needed some fresh air, so he turned to go to the stairs instead. Physical exercise would help. He'd jog to the cafe and see if Olivia knew anything. His cell rang again. It was James. James? Where are you at? I'm heading out. Joe. Check the elevators. Olivia got a call from 911. Someone called them, reporting they were stuck in an elevator. What? Lorah. She called me and I gotta go. He shoved the phone in his pocket and turned towards the other end of the hall where the elevators were located. When he got there, he pushed the button but no lights came on. He banged on the doors. Lorah? Lorah? A muffled voice called out and he knew it was her. Joe sucked in a deep breath when he realized he almost left the building and she would have been alone until their security check later in the evening. Joe. Joe, is that you? Yes, Lorah. Hang on, I'm going to get you out. He raced down the stairs to the basement, flung open the panel where a bunch of tools were kept. His foreman was coming through the back door. Hey Joe, are you ready for a report? Oh, and I'm claiming a slice of that cake too. Cake? Joe grabbed a long crowbar-looking tool and headed towards the stairs. He was out of breath and his heart was pumping. Follow me, I may need your help. Okay, sure, boss. I saw your lady friend earlier and she told me to have a slice of cake. It smelled delicious. She's stuck in the elevator on the top floor. I'm right here with you, boss. The two men raced up the flights of stairs. When they got to the elevator, Bud pressed the button. It's not working. Get back, I'm going to try to pry the doors open. He stood there, desperate, his chest heaving and holding a giant pry bar in one hand. Why don't you try to use the emergency switch? What? Joe stared at his employee. Right behind this panel. Each elevator is equipped with a push bar in case this happens. There's also one on the inside. Bud hit the switch, and the elevator doors slid open. Inside, Joe found Lorah leaning back against the wall, a phone in one hand and eating a pineapple. Her eyes widened when she saw him standing there. He probably looked like a madman holding the steel rod in his hand. Lorah? Joe, she whispered, trying to stand up. The phone slipped from her hand and she came towards him. He dropped the bar and it clattered to the floor in one big bang. Joe wrapped his arms around her and held her there. They were both standing in the door of the elevator. I'll have someone come out right away to test this. Don't use it until I do, his foreman told them. Go get some cake. We will go over the report tomorrow, Bud. Yes, boss. Joe led Lorah down the hall and opened the door to the ballroom. They made their way to the lone table and chairs in the center of the large space. Sit, he ordered, his voice echoing through the empty room, and took his own seat across from her. She did what he asked and closed her eyes. Oh, Joe. You did come rescue me. I'm sorry I didn't believe you, Lorah. It was just that everything was so confusing. She smiled and sniffed, then reached out and took his hands that were folded on the table. You stood outside that elevator door like a Viking god. I was quite pleased. He grinned. I've never been called a Viking god before. Lorah squeezed his hands. Maybe you should be. Look, Joe. I was not talking about you in the cafe. You have to believe me. I've been going to therapy every Tuesday for a while now. Therapy? Yes, therapy. Guess what my therapist's name was? He raised a brow. Joe. Yes. You are quite sharp. How does that happen? I mean, how did you talk to him about me? I'm guessing that is why you went, to see if we have a future together, and to get over your past? Something like that. But I quickly realized that Therapy Joe was a tyrant like my ex-husband, and the drive to Berks County was more therapeutic than talking to him. I fired him earlier. Hence the comment about Joe. Joe smiled. He stood up. Lorah looked confused. Are you mad, Joe? I'm so sorry, please. I think we can agree that it was all a mistake. She frowned, but he had other intentions. Now I can do what I came to your house to do earlier, he told her, getting down on one knee in front of her. He was still holding on to her hand. Lorah, earlier I wanted to tell you that no matter what obstacles we cross, as long as the two of us work through them together, nothing else matters. I knew you were trying to deal with your past. And I waited while you decided on your future. Earlier, I made up my mind to come for you, to sweep you off your feet and insist that we travel that road together. There is no point in doing it alone. I was also going to tell you that I love you, and in my heart I know that you love me. I wanted you to tell me you do. I wasn't going to leave your house until you did. That's what I want to hear right now, Lorah. I won't let you go until you say it. She smiled. Say that I love you, Joe. He nodded. Will you marry me, Lorah? At first she looked frightened. He was concerned she'd tell him that she had to have more time. Then she gave him the biggest smile and began to nod her head. Christmas. He frowned. What? Yes, I will marry you on Christmas Eve. The night we celebrate the opening of this mansion. You want to marry the day of the grand opening? Yes. Joe laughed out loud. Okay. Lorah laughed. Joe swept in and gave her a long, sweet, glorious kiss. You will be an amazing wife, he added. And you, Joe, will be my soulmate. A wonderful friend, partner, and the true love of my life. Thank you for believing in me. My pleasure, sweet lady. Shall we go tell your kids? There's a lot of planning to do. She shook her head. No, I'll invite them over to dinner and we can tell them all at once. I want to dance. Joe looked around the ballroom, seeing nothing. I imagine we can hum to some music. He got up and held out his hand. Wait, Lorah dug out her phone and pushed some buttons. She found a classical romance station on Pandora and hit play. Soft, uplifting music began to play. She took Joe's hand. This was a magical moment, and she wanted it to be their moment together. He bowed. My lady, come to me. She did. With open arms. Chapter 16. Bailey wanted to go home. She didn't mind spending the night at Holly's place, but there was no place to sleep. Holly lived in a one-bedroom apartment above her art shop. Since she made the bedroom her painting studio, they slept on the pull-out sofa in the living room. How was your rest? Holly asked, holding a cup of coffee. Restless. I'm used to my bed at the inn. I'm sure you are. Do you want to tell me what's going on, Bailey? She didn't really want to discuss her mother in front of Holly, even though Holly was her mother too. It was so complicated. I'm kind of over it now, Holly. Mom and I had a fight, sort of. Now that I think about it, I was probably being a bit of a brat. Holly smiled. Do you want some coffee? She was sitting in the easy chair, while Bailey fixed the sofa back to its original state. She placed a quilt over the back and plopped down, watching her bio mom closely. Holly was a beautiful woman with high cheekbones and a long nose. She wondered if she had the same looks. There weren't any similarities that Bailey could tell. Did that mean she looked more like her dad? Well, what? Holly just smiled, as if she had all the patience in the world. At least her mom would be honest and yell if Bailey annoyed her. How was she going to have a real relationship with her bio mom if the woman was too nice to her? It was different now that Holly was related. Before they knew how to talk to each other. Now it seemed weird. Do you want coffee? No thanks. I should soon go home and talk to Mom. I'm glad you want to work it out. She won't talk to me and I can't blame her. Bailey didn't want to discuss that part with her either. Okay, well, I guess I'll be off. The doorbell rang. Bailey wasn't sure, but had a feeling that her mother was on the other side of the door. Was she going to be upset that Bailey actually did come here? That riled her up a little since she was 20 years old, an adult, and old enough to make her own decisions in life. Holly went to the door and peeked through the security peephole. She gave Bailey a warning glance. It's Lorah. Let's handle this calmly like adults. Of course. Now Holly thought she could order her around. Well, it was 20 years too late. The fight with her mom made Bailey realize that she was a lucky daughter. She had fights with her before, but left in a huff and they always made up right away. Or she'd go to her room and sulk until her mom came and had a chat. She guessed that was what Lorah was doing now. It must be hard for her to come here after what all happened. Her mother was strong and brave. To put up with a horrible husband for so long, raise them practically without his help, and then find out what he did, made Bailey see her mother in a new light. When Holly opened the door, her mother stood there, with Char right beside her. Bailey ran to her. I'm sorry, Mom. Her mother held out her arms and pulled her in. It's okay, Bailey. Why don't we talk later? I'd like to speak with Holly. Holly set her coffee cup on the counter. She looked quite surprised. Bailey shook her head. No, Mom. We are going to talk right now. I want to be a part of this. Especially since it involves me. Lorah looked at Holly. Are you okay with Bailey being here? I have a lot I want to say. Shar piped up from beside her. Me too. Holly gave Shar a pointed look. Are you coming here as Lorah's lawyer or friend? Shar took a step over the threshold. Whatever she needs me to be. That's what a friendship is. I'll fight for her as a lawyer or friend. I bet you can't say that. Holly took a step towards Shar. Yeah. Well, you don't know the half of it either. I know you're a creep and sleep with your best friend's husband. It's all I'll ever see you as. I'm here for Lorah. Our words are finished. Shar turned away from her and marched towards the small kitchen table. She sat down on one of the chairs and crossed her arms as if she had the final word. You think you are such a tough lawyer, don't you? Try to deal with making a decision like I had to years ago. Holly slammed her hand on the counter and then realized what she did. She began to rub it with her other hand. Why don't you tell us, Holly? Lorah's gentle voice only proved to make Holly more upset. Close the door, Bailey. Bailey stood there, undecided if she wanted to stay for all of this. Then she realized that she did want to know the details. Why did her father sleep with Holly and give a child up for adoption? Why? She closed the door and leaned against it. Holly paced back and forth, pulling on the ties to her purple and yellow flowered robe. She stuffed hands into the big patched pockets. I was the same age as Bailey when I met Kurt. He was working in Parksburg on a big commercial deal. I worked as the owner's administrative assistant, making okay money. My mother was a drug addict. She was shooting heroin up her arm for 10 years and overdosed a dozen times during my teen years. I was worn out and alone because I did not know who my father was. Shar butted in. Are you going to give us the typical childhood boohoo story about drugs and alcohol, because that does not make adult decisions okay? Lorah held up a hand. Shar, temper. Her mother looked at Holly. Go on, she told her. Bailey felt so proud of the woman who raised her. She wanted to move to her side, but stayed back out of the way instead. I desperately wanted to save my mother. She had been in and out of rehab for years. Nothing worked. The last overdose weakened her even more. She promised me she would stop. I found a great rehab for her, but the insurance didn't cover the cost. It was a year-long program in a Midwestern state. I thought maybe she'd recover faster if she were away from everyone. Her friends were known addicts, and every time she came back from rehab, there they were. It was an endless cycle, and I was determined to fight her battle. Bailey wondered if that addiction was passed through the gene pool. Was that why she had gotten hooked on Adderall so easily? Was it also the reason she had a passion to help others overcome their own addictions? Kurt was staying at a local hotel and invited the staff where I worked to dinner. He paid for everyone's meal, so I knew he had money. No one ever offered to do that before. We were all laughing and chatting well into the evening. After several drinks, and I wasn't even old enough to do so, I started asking how a person could make a lot of money real fast. The others were in sales and marketing and knew how to do that. I did not. When someone suggested becoming a surrogate mother was a popular trend, I did some research. Kurt approached me the next day. He said that his wife was trying to have a child and found out that she could not. He asked me to dinner to talk about the possibilities of me being a surrogate mother, since his wife was determined to adopt. Kurt said he had been desperate to make you happy, Lorah. He did love you, or so I thought. Kurt loved no one but himself, Lorah reminded her. She glanced over, but Bailey gave her a reassuring smile. No one had to sugarcoat anything about her father. Please, Mom. I know how ruthless he is. Lorah nodded for Holly to continue. I'd like to hear the truth, Holly. Please go on. Holly closed her eyes. Kurt and I spoke several more times, and he offered me an amount of cash that I found hard to refuse. It would pay for my mother to go into rehab for months, pay off my debts, and start over. When I checked the agency for details, they gave me a number that wasn't even close to his offer. In my rush to get my mother in a rehab, I simply pushed the thought that I'd have to sleep with him for the pregnancy to happen to the back of my mind until he showed up one night. I was scared and almost backed out, asking him to leave. He came back the next night, promising me that if I drank a few tequilas with him, it would be easier. I did, and the rest was history. Sherri tilted her head. Did your mother go to a rehab? Her voice was filled with sarcasm. Holly shook her head. No. She died a few weeks after I found out that I was pregnant. The room was so quiet, Bailey heard the sound of her slow breathing. No one was expecting this story. She could see it in her mother's face and Sherri's. At least Sherri had the decency to apologize. I'm sorry for your loss, Holly. It happened almost 21 years ago. I didn't know what to do. My mother had bills everywhere. Hospital bills from all of her overdoses, medical doctors wanting their money, and then with rent due and funeral costs, I fell apart. As the baby grew and I started to fall in love, I told Kurt that I was not going through with the surrogate part. I bet he was furious. Holly nodded. He was, and he thought that I would keep the baby and make him pay support. I tried to explain I was too exhausted to fight him in court. He begged me to put the baby up for adoption, so his wife would be happy. I refused. Then those bills came in, and he offered to pay them off and give me money for a new start. I accepted. But you came here, Holly. What were you thinking? I saw Bailey for the first time and my heart was torn. There was no way I could give her up. Kurt came the day I had her and tried to force me to give her up. The hospital called security when I asked them to. Then I realized that I could not give her a good life. My head was mixed up, and I really had no money except the savings Kurt gave me to start over. Holly, you made the right choice. Lorah has been a great mom to me. Holly sighed. I know. It's why I chose to do so. I was there the day you saw her for the first time, Lorah. You looked at my baby with so much love that I knew she'd be okay. I left that day without a doubt in my mind that Bailey would be raised right. I'd like to know how you came to Hideaway Lake with Kurt's approval. He really didn't have much choice. I would not sign off on the adoption until he listened to me. He wanted a closed adoption, so you would never know he was the real father. I refused. He asked me what it would take to sign the papers. That's when he bought this property for me, so I could be a part of her life without her knowing. I signed the paperwork when I had the deed to this place. That's why you didn't need much money to get by, Sherri added. Yearly taxes and utilities and food, and that was covered by your wine and art nights. Holly nodded. Yeah, you are right, Sherri. He gave me money now and again. I guess he was worried I'd come out someday and spill the beans, but after a few years of my silence, he let down his guard. Kurt was and is a horrible man, but I truly thought he was doing this for you, Lorah. He told me how he loved you so much. Okay. Thank you for telling me. I don't think much has changed between us, Holly. I'm glad I understand better. Lorah opened the door and walked out, Sherri not far behind. Holly stared at Bailey, waiting for her to leave too. She wasn't going to abandon her bio mom. Knowing how she really sacrificed much of her life to make sure she could be close by and watch Bailey grow up. Bailey ran into her arms. It's all going to be okay. Mom and even Sherri will come around sooner or later. I slept with him knowing he was married. It was wrong. Even if I was desperate. We make such foolish mistakes when we are young and don't know any better, Bailey. Please don't make the same ones. Love all of your family. I'm so happy that you have a mother who will always be there for you, because I wasn't. You have to remember I did give you up. That doesn't mean your love isn't strong enough to overcome adversities, Holly. I'm glad you understand. I hope our relationship can grow. My heart aches for my broken friendship. I know I will never be able to replace that. Bailey gave her one last hug before she left. I'm sure it will be okay. I love you, Holly. I love you too, darling. Cole caught her before she fell off the ladder. His strong arms went around her, and when Madison looked into his eyes, she gave him a gracious smile. Thank you, Cole. I almost fell. He had just stopped at the Historical Society to invite Madison to his mom's for dinner. She wanted everyone there for some reason or other. After all the chaos between the two Joes, Holly and Bailey and Olivia's big decision, He wondered what else the family was in store for. Whatever it was, his mom wanted Madison there too. So did he. She was his rock. She made sense and kept him straight. He wanted to tell her he loved her, but thought it may be too soon. Now that Sherri announced she was moving back and everyone knew about it, he really wanted to assure her that she was the only one for him. Not only did already tell her that, he wanted to show her as well. Cole planned to take a long walk along the lake this evening under the stars and moonlight. It's good I showed up. You may have had a broken leg falling from so far up. Madison rolled her eyes. I'm about a foot off the ground, Cole. What are you doing here? Not that I mind. She let her arms fall from his neck and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. My manager is here, so this would be embarrassing if he found me in your arms when I'm supposed to be working. Too late, the voice of reason came around the corner. Martin was a tall man with thick black-framed glasses and a sing-song voice that was hard to follow. He was so full of energy and talked way too fast. It's a wonderful day outside. Hello, Cole. You are holding merchandise that is on a time clock. Can you go now? Thank you. Cole laughed. He wanted to sing back to Martin, but refrained himself. He put Madison down gently. It's good I caught her or she'd be on the floor and you may have had to call 911. She fell off the ladder. Martin stopped in mid-track and stared at the ladder. Oh, I know. It's such a long distance from that ladder to the floor. I'm afraid you may be right. Good day, Cole. Tell your mother thank you for the chocolate chip cookies she sent over last week. Cole snuck a quick kiss in. Bye, Madison. I'll see you tonight. 5. Yes. Don't be late or I'll have to come looking for you. Madison giggled and pointed to the front door. He left with a smile on his face. Cole was heading over to the house Joe currently bought. He asked Cole to get started on it right away. Whatever intentions Joe had, he was in a big hurry to get the work done. He was glad Joe came along and swept his mother off her feet. Ever since the incident yesterday, Joe was hanging around the inn, making his mom smile and laugh. It was so thick with hugs and kisses, he had to leave right after breakfast this morning. Maybe Joe never went home. That struck Cole as an afterthought. He didn't think his mom, no, he didn't want to think at all about their situation. Best to wipe that from his head. Madison was running after him, holding up his phone. Cole, you dropped your phone. He reached back and realized it must have fell out of his pocket when he caught Madison. He waited for her to catch up. Thanks. I didn't know it was missing. I probably would not even notice until after lunch. I better get back. What is she doing? Madison stared at the figure coming down the sidewalk. Cole. Madison? Hello? Madison stepped closer so Cole took her hand. I wonder what she wants. Not this again, Madison mumbled. I'm so glad I caught the two of you. She hurried to catch up and almost tripped over her high heel that wobbled on the cracked sidewalk. The sidewalks here were either made out of cobblestones, or some were as simple as pavers leading up to each cottage. There were no public sidewalks. Hello, Sherri. Okay, don't look so glum. I know we all have had issues in the past. Madison made a noise in her throat. Cole squeezed her hand, but she blurted some harsh words anyway. You were the one with issues, not us. Sherri shook her head. You are so right. I'm sorry that I caused you pain, Madison. You too, Cole. That's why I wanted to catch you both before I get settled here. Look, I was a mess before. I stalked Cole. Yes, I will admit it, so you can relax your jaw now, Madison. Cole grinned at his girl. She was squeezing his hand so hard. So anyway, I'm moving here and I wanted you guys to know that all is well. I'm not batshit crazy any longer. I don't even take pills for it. The fact is, my uncle is willing to give me my space. He was being overprotective and eventually apologized. He is trying. I promised him if I go out on my own, it would be somewhere he approved of. Well, as you can see, here I am. You are moving here for good, we heard. It's the news at the cafe. I know. Don't you just love how everyone has an interest in what you do? I mean, I've never had no one care about me like the people do here. I love small-town living. Look, I've got to go. She started to giggle. It was kind of infectious. Cole gave her a friendly smile. Good luck to you. Oh, I'm not going to need luck to live here, Cole. I've got to meet this handsome fellow who is going to inspect my house. My uncle bought the cottage on Delaware Avenue. It has a cute fish pond and the deck has a hot tub. Are you talking about Chad Peterson? She waved and nodded at the same time. Yes, isn't he adorable, and the way he cares for his mother is so endearing. Well, I better hurry. Madison and Cole looked at each other at the same time. Chad Peterson. Chapter 17. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know it's quite full in here, but I wanted everyone gathered around this evening for a special announcement. But first, let's eat. Mom, you are kidding, right? She looked at her daughter with a mischievous smile. No, love. I made prime rib with your special mushroom sauce so it sits there and grows cold. Now eat, please. Olivia wrinkled her nose like she was 13 instead of 30. James was sitting beside her, here at Joe's request. He didn't say much to Olivia, but was polite when she spoke to him. Lorah watched quietly, hoping that whatever decision she made would be the right one. Joe was by her side, smiling and talking to Cole about the renovations next door. Madison sat beside Cole, eating as if she hadn't been fed all day. How are things at the Historical Society, Madison? She looked up and smiled, answering after she swallowed her mouthful. We are getting tons of work done. It's been quite a busy summer so far. Lots of visitors at the center, and we've been planning on some live readings later on when the weather cools a bit. I hope Martin enjoyed the cupcakes. He sang me a song when I saw him at the cafe. Madison laughed. That's how he talks. Oh, it was quite strange, I thought. Well, I won't be thinking he is a bit odd then. No, he is a lot odd, Lorah. You were right all along. Bailey sat at the far end of the table beside Cole and Joe. She gave her mom a quiet look, and Lorah knew she had something on her mind. What is it, Bailey? You know me so well, Mom. I should. I'm your mother. Well, that helps. They both laughed, which broke the ice somewhat. Lorah knew the exact moment when Bailey found the guts to tell her what's on her mind. They had that kind of bond. Okay, so before we had that fight, I was about to tell you something. Lorah nodded and put her fork down. This was serious. She didn't want to hear that Bailey no longer wanted to go back to school, but she forced herself to listen. After all, it was Bailey's decision. She was an adult. Okay, so the reason I told you that I don't want to go back to nursing school was because I think I'd do better getting an education in human behavior. I'd like to become a counselor. Lorah got up and went to her daughter. Bailey, I'm sorry I did not let you finish the other night. But you do understand now why I was in a hurry. I do. Thanks for letting me be a brat at times. I'll admit I was madder than a hornet at you. I'm glad, though, that everyone had a chance to talk. Maybe it was all meant to happen. Shar was sitting beside Bailey and heard the conversation. I am too, no matter how hard I am on Holly. It's going to be ages until we can forgive her. Lorah agreed. I do have some closure, though. So there's that. Bailey hugged Lorah, since Shar was already making eyes at Ryan. Now stop pussyfooting around and state your reason for this feast. All in good time, young lady. Lorah joined the others in friendly conversation until everyone was finished eating. When she gave Joe the okay, he got up and brought 2 bottles of champagne to the table and began to pour a small amount in each person's glass. I wondered why those glasses were there. Are we having a toast? Olivia asked. Maybe it will help your decision process, Cole told his sister. Have you decided yet which job to take? I have another hour to decide, Cole, and I'll let you know soon. Lorah watched as James grew uncomfortable in his chair. She thought he was going to flee until Joe handed him a glass of champagne. Lorah, stand with me, please. Lorah moved to Joe's side. She looked around the table and almost lost it. Cole and Madison were holding their glasses close together, giving each other a smile. Shar and Ryan were making suggestive faces, and she knew how their night would turn out. Chloe was sitting beside her dad, rolling her eyes whenever she looked at her dad. Bailey picked up a glass. Even though she was not of age, it made her happy to know she was allowed to drink this one glass of champagne. Lorah wasn't going to reprimand her. She imagined Joe didn't realize it when he handed her the glass. James looked lost, and Olivia held her champagne in front of her, staring at the liquid through the glass. Lorah had every reason to believe her daughter would make the right decision, albeit it was a last-minute one. This was her family, and she wanted them to share in her happiness. Get on with it, Mom. It looks like you are going to cry like a baby at any moment. Are we celebrating something, or in mourning? Lorah laughed at Cole's remark. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. You all have been through everything with me in the last few months. We laughed, cried, and screamed together. It's been a year of realizations for me as a woman, mother, wife, and friend. I've been down a long road, and without all of you here tonight, I doubt my recovery would have gone so well. Not even Joe the therapist can help me. What helped me was each and every one of you in your own way. Time heals, love heals even more. Thank you all for being my family. It's important for me to share this news with you now. Joe has asked for my hand in marriage, and I said yes. I knew it. I told you, Bailey. Shut up, Cole. I'll pay you tomorrow. Lorah laughed out loud. Are you two betting on what this dinner was for? They both nodded. Joe raised his glass. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I want you all to know that Lorah will never be just my wife. She is my partner, my soulmate, and my princess all wrapped up in one. I love her and will treat her with care. Hear, hear. James stood. Congratulations, Joe. The two shook hands. We would like to announce we will be getting married on Christmas Eve in the ballroom at the mansion. The same day of the grand opening. Olivia got up and hugged her mother. I was pretty sure that's what tonight was all about. I have to go. There is a phone call I have to take soon. Her daughter addressed James. Would you like to come with me? He nodded. Sure. The two left, both of their shoulders slumped. Joe nudged Lorah. They'll be okay. Now, let's talk about our honeymoon. Kids, where do you think we should go? I've been around the world, but your mother, well, she hasn't. African safari. Lorah shook her head. No, I am afraid of wild animals. Joe laughed. The laughter and excitement went on for some time. Lorah was happy. And she loved Joe. Again. Love a second time around. Even though she was scared, with her family and friends and this wonderful life she lived in Hideaway Lake, she'd get through. It was a great life. Where is everyone? I had Chef Missy close early and gave everyone the night off with pay. I understand. What is this? I made a celebratory cake. Sit. Olivia wanted tonight to be special. She was going to tell James of her decision right after the phone call came in. No matter what happened or what she decided, she wanted to share it with him. He was worried and she didn't blame him. They had shared so much together. A cake. You even have a candle in it. James, whatever you think, first do care for you dearly. He gave her a curt nod. I know. This is hard, Olivia. I should be so happy for you. But my gut is torn up and the blood is boiling inside my veins. I want to tell you to stay because I love you so much. Oh, James, don't do this to us. We have each other no matter where I am. I'm sorry. He walked to the window and stared out. It feels like we've been waiting forever for that phone to ring. Just as he spoke the words, it rang. Olivia lit the candle, taking her time, and then walked to the back room to answer the phone. She saw James turn and watch her right before she rounded the corner. I'll be right back, she threw the words over her shoulder. Olivia picked up the phone. Hello. Olivia Myers? Yes, this is she? Hang on, please. The senator is on the line wanting to speak with you. Olivia had to smile. They didn't announce his name because they figured she'd remembered the last call. It didn't take but a moment for him to click through. Olivia Myers? Have you made a decision? He got right to the point. So would she. I have, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to pass. Have a great night. She hung up the phone before he tried to convince her otherwise. Olivia marched back into the cafe where James stood, hands deep in his pockets. He grinned. The relief on his face was incredible. I heard you, he told her in his raspy voice. Good. When did you decide? The first day he called. Why did you make me wait? She went to the small cake and blew out the candle. I wanted to be sure that it was the right decision. Let's celebrate. Dig in. She stuck her hand in the cake and pulled out a glob, then lifted it to his mouth. He laughed, and when he opened his mouth, she stuck a pile of cake in. He chewed it up, and his eyes became wicked as he scooped up some cake and she took off. "You can't run from me, Olivia," he called after her. She ducked under one of the tables, and instead of moving the table, he got down and crawled under with her. She laughed so hard. They had cake and icing all over their hair, face, and hands. He did the same to her and started shoving cake in her mouth when his hand went still. James frowned. "What's this?" She stilled. This was going to go well or be a big bust. She was hoping for the first. "It's for you," she told him. He pushed aside the cake, letting it fall onto his lap, and stared at the gold band that had been embedded inside the cake. James looked right into her eyes. "Yeah," he said. "I'll marry you." She cried. He kissed her so hard, she actually had to come up for air. Someone was knocking on the door to the cafe, then it flung open. "Is everything okay in here?" "It's the cops," James told her. "I see a badge." "I'm getting married, Sergeant Sweetheart. This is my fiancé, James." They both peeked out from under the table when Harry stuck his head through the door. He eyed them both. "You got any more of that cake?" James chuckled. He can't be serious. Olivia crawled out from under the table. She stood up, cake dropping onto the floor. "He is serious, and he knows I keep a stash here for the men in blue." She turned to Harry. "Hang on, Harry. I've got a to-go piece for you." He looked confused. "Why is the cafe closed?" When James came out from under the table, the sergeant stared at him as if he did something wrong. The two had never met before. Olivia reached under the counter and pulled out a styrofoam container. She grabbed a plastic fork and napkin and handed him the cake. "Good night, Harry. I closed early to propose to James here." He lifted his chin and turned back to give James a once-over. "I see." He leaned closer. "Isn't the guy supposed to do the proposing, Olivia?" She smiled. "In a perfect world, maybe. But here at Hideaway Lake, we are many things, and perfect is not one of them. Good night, Harry." James gathered her in his arms the moment the policeman left. "I love you, Olivia. Have you decided to come work at the mansion?" She shook her head and gave him a wicked grin. "Nope, I may take my time and let you know soon." He chuckled. "As long as it includes cake, you can take as long as you need." Thank you for reading The Hideaway Cafe. I hope you enjoyed the story. There is more in store for the folks at Hideaway Lake. A grand opening, Lorah and Joe's wedding, and some new characters that may or may not cause trouble in this small lakeside town in the next book, Christmas at Hideaway Lake, available now.